Chapter 3228. Blood Battle Fort, though called a fort, is actually a vast star region comprised of 9 stars, over 60 planets, and 3 vast plains. According to official statistics, Blood Battle Fort is home to nearly 60 billion people. And this is just the official count. If we count passers-by, travelers, infiltrators, and unregistered residents, the number would be even higher. There aren't many true wandlings here. Many are players from other races. Teacher June, through teleportation, directly sent Gu Shi to the Black Star, the most chaotic of Blood Battle Fort's locations. This Black Star is considered Blood Battle Fort's poor planet. Unlike the seemingly endless deserts of poor planets, the Black Star is simply black. As for why it's black, it's because every inch of this planet's surface is covered in numerous buildings, separated only by narrow paths narrow enough for one person to pass. The sun never shines here, and the occasional ray of light that does get through is blocked by nearby buildings. Lights are always on, day or night. When Gu Shi arrived, the first thing he saw was a burly, over 4-meter tall man stuck in the path. Many people were behind him, desperately trying to push him forward. Some were also muttering and cursing. Don't you even consider your own size? Do you think you can get here? I was also led here. How could I have known that guy would take this route? Hurry, pull me out. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen someone stuck in the path? The burly man stretched himself outward, pointing and cursing at the onlookers. Gu Shi was among those being cursed. The shouting stopped Gu Shi, who had just arrived at Black Star, in his tracks. Of course, Gu Shi wasn't the type to seek out criticism. He stopped simply to see how quickly the Blood War Fort officials would react, to see how long it would take to respond if someone was killed there. As for the person who attacked, it definitely wasn't Gu Shi. As the burly man's curses intensified, Gu Shi launched a brutal attack on a tall, thin player nearby. After completing this move, Gu Shi immediately stepped aside, refraining from further attacks. The player cursed by Gu Shi's curse immediately became furious. He drew a rusty steel knife and struck the burly man directly. The blow infuriated the stout man. He was still stuck in the path, but his neck was still flexible. As the blow was about to strike, he lifted his neck, his body turning gray, blocking the blow. The stout man then swung his hair and struck the tall, thin player. The blow instantly shattered the thin player's body into 4 or 5 pieces, leaving him seemingly dead. But the people here acted as if nothing had happened and continued to help the stout man escape, showing no intention of fleeing. They even ignored the tall, thin player's body. It seemed that on this Black Star, no one cared about murder or not. This meant that players leaving this Black Star didn't need any identification at all. Gu Shi's eyes lit up at this thought. This was a good thing. It meant he didn't have to worry about explaining his presence to the myriad spirits. He could simply walk freely through the Blood War Fortress. Even if some core locations were inaccessible, Black Star, Death Star, and other lesser-known planets were accessible. Most importantly, in such a chaotic place, some factions often possessed extensive intelligence, or at least had more unconventional methods. Gu Shi had come here looking for something, so asking these people should be fine. Thinking of this, Gu Shi no longer looked at the situation before him. He turned and walked into a nearby alley. Although the alley before him resembled a maze, Gu Shi possessed the ability to find his way around, so this alley wasn't too troublesome for him. As he walked forward, Gu Shi still had the energy to observe his surroundings. Although Black Star was known as a lesser-known planet, it still had some decent buildings. These buildings were clearly occupied by gangs. The walls were covered in graffiti of various signs and symbols. These signs were actually quite obvious, easily identifying their purpose. Some were even painted with fluorescent material, allowing for clear visibility even in the dark. Gu Shi only took a few steps before he spotted 4 or 5 gangs specializing in protection, labor, and coolie services. It was clear there were quite a few gangs here, but they also needed to make a living. However, Gu Shi also noticed that some walls advertised their own gang's presence in a game world, and when they did, the tone of voice was often quite proud. It was obvious that in a place like Black Star, the people lived worse off than the humans in the depths of the game. This is also the myriad spirits? This is also called the myriad spirits? Gu Shi shook his head, somewhat speechless. Just then, a voice rang out near Gu Shi. Kid, hand over the money. The voice cut off before it could finish. Knowing that killing someone on Black Star wouldn't be a problem, Gu Shi became more generous. These people didn't care about their own lives, so why should Gu Shi even consider them? Thinking of sneaking up and robbing them? Find out more on Life and Death Network. Gu Shi didn't even turn his head, but shot the player who suddenly jumped out to rob him with a single arrow. Without even a glance back, he simply walked out. Naturally, some people nearby witnessed this attack. They didn't know where the arrow came from, but they only knew that Gu Shi's archery skills were quite formidable. This news spread like wildfire, and before Gu Shi had even left the neighborhood, the nearby gangs had already learned that a powerful elven archer had arrived. All the gang leaders issued orders, urging their members not to provoke Gu Shi unless necessary. After all, elven archers are a dangerous profession. While this wasn't the jungle they were best suited for, who says a steel jungle isn't a jungle? What if this elven archer went on a rampage in a rage? Who knows where the elven archer's arrows might come from? So, if you can avoid provoking Gu Shi, do so. Never let him enter your territory. Chapter 3229. Gu Shi had no idea what the Black Star gangs were thinking. He only knew that the number of nearby players had decreased significantly since he eliminated a sneak attack attempt. Everyone must have known Gu Shi was difficult to deal with, so they all gone into hiding. This was a good thing, but also a bad thing. Now Gu Shi didn't know where to find anyone to ask. Every time he turned around, he see many people withdrawing their heads, fearing that Gu Shi might take them out with a single arrow if he got angry. Finally, Gu Shi reached the center of the current block after many twists and turns. He glanced up at the sky, which had finally broken through, then at the block behind him, his mind rapidly reviewing everything he's seen on his way here. Finally, Gu Shi's gaze settled on a huddled figure nearby. Come here. Sir, please don't kill me. I'm just a level 5 player. I just came out of the game. I have no intention of attacking you, sir. Stop yelling. Gu Shi interrupted him. Come here and show me the way. Hearing that Gu Shi had no intention of killing him, the player trembled before Gu Shi. Sir, what do you want to know? I want to find someone to inquire about the location of something. Who is the most reliable source of information on your side? Gu Shi stated his purpose directly. The mouth under the nose is for use. Don't just keep quiet and leave people guessing. No one can guess what you want. Just go up and ask. Even if the questions were false, it didn't matter. Gu Shi believed that with his strength, even if they were false, no one could harm him. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the player finally felt relieved. He had been afraid that Gu Shi would want to know something he didn't know. Then he said, "You know nothing," and sent him away. Now that Gu Shi had made his request, the player immediately pointed in a direction based on what he knew. Sir, if you want to get information, there's a very powerful intelligence organization over there. We usually go there to get information. If you're willing to pay, they know everything. Is it easy to find? All the gangs I've seen along the way are bodyguards and escorts, Gu Shi asked again. It's easy, of course it's easy. Go over there. The player's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't know how to elaborate. Luckily, at that moment, a player with skin as white as stone approached Gu Shi. Stop talking, and let's go! The player first dismissed the person Gu Shi had singled out, then turned to look at Gu Shi. Sir, are you seeking information? I'm from the Giant Rock Intelligence Station. You can call me Rolling Stone. Please trust me, our Giant Rock Intelligence Station is the largest intelligence center in the entire city. Whatever you want to know, we have it here. Even if we don't have it, we can help you find it. Gu Shi glanced at Rolling Stone and finally nodded. Lead the way. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Rolling Stone was delighted. He led the way, while explaining the situation on Black Star's side to Gu Shi. The district they were currently in was called Sewage District 3. It wasn't actually the most chaotic district on Black Star. That district was the canned goods district, famous for its production of various canned goods. Of course, normal people wouldn't consider what these cans were made of. People in the sewage district usually went down to the garbage district or the bug district, but they wouldn't go to the canned goods district. As for the higher reaches, they were the clean water district and the shantytowns, which were considered relatively good living environments on Black Star. While the clean water district couldn't guarantee daily water supply, it was guaranteed to have fresh water once a week. And in the eyes of the players in the sewage district, the shantytowns were like small villas. As Rolling Stone and Gu Shi discussed this, they naturally explained that their Giant Rock Intelligence Station had a fairly good understanding of the canned goods district, garbage district, bug district, sewage district, clean water district, and shantytowns. But further up, their knowledge wasn't as strong. While they could get some general information, they didn't know the details. While Rolling Stone was explaining the strength of his intelligence organization, he also chatted with Gu Shi, using some of his own tactics. While explaining the situation to Gu Shi, he also inquired about his intelligence. Perhaps one day, this intelligence could be packaged and sold. Gu Shi knew this, so he didn't say much, just casually offering up some information. Naturally, Rolling Stone recorded this information. By the time Rolling Stone brought Gushi to their base, he already knew most of Gushi's information. Gushi was an elf archer, and a relatively powerful immortal elf. This time, Gushi came here to search for something related to death. Gushi didn't answer why, but Rolling Stone had guessed. The more immortal or immortal a species is, the slower they grow. So, when immortals or immortals want to level up, they often seek items with death attributes to temporarily suppress their immortality or immortality. They've seen this happen many times. On Black Star, there were players who specialized in this kind of work. However, there weren't many people doing it, and Rolling Stone could tell that Gushi's requirements were quite high. If Gushi truly needed something like this, he would have to think about how to tell Gushi. Gushi, however, didn't pay much attention to Rolling Stone's behavior. After following Rolling Stone into a room, he arrived at a cave underground. As he entered the cave, Gushi clearly felt a slight spatial fluctuation. This fluctuation wasn't overly noticeable, but it was palpable. This was probably the Rock Intelligence Station's way of reminding everyone that this was a special space. If you were to take action, we had a chance to counterattack. Gushi didn't say much about this provocation, and of course, he didn't cause any trouble. He had finally made it to the Myriad Spirits, so he didn't intend to leave immediately after just appearing. Gushi found a place to sit down. He spoke to a player with the same skin as Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone should have told me about my situation. I like to inquire about something, and I wonder if you have any relevant information. Chapter 3230. Please tell me, you're looking for death-related materials, right? Black Star has several special products I can introduce to you. The visitor directly introduced Gushi to many death-related items. He talked most about 3 products from the canned goods area. Bloody steel, made from the steel melted down from the mixing and cutting tools removed from the canned goods area's large meat grinders, is the best material for crafting death-related puppets or machines. Condensed earth, also from the canned goods area, is the soil used to store canned materials. Some of the materials pressed on top of this soil are decades old, making it difficult to obtain, and the price is higher. Soul cleansing liquid, this comes from the clear water area. Baptisms are performed there at birth and death. The water used for baptisms is naturally clear water, and afterward, it cannot be drunk. Instead, it must be poured somewhere. Over time, this soul cleansing liquid will be produced. Of course, there are other materials besides these, but in the eyes of these players, none of them can compare to these 3. However, after hearing this, Gushi simply shook his head. That's not what I want. I want to know if there's a kind of mushroom around here that's about the size of a human head, with a pink, purple cap and a pink, umbrella-shaped stem. It only grows in areas with a strong aura of death. Gushi didn't bother to be polite, and simply stated his purpose. The hand of death pointed directly at the Blood Battle Fort, which meant this mushroom had definitely appeared there. Although Gushi didn't know what this mushroom was called yet, he was certain that if he asked around, he'd find out something. As expected, after hearing Gushi's request, the man was speechless. What kind of request was that? But he immediately understood. Knowing what you want makes things much easier. The most frightening thing is not knowing what you want. Sir, I haven't heard of this situation, but we can go look for it. But do you want us to bring back this mushroom? No, please help me check it out. It may not be on Black Star, but it's definitely within the area of Blood Battle Fort. Please tell me to contact me once you find it. I want to go and see it myself. Gushi's target this time wasn't this particular mushroom, but the land where it grows. So if someone simply took the mushroom, Gushi might not be happy. Not just Black Star. Yes, don't worry. I definitely use you when I contact your intelligence organization. As long as you help us find the location, I pay the final fee and give you some extra. Hearing this benefit, the players immediately agreed. After all, no one wants money. Besides, Gushi's request wasn't too difficult, it just required finding a material, and Gushi wanted him to go there himself, so they could make money. So they asked Gushi for detailed information about the mushrooms he was looking for. For example, whether they grew in large groups or individually, and whether they were poisonous. Gushi answered everything he could. After all, the more precise the information, the higher the chance of finding the place. After recording all the information, the player said 3 days. We only need 3 days to find this mushroom for you, if it really exists in Blood Battle Castle. Okay, then I wait for you for 3 days. By the way, do you have any temporary accommodations here? I don't have any identification, and I need a relatively safe place to stay. Gushi didn't hesitate and directly stated his request. Yes, you don't need identification to stay on Pink Star. Anyone can stay there directly. We have a corresponding passage here. How about it? If necessary, I can arrange for someone to take you to Pink Star right away. What kind of planet is Pink Star? A lower-class planet, one level higher than the poor and resource planets. It's mainly composed of various service industries. Anyone can go here, and anyone can leave freely. Oh, the service industry. Gu Shi was a seasoned operator. How could he not understand the situation? He just said, oh. Alright then. I give you 3 days. After 3 days, Gu Shi hesitated. I come back in 3 days. I hope you have found what I want by then. By the way, if you find it sooner, you can also come find me on Pink Star. After Gu Shi finished speaking, he waved to Gunshur, who had led the way. Take me to Pink Star. Yes, sir. This way, please. When Gunshur heard that such a good opportunity awaited him, he quickly agreed. After Gunshur and Gu Shi left, the intelligence organization here quickly sprang into action. This was a major reconnaissance for Blood War Fort, a task far beyond the reach of the giant rock intelligence station alone. Within a matter of minutes, all other intelligence organizations within Blood War Fort received this news. At the same time, players began to appear in areas within Blood War Fort where mushrooms were most likely to grow. Gu Shi's offer was quite high. For ordinary players, it was enough to elevate their quality of life by 2 or 3 levels. So, most players were willing to give it a try, just in case they found one. That would be a win for them. Of course, some undead and elven forces were also curious about these mushrooms. They were curious why Gu Shi was searching for them, and whether they were of high quality. Instantly, the entire Blood War Fort was mobilized, searching for these seemingly unique mushrooms. Gu Shi, however, was more relaxed at this time. After being sent to Pink Star, Gu Shi quickly integrated into Pink Star life. Gu Shi had to admit the sheer awesomeness of the myriad spirits. Every race found in the real world could be found on the myriad spirit side. They diligently lived within their territory. To survive, they also engaged in various tasks. Pink Star excelled in this regard. It was divided into different areas based on specific circumstances. Rolling Stone, assuming Gu Shi was an elf archer, sent him directly to a popular elf hunt when he arrived on Pink Star, the Elves' Banana Grove. Gu Shi was completely bewildered upon being sent there. He couldn't understand why the elves preferred such an environment. Chapter 3231. Wait a minute, I eat a banana to replenish my energy. Late in the evening of the second day after Gu Shi entered the Pink Star, Rolling Stone came to find Gu Shi. He brought good news. What Gu Shi was looking for had been found. Hearing this, Gu Shi quickly ate a banana, a specialty of the Elven Banana Forest, bought by the High Priest to replenish his energy. This banana was thick and long, and most importantly, it was salty, replenishing salt. Eating one banana could replenish one's energy for the day, eliminating hunger altogether. In fact, it would make the elves, who were not particularly fat, feel full of energy. It could be said that this was the best food for elves to replenish their energy. After all, elves are diverse and have many food restrictions. This kind of targeted food is truly edible to all elves. After replenishing his energy, Gu Shi quickly came to Rolling Stone's side. How's it going? Have they found it? Yes, they're on the 4 stars. We already sent people there to confirm. What's the situation with the 4 stars? There are so many planets in Blood Battle Fort, and Gu Shi only knows about the Black Star and the Pink Star. There are so many planets, and Gu Shi still doesn't know the situation here. The 4 stars are also called the 4th generation stars. They're quite miserable planets. As soon as Rolling Stone heard this, he explained the situation with the 4 stars to Gu Shi. In the beginning, Blood Battle Fort was relatively orderly. The 10,000 spirits wanted to properly manage everything here, so they specially selected a planet to serve as a prison planet. Later, due to the Battle of Blood Battle Fort, the prison was destroyed, and all the prisoners inside were killed. After the 10,000 spirits recaptured Blood Battle Fort, every new batch of prisoners sent in died. Finally, they had to abandon the idea of using this place for surveillance and relocate it to the outermost perimeter of Blood War Fort, serving as a military fortress. This remodeled military fortress became a crucial location for both sides in the dozens of major battles fought there. After several such incidents, the evil aura of these 4 stars grew increasingly intense. Furthermore, they were constantly being destroyed and rebuilt, leaving the signs of repairs all too obvious. The Blood War Fort military, considering the situation, moved these 4 stars to the rear and transformed them into Academy stars, allowing students to dissipate the evil aura. However, this didn't seem to be very effective. About 50 years ago, most of the schools on the 4 stars were evacuated, leaving only a few buildings and residents. However, due to various previous circumstances, the original population was relatively small, and it is now considered a grazing area for wild animals. After hearing about the situation, Gushi felt that the 4 stars before him were truly remarkable. After enduring such a difficult situation, they managed to hold on. And the fact that these people would find the mushrooms Gushi sought on the 4 stars suggests that this was the condensation of the aura of death. Because Rolling Stone's explanation was so detailed, Gushi trusted his judgment and followed him to the teleportation point to the 4 stars. After entering the 4 stars, Gushi noticed that due to the constant destruction and reconstruction, the 4 stars before him no longer resembled a natural planet. When Gushi entered, he saw a complete fusion of various architectural ruins and wilderness. After entering the 4 stars, Rolling Stone made some connections and led Gushi to the southeast of the 4 stars. Gushi noticed that the direction they were heading seemed to be a vast plain. Occasionally, traces of buildings could be seen on the plain, but when Gushi looked closer, he found that these traces were completely buried in the yellow sand. The further he walked, the more he felt something was not right. Even if the mushrooms Gushi was looking for were related to death, didn't most mushrooms grow in damp, dark places? If they were heading to a cave or a forest, Gushi would have been willing to believe it. But the direction they were heading was clearly not one of those, and Gushi couldn't help but wonder. What was going on? Could it be that the mushrooms Gushi was looking for were quite special? Death's hand hadn't provided any detailed information. Just being able to clearly describe the mushroom's appearance, and possibly even find them near Blood Battle Castle, was already quite remarkable. Death hadn't been so detailed as to tell Gushi exactly where the mushrooms were. So although Gushi felt somewhat puzzled, he didn't say much. He simply sat in the vehicle that Rolling Stone had secured and headed south of the 4 stars. After traveling along the 4 stars for nearly 4 hours, Gushi noticed they were slowly approaching a desert. Rolling Stone looked at the map in his hand, then at the situation before him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. That doesn't make sense. They discovered it here. Our people came to verify the information, so how could they disappear so suddenly? Gushi stood up, jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, and gazed out at the desert beyond. The desert is filled with the aura of illusion. It seems someone has employed some kind of magic. Gushi only needed to take a glance to understand what was going on. Someone had tried to trick Gushi here. Gushi wasn't surprised that someone wanted to get to know him. Over the past 2 days on Pink Star, he met many people who wanted to get to know him. But Gushi had his own goals, and wasn't interested in paying attention to them. Gushi was currently contemplating the professionalism of the people at the Giant Rock Intelligence Station. They all personally investigated before daring to approach Gushi, and this was the result. Everything they saw was an illusion, and they still dared to get intelligence? They were incredibly lucky not to have died on Black Star. Gushi muttered to himself as he looked around. Finally, he rolled over and jumped back into the car. Come on, take me back to Pink Star. I give you one more chance. If you spread this kind of fake news again, I have to replace you. Even after Gushi finished speaking, Rolling Stone realized he'd been humiliated. He immediately turned the car around and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, he sent out his messenger to contact his boss, explaining the situation. He hoped his boss would investigate who was causing trouble and ruining his reputation. Meanwhile, he also needed to find the mushrooms Gushi was looking for. Gushi sat in the car, listening, paying no attention to his messages. After the car had driven about 30 kilometers, Gushi suddenly glanced out the window. If a fight breaks out, get out of the way. I don't want to have to switch intelligence organizations at the last minute. Chapter 3232. As Gushi jumped out of the car, figures appeared near the desert. These individuals varied in appearance, representing various races, but they wore a uniform set of armor. When worn, this armor resembled a pure black bodysuit, but with additional shoulder and waist guards. Something resembling a monocle appeared stuck in their left eyes. After they appeared, they quickly gathered around them. Gushi could tell they were specially selected troops, skilled in desert movement and combat. Seeing this, Rolling Stone couldn't help but shout. Are they from the space-based team? Gushi tilted his head, thinking he had never heard of them. After that, without any further movement from Gushi, the men charging forward all fell to the ground. A closer look revealed arrows lodged between their brows, mouths, and necks. A web of life and death. Wherever Gushi went now, the life and death net could be deployed. How could Gushi retract the life and death net after discovering he was ambushed? After killing these guys, Gushi tilted his head. Do you know them? Huh? Rolling Stone had never expected these people to be killed before they could even reach Gushi. He swallowed hard before speaking. I know. They're from the Tianji team. The Tianji team is a major guild on Juyong Star. I heard they have the backing of the Red Suit boss. They usually occupy a large city on Juyong Star. They recruit all races, with no fixed racial or professional preferences. However, they do have one unique characteristic. Each member possesses a space-based battle armor and a combat monocle. Because of this suit, they work together perfectly. The monocle allows for rapid deployment, while the space-based battle armor allows them to adapt to a variety of environments. Thus, their combat effectiveness is actually quite strong. However, Rolling Stone didn't know why the space-based team targeted Gu Shi. After all, they had no conflict with Gu Shi. After hearing about the space-based team, Gu Shi thought for a moment and then said bluntly, "Don't send me to Pink Star. Send me directly to Juyong Star. I want to see what's going on with the space-based team." Hearing Gu Shi's words, Rolling Stone was also shocked. He hadn't expected Gu Shi to actually want to cause trouble for the space-based team. "No, do you know how many people are in the space-based team? Do you know what's going on Juyong Star?" "I don't know, but they're clearly targeting me. Look, this desert was chosen specifically for me, to prevent me from unleashing my jungle marksman abilities. It's a shame they miscalculated this time. Next time, they definitely send more troops. I don't want to cause trouble, and I know the best way to deal with it is to directly deal with the troublemakers." "No, sir. The space-based team is called a team, but they have millions of people, and the Juyong Star they're on is one of the most important advanced planets in the Blood Battle Fortress area. The security there is very good, and they have a very good relationship with the Juyong Star Sheriff and the Juyong Star military. If you dare to touch the space-based team, you will be immediately attacked by the authorities." Gu Shi ignored this remark. Millions of people? That's no big deal. Gu Shi is now rapidly deploying, and he can deploy tens of millions of people at once. Give Gu Shi an hour, and not only can the space-based team be evacuated, but even their city can be relocated. As for the official attack, did they really think Gu Shi didn't know the speed of the official response? 1 or 2 experts or an elite response team might arrive within an hour. But mobilizing more than 1 million troops would take them a full day. Gu Shi wasn't afraid of this at all. He was just a little worried about whether this situation would affect his search for materials. But then he thought, if the space-based team wasn't eliminated, who knows what kind of enemy would appear later. Gu Shi wouldn't be able to easily find what he wanted. If that didn't work, he could just find a new leader and hide, and then slowly inquire about the mushrooms. "Just send me over there. And don't stop searching for the mushrooms. I hope the news you get next time is true." After saying this, Gu Shi thought for a moment, then turned to Rolling Stone. "By the way, next time you need me, you can find me at Black Star." Gu Shi had already made a small location on Black Star before arriving. Not to mention the underworld red line, it was definitely capable of transporting Gu Shi to Black Star. Not to mention Gu Shi's other short-distance teleportation methods. After defeating the Space Force this time, Blood War Fortress would definitely take action. Gu Shi would then have no choice but to hide on the chaotic Black Star. As for whether he would be discovered hiding on Black Star, Gu Shi never worried, because he had witnessed the situation on Black Star. Unless you have the courage to resort to annihilation and destroy Black Star, you will never be able to find the person hiding there. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Rolling Stone lowered his head. Finally, he followed Gu Shi's request and led Gu Shi to Juyong Star. However, Rolling Stone also explained the situation. Juyong Star was easy to get to, but once inside, people without identity like Rolling Stone and Gu Shi could not use any means of transportation. They also had no way to travel from one city to another. "Oh, then give me a map of Juyong Star." Gu Shi's answer to such a question was quite straightforward. Rolling Stone was silent for a moment, but finally nodded, agreeing to the task. After the Rolling Stone had transited through 7 or 8 planets and delivered Gu Shi to Juyong Star, it spoke to Gu Shi. "Sir, this is all I can do. From now on, I will do my best to help you research the mushroom. I hope you don't think our giant rock intelligence station is unprofessional because of the Tianji team. Don't worry. I see your professionalism. Otherwise, why would I give you another chance? I hope to have information about the mushroom I'm looking for when we meet next time." After Gu Shi finished speaking, he released the evil coffin and headed underground towards the Tianji team city. Rolling Stone was also preparing to return to Black Star. Just as he was about to leave, he received the latest news from his boss. The Tianji team ambushed Gu Shi not because Gu Shi had done anything to them, but because the mushroom they were looking for was located inside the Tianji team's base castle. Chapter 3233. Upon receiving this news, Rolling Stone was about to turn back to look for Gu Shi, but discovered he had no idea where he was. After all, the evil coffin moved incredibly quickly, and it was also moving underground. In the blink of an eye, Gushi had actually traveled a considerable distance. Many people could move like Gushi, but few could do it so quickly. Many cities might not even notice anything passing underground before Gushi had already passed through. If Rolling Stone still wanted to find Gushi at this point, it would be too late. In just a few minutes, Gushi was already approaching the Skybase Team city. Looking at the map in his hand, Gushi mentally planned his attack. To defeat the Skybase Team, Gushi had to deal with everything as quickly as possible. Otherwise, by the time they realized what was happening, it would be difficult to defeat them. So Gushi had already made a plan. He arranged various gates underground to release the undead troops. At the same time, check if there are enough corpses beneath the Skybase Team city. If there are, a temporary summoning of souls would be possible. Gushi now has the Blood Calamity aura activated, allowing him to summon only Blood Calamities. This type of unit is converted from Titans, possessing both melee and ranged abilities, and any corpse can be converted. There are a surprising number of them. So many, that they could be used directly as cannon fodder. So Gushi wasn't worried about not having enough troops. He was concerned that the enemy's main force had left, and he wouldn't be able to completely capture them. Down below, Gushi quickly deployed his own city gates and dump trucks. The dump trucks that appeared this time represent another area of research recently. This type of dump truck is called a shield machine. Like the Dayun, they are both specialized in mobility. While the Dayun can maneuver and launch attacks in the air, the shield machine can carry troops directly underground. This is a method for launching surprise attacks on enemy cities. Gushi deployed all of these shield machines this time, deploying a total of 2,000. Each can accommodate 1,000 men, which amounts to nearly 2 million troops. These are Gushi's regular troops. Their equipment and combat effectiveness have been comprehensively enhanced by Gushi, and they undergo regular off-duty training. They are also led by professional heroes and leaders. When Gushi deployed them underground, they already knew what they were supposed to do. They didn't need Gushi's guidance. These heroes and leaders could handle everything on their own. As for the city gates below, they were merely prepared to make it easier for Gushi to clear the city. If Gushi hadn't heard there were millions of players in the city, he would have simply deployed the TBMs. Things were different now. Gushi saw it was still early, so besides deploying the city gates and TBMs, he also arranged other measures. For example, he planned to deploy sewer troops, like bone-eating mud and ebony spiders into the enemy's sewers. The goal was to immediately deploy a large number of undead troops into the city, wiping out the Skybase Team within 10 to 15 minutes. As Gushi prepared to attack, in the castle at the heart of the Skybase Team's main city, the team's captain and several high-ranking officers were watching from a mushroom. If Gushi were here, he realized this mushroom was exactly what he was looking for. At this moment, all the executives were looking at the mushroom before them. One of them, a male executive with pigtailed hair, adjusted his monocle and spoke. "Captain, I tested it. This is a mushroom with enhanced death properties. If accidentally ingested, it will cause a state of suspended animation. It may appear to be dead, but the person won't actually die. They wake up after about 8 hours. Other than that, there's nothing special. Because this thing carries such a strong death property, it's useless to us." "Useless? That's because you can't find a use for it," the captain of the space-based team said bluntly. "If it were truly useless, why would that elf archer spend so much money looking for it? It must have some function we're unaware of. It's growing in our castle right now. It's a treasure from heaven, and we absolutely cannot give it away. Sadara, you must thoroughly study this mushroom for me. Whether we can pay our annual dues in 3 months depends on this." "Captain, rest assured. I handle this matter," the pigtailed man said decisively. At this moment, another senior executive, who had been standing nearby, seemed to have received some news and looked up. "Captain, something's wrong." "What's wrong?" The captain of the space-based team turned and looked over. "Our ambush went awry. Everyone's dead." "Everyone's dead? How is that possible? Isn't he a jungle elf? We lured him into the desert. How is he still capable of fighting?" the captain of the Tingy team asked, bewildered. "We don't know for sure. We just heard from over there that the people we sent were instantly killed the moment they stood up. The arrows hit the forehead, mouth, and neck. Judging from the situation, they were killed simultaneously. This elf archer is even stronger than we imagined. His reaction speed is beyond our imagination." Hearing this, the captain's expression darkened. He turned to look at another senior executive. "Kokoro, you're our marksman. What do you think of this situation?" "Ultimate skill. The high-ranking officer, who was singled out, spoke directly. All the men we sent out are skilled at stealth and high-speed movement in the desert. According to the plan, upon appearing, they were to immediately close in on the elven archer. As everyone knows, elven archers are different from other archers. They're known for their agility, not their melee abilities. Unlike heavy bowmen, who can drag their horses along, each one can do so. So, if our men surround the elven archer, he'd be dead. We planned this. But Captain, have you seen the picture sent from the scene? What's the point? They formed a circle, meaning they were all killed at the same time. You see, the elven archer should have been standing in this position, firing arrows in a circle with himself as the center. Kokoro, a marksman, quickly analyzed the situation. This direct circular shooting technique is definitely a supreme skill. Chapter 3234. While the Tianji team's leadership was discussing Gushi's situation, they had no idea their very roots had been dug up. After completing all the arrangements underground in the city, Gushi, standing on the evil coffin, took another look at the map. The map Rolling Stone had brought was quite detailed. Besides the city's surface terrain, it also covered the underground sewers. But Gushi's attention was now entirely focused on the city's core castle. According to the map, Tianji team's leadership meetings would be held here, and all orders would be transmitted from here. It could be said that this was the heart of the city before him. Gushi planned to reach this core castle before his men rushed out. Although he was confident he could handle everything, he understood that he wasn't dealing with monsters, but players. Millions of them. If they truly organized themselves, this battle would be quite difficult. So, Gushi planned to immediately eliminate Tianji team's core command position, to prevent the Tianji players from organizing. Gushi was quite adept at this sort of thing. Wasn't it just a matter of launching a surprise attack? Gushi now possessed some of the grace of an elven archer. His original black feather arrows, instantly decapitating, were now enhanced, capable of mass destruction. Let's go! At Gushi's command, the tunnel-boring machine broke through the ground and rushed into the city. Simultaneously, over a dozen city gates appeared outside. The walls, magic towers, and arrow towers surrounding the gates appeared, blocking the entrances and exits of the city. Over 10 summoning towers emerged from the ground, and a powerful, reckless summoning spell spread outward from these towers. The corpses of rats in the underground transformed into blood-plagued troops, directly attacking everything in the city. This situation terrified the players of the sky-based team in the city. They hadn't expected to be so comfortably in the city, only to be suddenly attacked like this. But Gushi's undead gave them no time to think. After bursting out from the underground, the unmanned blood plagues launched an assault on everything in their vicinity. Buildings, pedestrians, players, anything they could see was slaughtered. The undead troops, led by their leaders and heroes, emerged from the shield machine, swiftly heading in their designated direction, disrupting the sky-based team's counterattack. The sky-based team's senior leaders were the first to hear the news from the outside world. The captain of the space-based team was stunned. What's going on? How could we be attacked? I don't know. Captain, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. We need to fight back now. Oh yes. Get them to organize a counterattack immediately. You guys go too. The enemy isn't outnumbered. We still have a chance to win. Before the space-based team captain could finish his words, the ground shook again. This time, they could feel the vibration clearly coming from underground. Someone has entered the castle, Captain. I handle this. The counterattack in the city is up to you, Captain, Kokoro said immediately. He turned around. Although he was still wearing the space-based team's tights, his attire was noticeably different. He was carrying numerous guns. A pair crossed on his back, one in each hand, another hung from his waist, and 5 more strapped to his legs. He even had a high-speed machine gun mounted on his shoulder. It was clear that Kokoro was confident in his firepower suppression. However, he hadn't noticed that as he pushed open the gate, threads thinner than spider silk had already entered their current position. This was Gushi's blood-threaded web, or perhaps a life-or-death web ready to be deployed at any moment. In a single moment, it could be said that Gushi had already laid his sights on every corner of the castle. Kokoro, however, was unaware of this. He still thought he was a hero, a superhero who, armed with a single gun, could defeat thousands of enemies alone. Pushing open the castle gate, he listened carefully, then unleashed a barrage of attacks in one direction. Amid the sound of gunfire, he spoke confidently. I can hear very low sounds, the breathing of living creatures, ringing like the beat of gongs and drums in my ears. I know where you are the moment you hear it. If you want a sneak attack, I see if you have the ability, Kokoro said complacently. Then his ears twitched slightly, and he turned his gun in another direction. He fired several more shots in that direction. Afterwards, he didn't even check to see if he hit anyone, simply holding his head high with a confident expression. This kind of confidence can be a good thing, but sometimes it can be a bad thing. When he heard no other sounds, he turned to the door behind him and said, "There are no more enemies in the corridor. You can leave. I go check in the basement." He had barely finished speaking when a sudden flicker of unease crossed his mind. An arrow had appeared between his eyebrows. Then, it launched instantly, piercing his forehead. Kokoro had never imagined that an arrow would reach him without him even noticing it. Faced with this blow, Kokoro was powerless to dodge. The arrow pierced Kokoro's head, pinning him to the door behind him. Kokoro, armed with so many guns, hadn't even been able to fully deploy them before he was killed by Guushi. The Skybase team's senior officers, who were about to leave, saw this and immediately understood who had broken in. An elf archer? How is that possible? How did he get in? The Skybase team captain immediately responded, "Raise your shields and defend. As long as we block the door, no archer can reach us." But Guushi didn't give them any chance. Upon entering the castle, Guushi immediately unleashed the blood silk net and the ghost flower, aiming to occupy the castle, survey everything within, and prepare to annihilate all remaining enemies. Of course, the most effective tactic at the moment was the life and death net. Shooting arrows at any time and from anywhere, they could instantly dispatch all enemies. Guushi wasn't stupid enough to choose a more difficult combat method over such a simple one. Under Guushi's tactics, the ordinary players within the castle were instantly annihilated. Only in this area, where the door hadn't been opened initially, had the blood silk net not entered, was there still some survivors? Now that they had opened the door themselves, Guushi couldn't be blamed. Life and death net, kill. Chapter 3235. Ding ding ding. The life and death net instantly decides life and death. Within the life and death net, arrows fired from it are impossible to defend against. No one could possibly imagine an arrow being launched from some unknown corner. Despite their meticulous defenses, the top brass of the space-based team were instantly blown away by the impact of the arrows. Some were shot in the head, while others were carried a considerable distance. Anything is possible here. No one can survive. After completing this attack, Guushi flashed and stepped onto the blood-threaded net's teleportation effect into the room before him. When he first entered, he wanted to see if the enemy here was dead. If so, he could deal with the battle in the other room. But Guushi never expected to be shocked by the scene he found upon entering. The room before him was the space-based team's command and meeting room, and on the wall, Guushi immediately spotted a photograph. This photograph was exactly the image of the mushroom he was looking for. The image before him clearly showed that this was a real shot, not a concept art. The clever Guushi immediately understood why the TNG team had ambushed him. When Guushi passed on the message, the TNG team realized that the object Guushi was looking for was in their possession. While they didn't know why Guushi was looking for this mushroom, the TNG team immediately realized that since it was on their territory, they couldn't let anyone else take it. So, the overbearing TNG team didn't ask any further questions, and simply treated Guushi as an ordinary person. They set up a killing spree, intending to lure Guushi to a certain location and kill him. However, they never imagined that the tiny shrimp they saw was actually a giant whale. Not only did they instantly destroy their ambush, but they also attacked directly into their territory, annihilating the entire city of the Skybase team, simply to vent their anger. Approaching the wall with the photo, Guushi forcefully tore off the mushroom photo. The night blood road began, and the undead laborers quickly appeared. Find this room, now. Guushi wasn't sure if the Skybase team had harvested the mushrooms after discovering them, so he needed to find the room where they had previously grown. After all, Guushi's true target this time wasn't the mushrooms, but the land where they had grown. Whether the mushrooms were there or not was actually irrelevant. Upon Guushi's command, the photo was sent to the Night Blood Road. Some of the more capable undead laborers within the Night Blood Road were already meticulously analyzing the details of the wall depicted in the photo. What one undead worker saw would soon become known to all. They would compare notes on the wall to determine where the mushroom had grown. In fact, Guushi had overestimated this time. The space-based team had discovered the mushroom and sent personnel to study it, but they didn't harvest it directly. Instead, they removed a small portion from it for experimentation. The original mushroom remained where it had been discovered. After all, everyone knew that tampering with something without certainty could actually hasten its demise. Guushi's men quickly found the unassuming room and brought Guushi there. Upon entering, Guushi noticed that it was clearly a converted wine cellar. It had only been equipped with some seemingly ineffective defenses, and some temperature and humidity control equipment. All the wine and liquor that had been there had simply been removed. Upon entering, Gu Shi's first sight was the mushroom still in the corner. This mushroom, the size of a human head, was exactly as Gu Shi had described it. At this point, Gu Shi didn't need to move a muscle. The wind-shattering hand behind him flew out, digging around the mushroom. Gu Shi's target this time was the object buried beneath the mushroom. This mushroom was called the Death Life. Its primary function was to warn people that a powerful aura of death was forming nearby. Where this mushroom appeared, either a natural disaster or a man-made disaster would occur, or perhaps an old creature, long dead, would crawl out from the ground. To those in the know, this mushroom symbolized death. What Gu Shi was looking for was the life within the Death Life. That is, the node approximately 3.2 meters below the mushroom. Regardless of where this death originates, once the mushroom appears, a Death Life will appear approximately 3.2 meters away. This thing is like a countdown timer on a time bomb, its main function being to prevent the natural disaster from being discovered and detonated before it occurs. At most, only a few people who notice the Death Life mushroom will know that a natural or man-made disaster is about to occur here, and everyone in this area will die. And it was this life that Gu Shi was looking for. However, Gu Shi was very clear. If he took the life from the mushroom now, he would be removing the last insurance against this catastrophe. A natural or man-made disaster that might have occurred months or years later would now occur within days. What did this have to do with Gu Shi? This wasn't human territory, it was the territory of the 10,000 spirits. Furthermore, this was the Blood War Fort, the 10,000 spirits battlefield. Whenever the 10,000 spirits went to war, this would be the front line, a bloody meat grinder. Natural and man-made disasters were minor matters. Even the entire star region would perish. Compared to the annihilation of the population, natural disasters were minor matters. Not worth mentioning. So Gu Shi didn't care about these things at all. Besides, this might just be a natural disaster aimed at the space-based team. Now that Gu Shi had already wiped out the space-based team, natural disasters were of no use. He'd taken this thing, so what was there to fear? So Gu Shi's move at this point was quite decisive, without a hint of hesitation. With the wind-breaking hands digging, a large amount of soil was soon unearthed from beneath the mushroom. The wind-breaking hand acted like a sieve, breaking up the soil and eventually reducing it to powder, repeatedly pulling out bits of it. Found it. After 3 or 4 attempts, Gu Shi's eyes lit up, and the wind-breaking hand quickly retracted. At this point, the wind-breaking hand held a fragment of something resembling mycelium. It was quite thin, yet incredibly heavy. Even just holding this fragment of mycelium, the wind-breaking hand felt like it couldn't lift it. At the same time, countless red mycelium rapidly wrapped around the wind-breaking hand's palm, turning it red. Chapter 3236. Another arm lost. As the broken wind hand dropped, Gu Shi immediately felt his hand of death move closer to the red armor. But Gu Shi didn't really care about the situation at this moment. After getting what he wanted, Gu Shi ignored the mushroom and immediately issued orders. Half an hour. 15 minutes to end the battle, 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield, 5 minutes to retreat. Under Gu Shi's command, his undead troops immediately launched into full force, hacking away at every living creature within sight. Gu Shi's transport troops also rushed out. They were given 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield, but for the transport troops, that was the end. Gu Shi's transport troops were to pack up and remove everything on the battlefield. Since Gu Shi's undead troops had killed so many players, they had already cleared most of the city. Now the transport troops had to move everything away. As for the final retreat time, it wasn't fixed. If Gu Shi felt the situation wasn't right, he could simply withdraw. At this time, news of the Tianji team city being attacked spread. Just as Gu Shi had suspected, the Wanling clan's reaction was slow. Even though the Tianji team was a relatively large force on Juyong Star, and had good relations with the Wanling clan's military on Juyong Star, this wasn't grounds for the Juyong Star military to mobilize troops directly. Half an hour had passed since Gu Shi launched the attack, and the military was still requesting the mobilization of its main force. Only some troops near the city had been urgently mobilized, and were heading towards the city. However, no matter how quickly they mobilized, they couldn't charge directly into the city. Gu Shi had already considered everything before arriving, and he had laid out various strategies along various routes. For example, he had placed summoning towers at certain locations, and when Gu Shi attacked, he used them to summon a batch of cannon fodder. To prevent anyone from using his troops to target Gu Shi, he didn't use his own unique Blood Scourge troops against the cannon fodder troops outside the city. Instead, he used the Ghost King's cloak to summon a corpse witch unit. Their mission was to prevent the myriad spirits from approaching, buying time for Gu Shi's undead forces to fight and retreat. After the battle, these corpse witches would self-destruct, preventing anyone from tracing their origins. This way, even if suspicions arose, they wouldn't directly blame Gu Shi. At least not publicly. As for whether they would secretly treat Gu Shi as a thorn in their side, that depended on the myriad spirits' intentions. But Gu Shi didn't care. The incident at the Creation Bridge had already made him a thorn in the side of the Celestials. So what if he had the myriad spirits? The myriad spirits were currently facing a considerable amount of trouble. There was the Saint Clan issue, the Stonewing Clan issue, and the Celestial Clan's pursuit. They wouldn't commit a large force to Gu Shi. It could be said that Gu Shi had truly thought of every possible escape route. Although his plans were relatively simple, the simpler the situation, the easier it was to execute. Just like now, all the troops sent by the myriad spirits were stopped by the corpse wizards. The myriad spirits' military was actually quite capable. In addition to their own weapons and equipment, they also had a good selection of external weapons. They normally used heavy firepower and other offensive tactics to attack the enemy. After encountering the corpse witches, they engaged in a true long-range bombardment. The corpse witches immediately launched their ultimate attacks, and the myriad spirits' military also followed suit. Both sides engaged in a barrage of attacks, each using their own methods, for nearly half an hour. This half hour was enough time for Gu Shi's men to complete the cleanup of the city before them. All the players from the Skybase team still present in the city were killed. They were actually somewhat baffled. They had been living happily and happily in the myriad spirits community, so how could such a thing happen to them? But it was their leadership who made the choice. So sometimes, a choice can be fatal. Gu Shi sighed, glancing at the city, which had been roughly half demolished. Finally, he gave a signal to the corpse witches still fighting, and led his men through the gates of the Death City. In a short while, all the undead forces in the city vanished. Now, this city, once home to millions, had been reduced to a mere deserted city. Add to this the dust and sand, and no one would have guessed that just a few hours earlier, it had been bustling with activity. With the final gate vanishing, the city before them finally fell silent. Under the demolished castle, where the mushroom had first sprouted, the soil had been filled back. A golden light appeared, and Golden Destiny crouched down, gently pressing down the loosened soil. What a shame! He's clearly the best guide to the catastrophe, yet he can only watch and not act. I said I give up on you, but you always manage to pinpoint the key points. Every time you're involved in the catastrophe, I have to follow you around and help you clean up. You don't realize how busy I am every day. I really can't help you much with this kind of thing. Golden Destiny spoke as he twirled his hand, and the mushroom Gu Shi had taken reappeared. This mushroom, however, only resembled the original, but no longer possessed the true power of the Death-Life mushroom. This lasting existence only served to make people believe that the person who had attacked this time wasn't the one from Black Star seeking the mushrooms. As for who it was, that was up to the guessing. Golden Destiny was diligently erasing Gu Shi's presence from this chapter of history. After completing these tasks, Golden Destiny was about to leave when he turned and glanced at a certain location. A white destiny then emerged. Do you know that your actions just now have increased the power of this catastrophe by another 0.817%? What's the use of knowing? He's someone who's protected by death. Go talk to death if you dare. Hearing this, White Destiny shook his head. It's pointless to say that. You know I don't usually talk to anyone other than you two. I'm just here to remind you that when the power of the catastrophe exceeds a certain level, Black will control the fate of a certain number of people for a period of time, and many people will be implicated. The more you try to save someone, the more likely they are to fall into the catastrophe. Chapter 3237. In Aradovi City, Gu Shi, having returned, immediately assigned his subordinates to dispose of the various items they had just recovered. As for Gu Shi himself, he didn't need to rest. He had already rested sufficiently these past few days on Pink Star. Gu Shi's current goal remained the material deep within the game. To reach the myriad spirits, Gu Shi could still find someone to help him get there. Here in the depths of the game, Gu Shi couldn't find anyone to help him. Gu Shi had to figure out how to perform a large-scale inter-area teleportation on his own. Gu Shi's initial plan was to use the underworld red line. After all, according to normal theory, as long as the corresponding coordinates were known, the underworld red line could transport Gu Shi to any destination he desired. But after experiencing Teacher Jun's teleportation, Gu Shi realized that his underworld red line level was still a bit low. The longer the distance, the more likely it was to go wrong. Also, unclear coordinates could cause Gu Shi to make mistakes during the teleportation. Although Gu Shi had the ability to switch between the underworld and the living world as a backup. Even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't be a major error, sending him to a dangerous place. However, achieving the same precision and shield-ignoring teleportation as Master June is probably impossible. So Gushi needs more practice. At the very least, Gushi needs to find a way to upgrade the Death main path. If he can't reach the advanced level in a short period of time, he have to upgrade it to the powerful level at least. If he relies on ordinary paths, if something goes wrong, he's afraid he won't be able to teleport back. Now is the perfect time to put the red path enhancement items he collected earlier to use. First, he strengthened the Death main, then experiment with the Hell's Red line for 2 days. He must master large-scale cross-region teleportation and safe, precise positioning. Only after achieving this would Gushi intend to search for the material hidden deep within the game. This, too, would take time. Just as he had done this time with the myriad spirits, Gushi had set aside a few days to strengthen his own red armor, ensuring he didn't waste the opportunity. Just as Gushi was concentrating on dealing with the Death main, Princess Anna suddenly approached him. Seeing Princess Anna's sudden appearance, Gushi was somewhat puzzled. Usually Shea and Eve were the ones to contact him most frequently, and Luna would also come sometimes. But Princess Anna was the type of contracted undead, who usually handled matters on her own, and wouldn't come to him on her own. The fact that she came this time must have been a problem. What happened? Just received word that there was an attack on the edge of Chengshi Mountain. Hearing this, Gushi's face darkened. His reaction wasn't due to the attack on Chengshi Mountain. After Gushi's underworld was placed deep within the game, it directly occupied a large area of land. Coupled with the towering cliffs, it's difficult for a normal person to miss them. Ever since this location was established deep within the game, the edge of Chengshi Mountain has been subject to various attacks and tests. Major battles occur every 3 to 6 months, and minor ones occur every day. Most of Gushi's regular troops have been stationed at the edge of Chengshi Mountain. If it were just a simple attack, Princess Anna wouldn't have needed to make any special arrangements. They would have been eliminated as soon as they reached the leader level. The fact that Princess Anna specifically came to report this situation suggests it's no simple matter. Over 100 million troops? Gushi pondered, hesitantly speculating. In Gushi's mind, only this possibility would make Princess Anna nervous. Princess Anna shook her head. No, it's probably a player from the adult faction. He's directly deployed to Hell. Princess Anna then proceeded to discuss the current situation. This statement stunned Gushi. He had encountered Death City versus Death City situations before. But those battles were always with Octopus Head. The only time he fought against a Hell was when a member of the Myriad Spirits had offended him, allowing Gushi to seize it. That Hell was Gushi's second Hell, the Twin King's Hell. Thinking of this, Gushi seemed to have a flash of inspiration. Someone from the Myriad Spirits? I'm not sure. I asked Shea to investigate, but judging by their Hell deployment, they accurately targeted us. Princess Anna had her own suspicions, but she couldn't be certain until she had the information confirmed. Where is it? I go check it out, Gushi said without hesitation. 7 o'clock. Princess Anna had barely finished her words when her vision blurred, and she found herself following Gushi to the edge of Chengshi Mountain, approximately 7 o'clock. Previously, Princess Anna had only heard reports from below and hadn't witnessed the situation directly. Now, after seeing it, Princess Anna's sense of danger increased significantly. Gushi's gaze fell directly on the underworld beyond Chengshi Mountain, muttering, Golden Edict of the Earth? Emperor Ming of the Ghost Kingdom? Gushi's speculation stemmed from the fact that, directly outside Chengshi Mountain, a black cloud, no smaller than the mountain itself, loomed. Standing on the mountain's edge, facing the wind, Gushi could smell the scent of incense wafting from there. And a vast kingdom loomed faintly within the clouds. The scent of incense was a prerequisite for the Golden Commanded Earth God's advancement. Carrying incense underground and establishing the underworld was a Golden Commanded Earth God's ability. Then, leading the entire underworld into the living world, would achieve the perfect advancement to the Ghost Kingdom Ming Wang. Judging from the situation within the black cloud, the person coming here had most likely already passed this stage. This was precisely why he could bring his own underworld with him. This was a direct confrontation between his own territory. This also made Gushi realize that if Chengshi Mountain was to become active, he would likely need to reach the level of the Ghost Kingdom Ming Wang. Until then, he'd better stay put and invest in the Death City. Speaking of Death Cities, what are they? Gushi looked at the ground outside Chengshi Mountain. Several more Death Cities had appeared there. These Death Cities were all of the kind that could be deployed directly on a castle. Outside the castles, one could see structures like the Naiha Bridge and the Yellow Springs Road. The 10,000 Spirits. Gu Shi was now certain of what was going on. The 10,000 Spirits had discovered his actions at Blood Battle Castle, and were seeking revenge. If it were just revenge, Gu Shi could handle it. But the situation before him, beyond just a formal act of revenge, looked more like a teacher taking students out for social practice, which was a bit of a slap in Gu Shi's face. Looking at the intact city in the sky and the death cities on the ground, a hint of a smile appeared in Gu Shi's eyes. You're courting death. Chapter 3228. While Gu Shi was observing the kingdom shrouded in dark clouds, within the kingdom's capital, a man wearing a crown, holding a seal in one hand and a sword in the other, listened attentively to a report from his subordinates. Around him, a circle of players dressed in various costumes gathered, listening intently. Just as Gu Shi had guessed, this team was from the Wanling clan's Imai University, and belonged to the Taishan Infu department. This Taishan Infu department was the department for players pursuing the Taishan Fujian path. Officially, 3 Taishan Fujin served as deans, but in reality, they were merely figureheads, with no role in the affairs. The true dean was a level 41 Underworld Ghost Emperor. In addition, several level 35 Ghost Kingdom Ming Wang department chairmen and doctoral advisors provided primary guidance. Any player above level 20 Underworld King was a graduate student. If they didn't want to study, they could apply to become professors, helping to mentor their juniors above level 20. The Ghost Nation's Emperor Ming Wang was dispatched to conduct extracurricular activities with his students. The target of this activity was Gu Shi. Their arrival at this time was entirely due to Gu Shi's destruction of the Tianji team. As the Rolling Stones had reported, a red-clad player stood behind the Tianji team. When he learned that his entire White Glove city had been annihilated, he immediately rushed to the Tianji team's city. At the time, intelligence and evidence were plural, and Gu Shi made no secret of his identity as the Lord of Mount Tai. Everyone knew, without needing to investigate, that a necromancer had attacked the city. Based on the last traces of battle left in the city, this necromancer possessed the 3 divine skills of death. So, the red-clad player immediately sought out Imai University, hoping to have someone come over to investigate who had destroyed the city. Of course, this red-clad player was quite impressive, speaking directly to the level of the myriad spirits. He saw this as a provocation against the myriad spirits. If they didn't defeat such an enemy, other enemies would believe the myriad spirits were growing weaker. While this posed the possibility of kidnapping, no one could deny the red-clad player's claims. Additionally, Imai University also had a branch campus near Blood Battle Fort, so they dispatched personnel there. While Gu Shi was strengthening Death Main, they also located him. The doctoral supervisor then arrived with 20 of his own disciples, intent on directly eliminating Gu Shi and exacting revenge for the Tianji team's massacre. This time, they were accompanied by over 300 Myriad Spirits media reporters, primarily covering the scene. Also, although the red-clad player behind the Tianji team didn't come himself, he did invite another red-clad player to take charge. Focus on a foolproof approach. Speaking of which, while searching for information on Gu Shi this time, they encountered another issue. At first, they could only find out that Gu Shi was a necromancer who possessed the 3 divine skills of death. Nothing else could be discovered, as if everything had been covered up. Unbeknownst to them, this was because Gu Shi was being suppressed by the Pantheon. Although the Pantheon had a minor issue, it was still effective in helping Gu Shi suppress his luck. If Gu Shi hadn't untied the 4-leaf clover ring, the effect might have been even greater. The only clues they had at the time were the location where Gu Shi had led his troops out, and the location where Gu Shi had deployed the city gate. But following the traces left by the city gate was obviously impossible. Gu Shi had already reclaimed the city gate so long ago that all traces had been erased. The 3 death skills were meant for the death city, not the death space. Separately, it's understandable to attack the death city through the city gate, but you have to do it while the gate is still there. Waiting until the gate is gone before you can even think of it would be a waste of time. That's why Gu Shi left with peace of mind. The people at Imai University were also helpless in this matter. The only thing they knew for sure was that the attacker was a necromancer. All that changed when they found the mushroom Gu Shi was looking for. When they first found the mushroom, they were all curious about its origins. Since it was related to death, Imai University naturally wouldn't let it go, so someone from Imai University prepared to take it away. But no one expected that the mushroom would explode the moment they touched it. The players who inhaled the mushroom spores began to hallucinate. In their hallucinations, they saw a glowing black figure, its back to them, groping at the soil beneath the mushrooms. Look, there are some things that can't be erased. Doesn't this leave a clue? Then the glowing black figure tapped the ground twice. When the players realized what was happening, They saw the mushrooms had vanished. There was no black figure in their place. There was nothing there. But they eventually followed the instructions and dug down, eventually discovering several bodies of those killed in the bloody battle. Afterwards, as if divinely assisted, the Imai University personnel deduced from these bodies that Gu Shi had taken the route of the Lord of Mount Tai, and through various means, they pinpointed Gu Shi's location in the afterlife. Their method of deduction would have been unbelievable no matter who presented it. But they managed to arrive at this conclusion, and everyone believed it, leaving even the Imai leadership speechless. But the red-armored player insisted that Imai University attack. Plus, since the red-armored player was paying for all the expenses, Imai University chose to accept the offer. So, they dispatched a team, and sent them directly to the vicinity of Chengxi Mountain. Gu Shi was unaware of what was happening there. He only knew he was being targeted. The doctoral supervisor who led the attack didn't take Gu Shi seriously at this point. Upon arriving, he was startled by the sheer size of Chengxi Mountain. But after a closer look, he felt reassured. Now he was even comforting his students. Do you see that underworld right in front of you? It's a typical greedy underworld. You see, there aren't many places where spirits flash within this underworld, which suggests the person involved is at the level of an underworld king. But the area it occupies is quite large. What does this mean? It means he has no sense of proportion, and wants to bring everything back. Building an underworld isn't just about constantly expanding territory. Development becomes extremely difficult if the territory is too large. If he wants to raise a ghost kingdom, it won't be possible to simply rise from the ground. He's completely useless now. His ultimate limit is the golden commanded earth god. You must not imitate him. Chapter 3239. You arrived just in time. Gu Shi had no idea of the situation within the ghost nation. He surveyed the situation before him, mentally estimating the enemy's strength while debating whether to recall the undead troops he had just deployed to join the battle. Judging from the size of that dark cloud, the enemy's strength must be in the hundreds of millions. Judging from their strategy, they were most likely planning to descend directly from the sky, crashing down on the ground, and then deploying troops from the sky. This dark cloud was the size of Mount Chengxi. If they launched an all-out invasion, Gu Shi would need to recall all his troops to stop them. In fact, Gu Shi was somewhat mistaken. The ghost nation's Ming Wang, on the other side of the 10,000 Spirits clan, wasn't a shrewd individual like Gu Shi. That leader was a man of honor and integrity. He never considered leapfrogging when launching an attack. A frontal attack was their strategy. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming thought that now that he had arrived, he would deploy his troops normally, organizing and deploying them to begin the invasion, ultimately devouring Gu Shi's territory bit by bit. After all, Gu Shi was merely a relatively weak underworld king who had taken the wrong path. Once they appeared here, Gu Shi would undoubtedly concentrate all his forces at this location. Then, they could engage in a battle of soldier against soldier, general against general. Afterwards, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming would defeat Gu Shi's forces with a complete victory, then invade and devour Mount Chengxi. This was a straightforward conspiracy. Using military force, he would pressure Gu Shi into making his own decisions. Even if his troops were entirely undead, he was still a legitimate undead. No matter what they faced, they were all enemies. So Gu Shi still had plenty of time to prepare. At this point, without a second thought, Gu Shi launched the Night Blood Path. Mobilizing the troops would take time, so the Black Blood Knights, Undead Servant, and Undead Laborers could come and provide support. As he released the Night Blood Path, Gu Shi decisively ordered, Princess Anna, mobilize the troops as much as possible and prepare for a tough battle. Have Shea check the enemy's situation. I need to know their troop strength and the enemy player's situation. Also, have more, Wei Hu, and Shirley withdraw. We need manpower for this battle. Oh, and send a message to the Twin Kings Underworld. If anything goes wrong at Chengxi Mountain, the Twin Kings Underworld will serve as a temporary command center. Gu Shi swiftly passed on each order, making arrangements based on his own thinking. Gu Shi's thinking was that the enemy would definitely push directly to the top of Chengxi Mountain, and then a full-scale airdrop would be sufficient. Therefore, even if Gu Shi mobilizes troops, he must be wary of airdropping them. Also, the other death cities located deep within the game are Gu Shi's last resort. If Gu Shi's Chengxi Mountain fails, these death cities will be Gu Shi's chance to make a comeback. For example, to revitalize Giant Rock City, troops from Lu City cannot be mobilized. Thus, the mobilization and deployment of troops here will depend on Princess Anna's abilities. Later, activate the command center, and have Jiawei help you connect to Chengxi Mountain's mental network. Once the battle begins, you will command this part of the battle. On the ground, the heroes transformed by Yi Shuangfeng will handle the on-site response. You just need to grasp the overall situation. Princess Anna decisively accepted Gu Shi's assignment. The current situation was more troublesome than she had imagined. How do you plan to fight? There are only two possible scenarios for fighting the undead. One is a protracted war, where each side grinds down its forces until the other is completely defeated. The other is a decapitation operation, where the enemy's necromancers are eliminated. Of course, if we have sufficient forces, we can also attack the enemy city. But all decisions require intelligence support. Tell Shea to hurry. I don't think the enemy will wait long. If they attack, our actions will be quite passive. Princess Anna nodded. Gu Shi raised his hand and sent Princess Anna back to Eridavida. Then, the telepathic communication station Gu Shi had set up on Chongxi Mountain began to transmit Gu Shi's orders. After hearing this order, all the undead raised their heads and gazed into the distance. Chongxi Mountain, which had been silent for a long time due to the division of the troops, was once again abuzz with excitement. They grabbed their newly replaced weapons and headed for their designated location, organized into groups like chiefs, heroes, and leaders. The leader led them to their designated location. Gu Shi was aware of the commotion at Chongxi Mountain, but at the moment, he wasn't dwelling on it, he was preoccupied with something else. A bloody road in the dark night. Victory was brewing. With the battle imminent, Gu Shi naturally had to use every possible means at his disposal. As the most powerful red suit under Gu Shi's command, the head of the goddesses possessed the strongest effects across all paths. The infinite resurrection of the ghost flower could only affect a single city or a large battlefield. But the dark blood road of the head of the goddesses, the concentrated victory, could directly impact the entire Chongxi Mountain. Now, that was what Gu Shi had to do. As darkness began to envelop Chongxi Mountain, the levels of all of Gu Shi's undead troops began to increase, their weapons and equipment strengthened. At the same time, a victory banner would appear at every node, attracting everyone's attention. Naturally, these actions were observed by the Almighty Emperor of the Ghost Kingdom. It seems our enemies are quite responsive. Did you see the banners appearing at every node in his underworld? These are the unique battle formation abilities of the Ghost Saint of the Underworld. Click on them to see how many such battle formations he has deployed. Now you understand why the Underworld King couldn't expand his territory too much. Every time his territory doubles in size, the resources required for future growth increase 3 to 5-fold. Do you think he's resourceful? Think about the news we received. The City of Blood Battle Fortress is nearly emptied out, which proves his resources are insufficient. So, if you truly reach the Underworld King, simply occupy the Underworld according to the standard size. Don't act recklessly. Well, for now, the Ghost Kingdom Emperor still had no intention of launching an attack. He was still teaching on the spot. And his 20 students listened attentively, taking notes. After all, such a large-scale battle was something they rarely experienced. They needed to study hard so they would be able to handle such situations in the future. At this time, the Ghost Kingdom Emperor Ming Wang said, "Okay, now we have seen the enemy's deployment, and now it's time for us to attack." Chapter 3240. Unlike Gu Shi, who was weak and had only one player, and a few contracted undead, the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang had over 20 capable players under his command. They were all at least at the level of Underworld Kings, commanding at least 20 to 30 million troops. Most importantly, these troops were genuine undead forces. From skeletons to bone dragons, they had them all. Even the Death Knights had replacements for them. They were arguably the most legitimate undead forces. Unlike Gu Shi, who was simply a ragtag army. And their troops were also quite high level. This was the advantage of the 10,000 Spirits clan. They had inherited some of the resources of the Saint clan, and they possessed many things that ordinary players couldn't gather. These undead were at least level 40 and above. While they couldn't equip all orange gear, they could still equip all purple gear. Most importantly, each player had at least 3 or 4 demigod units. These demigod troops are the backbone of their battles. Not to mention that the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Wang directly brought his own kingdom with him. Within his kingdom, there are 70,000 regular troops, 60 million in reserve, and over 200 million ordinary undead ready to be converted into regular troops at any time. It can be said that their total military strength is now close to 800 million. This level of force is impressive even among the 10,000 spirits. If it were just a matter of deploying and moving them all out of the Ghost Kingdom, it would take about a day. Not to mention command and combat. For this matter, the Ghost Nation's Emperor Ming Wang and the 20 players were unleashing all their might. Players who had reached the level of Netherworld Ghost Saint utilized their administrative systems to arrange final pre-battle preparations. Those whose strength was only that of the Netherworld King summoned their leaders and heroes and prepared the tools for deployment. Not everyone possessed a dump truck, it was a unique item on the human side. And they didn't possess any in-gathering platforms or anything like that. Their primary method of deploying troops was still airships. As for why they didn't deploy directly through the city gates, it was because Chongqi Mountain's geography was quite unique. The edges of Chongqi Mountain were completely precipitous, making it impossible for dump trucks to move straight up or down. To reach Chongqi Mountain, one had to climb it or fly directly over it. Climbing the cliffs directly was impossible. The Ghost Nation's Emperor Mingwang and his men were no fools to have reached this level. They naturally saw such an obvious problem. Therefore, they had mobilized available airships, preparing to deploy troops from the air first, securing a territory before figuring out how to deal with other matters. The undead's aerial forces primarily consisted of a series of undead dragons, such as bone dragons and ghost dragons. Ghosts and some vampires could fly, but they weren't high altitude. They could fly straight up and down cliffs, but dropping from the sky would require transport units to get them to the designated location. Gu Shi had put considerable effort into acquiring flying units, like the dread bats. These orthodox necromancers simply couldn't be as flexible as Gu Shi. So, their plan this time was to concentrate all their undead dragon forces and attack Gu Shi's current location, deploying airships to seize the position. 10 airships would then be able to transport 10,000 troops. The combined airships they assembled could carry approximately 300,000 troops. 300,000 troops wouldn't be enough to invade such a large territory, but it would definitely be enough to capture a small area and establish a bridgehead. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Mingwang had already made up his mind. All 300,000 troops would be demigod level. They would be equipped with the best purple equipment, and the leader would be equipped with orange gear. They must eliminate all the guards in one strike, and then seize everything. As for the undead dragon force, they had gathered 600,000. In the eyes of these people, this number was already sufficient. A normal necromancer would probably never see so many undead dragons in their lifetime. However, they had never considered that Gu Shi's undead dragons numbered in the tens of millions. Even without more, Gu Shi could easily mobilize 300,000 ghost dragons to work for him. Gu Shi wouldn't need to specifically arrange for 600,000 undead dragons, nor would he need to directly dispatch troops from Dragon City. He could simply wave his hand from nearby, and there would be enough undead dragon troops to respond. Not to mention the sheer number of death titans and blood scourges under Gu Shi's command, which were now ubiquitous. Even as Gu Shi waited, nearly 100,000 blood scourge soldiers arrived. As a higher level version of the Death Titan, the Blood Scourge also possesses special effects against dragons. Even without the undead dragon troops, these Blood Scourge troops could bring down all the undead dragons in the sky. Not to mention, Gu Shi also has means like the Death Legion. In fact, the Ghost Nation's Mingwang had truly overestimated Gu Shi's strength. After all, Gu Shi's underworld territory was so vast, they could tell at a glance that Gu Shi had a population of at least 200 to 300 million. With a main force of 30 to 50 million men, proportionally, the undead dragon force would number 200,000 to 300,000. They believed that sending 600,000 undead dragons would be a perfect 2-on-1 advantage. And among their undead dragons were demigod-level beings. These were all their advantages. They had already calculated their chances of victory before even sending their troops. If they fought according to their plan, their chances of victory were as high as 99%. The only 1% chance of failure was if Gu Shi possessed 2 or more pieces of red armor. But how could this be possible? For a player living deep within the game, orange gear was probably their limit. Red gear. Did he even know what red gear was? The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor glanced at the player standing behind him. This was the red-equipped player hired to help him manage the situation. With a red-equipped player, they had a high margin of error. Even if they made 1 or 2 mistakes, it didn't matter. They had countless opportunities. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor was confident that victory would ultimately be theirs. So, after they had arranged everything, the troops began to move forward in an orderly manner. The assembled undead dragon troops first arrived in the Ghost Kingdom, then soared through the sky towards Chongqi Mountain. Following the undead dragons was an airship carrying a large number of undead troops. The dark clouds carrying the Ghost Kingdom also moved closer, about to make contact with Gu Shi's Chongqi Mountain. Chapter 3241. Warning, an unknown Ghost Kingdom in the underworld is approaching. Warning. When the Ghost Kingdom's Mingwang launched an attack, Gu Shi immediately received a system alert. At the same time, Gu Shi understood the difference between the underworld and the Ghost Kingdom. The Ghost Kingdom is a higher level version of the underworld. It possesses some effects similar to the red line of the underworld in Death's Mane. It can oscillate between the yin and yang realms. The previous underworld was the underworld, while the ghost kingdom can function as an empire in the living world. Placing the entire ghost kingdom within the dark clouds and carrying it around is a method used by the ghost kingdom in the underworld. The two different states of the ghost kingdom have different strengthening effects, which players who only master the underworld state cannot understand. The effects of attacks on the underworld or living world empires in these two states are also different. There are three different situations: yin against yin, yang against yang, and yin against yang. If I were to explain this in detail, it would require a lot of explanation. As things stand, Guxi's Chongqi Mountain and the ghost kingdom of the Ghost Emperor are in a state of mutual repulsion. Chongqi Mountain is now intact, emitting a repulsive force that pushes the ghost kingdom away when it approaches, preventing it from approaching. This is precisely why the Ghost Kingdom Emperor deploys undead dragon troops and airship transports to attack Chongqi Mountain and seize territory. Only by seizing this territory can the Ghost Kingdom connect with Chongqi Mountain, ensuring its progress is not repelled. Afterwards, the more territory the Ghost Kingdom's troops occupy in Chongqi Mountain, the more dark clouds they can squeeze into. Once the Ghost Kingdom's dark cloud completely engulfs Chongqi Mountain, it can devour the mountain. It's precisely because of this mechanism that the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor chooses a head-on attack. Because a surprise attack or decapitation would offer the least benefit to the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor. The current situation, however, is a good thing for Guxi. Because until a stable territory is established, the Ghost Kingdom's dark cloud won't reach Chongqi Mountain. This gives Guxi an opportunity. An opportunity to preserve the entire Ghost Kingdom. Wait, that's not right. Guxi shook his head. Wasn't he supposed to deal with the Ghost Kingdom's attack? Why did his mind suddenly shift to preserving the entire Ghost Kingdom? But Guxi glanced down at the red suit beside him, and then another thought struck him. It's not like the Ghost Kingdom is unconquerable. He has red suits. And he has several of them. Guxi just couldn't believe the myriad spirits would send a large number of red suit players. With this thought in mind, Guxi's gaze towards the dark clouds of the Ghost Nation changed. A series of thoughts flashed through Guxi's mind. Currently, the opposing Ghost Nation hadn't fully advanced, so they still had a chance to escape. So, to pin the opposing Ghost Nation down, they had to seize the initiative in this battle. They couldn't let the Ghost Nation escape like this. However, Guxi wasn't sure how to seize this initiative. After all, he was currently only a Ghost Saint of the Underworld. He only had some understanding of the later classes through the Ceremony of Death, Underworld Edition. He still lacked the details. For many class skills, simply reading the description and experimenting with them are two completely different things. Many things appear quite simple in the manual, but the actual application is quite different. If you rely on the player's experience to guess and apply them, you likely get the opposite effect. Just as the Ghost Kingdom before him drifted in, pushed by dark clouds, Guxi could find the corresponding skill information in the Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition. But there are three corresponding skills. The description of each one is significantly different from the actual situation. If Guxi guessed wrong, not only would he not be able to save the Ghost Kingdom, but his own Chongqi Mountain would likely be in chaos. Sir. Just as Guxi was considering the situation, his men arrived. This time, it was the Red Guardian, Undead Origin. As he appeared, he saw the dark clouds of the Ghost Kingdom in the sky. The Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, is a book in itself, possessing the word of death. While there are detailed routes, he possesses considerable experience in necromancer routes. Once he saw the dark clouds from the Ghost Kingdom pressing in, unable to get too close, the Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, immediately understood the situation. So, the Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, immediately declared, "This is our opportunity." At this point, Guxi's attention shifted from the Ghost Kingdom clouds to the undead dragon and airship appearing in the sky. His words caused him to shift his gaze again. Where is the opportunity? Do you know what we want? Leave the Ghost Nation behind. Red Guard, Undead Origin, immediately declared. Many of Guxi's subordinates, while not yet Red Guards, have mastered the Red Guard path or possess Red Guard strength. Red Guard, Undead Origin, is one of them. The power of the Death Word grants him the fighting power to rival ordinary Red Guards. So, their actions are naturally more aggressive. Although a nation was floating directly in the sky before them, Guxi and his men were only momentarily surprised. After preparing for the worst, they prepared for a head-on confrontation. After arriving, Red Guard, Undead Origin, also arrogantly treated the Ghost Nation in the sky as a dead body. Yes, our current goal is to keep this Ghost Kingdom. But this is the ability of the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor. I suspect the Ghost Kingdom's ability to float in the sky now is probably due to one of three abilities: Yin-Yang Territory, Ghost Kingdom Boundary, or Projection to the Living World. Each of these three abilities has a different direction and a different approach. If we use the wrong approach, the Ghost Kingdom will retreat immediately, and we won't be able to catch up. The Red Guard, Origin of the Undead, smiled upon hearing this and said, "Sir, that's not how it works. Why should we go? Considering the Ghost Nation floating on the dark clouds, we simply need to hold them back. There are many ways to hold them back. For example, we could directly destroy the enemy's Emperor Ming. Or, we could leave a location so that if they escape, we can chase them down. Things like the Death Word, or even the Master's Red Suit, offer numerous methods to hold them back. We don't have to fight them head-on. We can shift the battle to our advantage." Hearing this, Gu Shi's expression brightened rapidly. Then, he glanced at the enemy undead dragon troops approaching in the sky and excitedly gave orders. "Undead dragons and blood scourges, come up, prepare for battle, fight with all your might." Chapter 3242. Under Gu Shi's command, the various undead troops that arrived from nearby quickly advanced and took up their positions. However, they did not rush to the very edge of Chongqi Mountain. That was the territory of the undead Arrow Tower Hunters. Over 80% of the undead Arrow Tower Hunters trained in Black Pole City over the years had been sent there. They took advantage of Gu Shi's victory, the perks of the Night Blood Road, the various city upgrades, and the research ideas and achievements of humanity. They took it all in. Most importantly, staying near Chongqi Mountain daily meant they constantly faced enemy infiltration, incursions, and attacks. They possessed an exceptional level of confidence in their positions. They were confident they could hold their ground, and any external reinforcements would be a nuisance for them, better off relying on their own strength. So, aside from Gu Shi's visits to the edge of Chongqi Mountain to check on the situation, Gu Shi's troops were concentrated slightly behind the undead Arrow Tower Hunters' defenses. Considering the habits of the undead Arrow Tower Hunters, a temporary camp and platform were built here, allowing Gu Shi's troops to temporarily station themselves and form the first line of defense when needed. Among the undead, Blood Disaster and the corpse which quickly took their positions on the platform. Simply standing there, they were affected by Gu Shi's life-calling bow, allowing them to see further and feeling that anything they could see could be struck. Gu Shi's undead dragon troops, however, did not gather here. Upon arriving, they plunged directly into the battle. After all, the sky is the home turf of the undead dragon army. They fight with greater freedom. However, it was the undead Arrow Tower Hunters who launched the initial attack. As soon as they saw the flying troops emerging from the Ghost Kingdom, they knew their strategy. They quickly switched to Dragon Slayer arrows, and quickly locked onto the enemy undead dragon commander, who was clearly a leader or hero. The undead dragons emerging from the Ghost Kingdom were of varying types. They clearly came from different armies, temporarily gathered together. So, they didn't actually have a standardized command structure. Each player's undead dragons followed their commander. Although they appeared as one, a closer look revealed their distinct divisions. This gave the undead Arrow Tower Hunters an opportunity. They simply needed to lock onto the enemy hero or leader. Dragon Slayer arrows is a shooting method the undead Arrow Tower Hunters have been researching for years. It includes arrow enhancements, shooting skill enhancements, and targeted magic and tactics. It's extremely effective against creatures like dragons. According to calculations, any dragon, whether living or undead, eastern or western, struck by a Dragon Slayer arrow will suffer 1,500% damage. After all the undead Arrow Tower Hunters here unleashed their Dragon Slayer arrows, the Ghost Nation's undead dragon formation immediately fell into disarray. Although the undead dragon troops, having lost their heroes, continued to fly towards Chongqi Mountain, they were clearly disorganized, their flight formation not as neat and powerful as before. But at this moment, the potential of a few undead dragons became increasingly apparent. Gu Shi could tell at a glance that among the hundreds of thousands of undead dragons, only 3 waves, numbering less than 10,000, warranted attention. One wave numbered approximately 2,000, radiating a golden hue, resembling Gu Shi's golden bone dragons. However, their status was that of ghost dragons, and Gu Shi could clearly sense from their movements that they were stronger than undead dragons of the same rank. Demigod-level beings. However, their numbers were small, and their combat effectiveness was average. 3 to 5 undead dragons, or even multiple blood disasters, could be defeated. It didn't matter. A 5,000-man undead dragon force, composed of ghost dragons and bone dragons, was the most formal and orthodox undead dragon force. However, their auras were all concentrated, forming a massive dragon-shaped phantom. Regardless of whether this undead dragon force had a commander or not, the dragon-shaped phantom dragged the undead dragons together. A battle formation, but not a dragon battle formation. These 5,000 undead dragons are likely the subordinates of the Ghost Kingdom's Mingwang. As long as they're all defeated, no battle formation will be of any use. Not important. The last unit of over 3,000 undead dragons, their bodies clad in crystals, their bones transparent. The situation of these undead dragons is not much different from that of the golden bone dragons before, and the aura they exude is noticeably stronger than that of the other nearby undead dragons. Another wave of demigod-level beings. Over 3,000 of them are still viable. Not important. Gu Shi, with just a glance, assessed the situation. There's no need to worry about the enemy's undead dragon troops. They're capable, but not much stronger than Gu Shi. Not to mention the incoming legions of undead dragons. Even the scattered undead dragons already in position could be put to head-on combat. Not to mention that Gu Shi had already begun adding various effects to the battlefield. Infinite resurrection was a must. Infinite counterattack was also an option. The various powers of the magic staff, when applied to the undead dragons, more than doubled their combat power. If anyone could see Gu Shi's undead troops now, they would see them shrouded in layers of different colored light. The effects of these various powers were even countless times stronger than the undead's normal combat power. This was also part of Gu Shi's fighting style. Gu Shi was well aware of the level of his command talent. So, he had always acted as a traditional necromancer. During battle, he acted as a power dispenser, granting his men various combat effects. After the battle, he summoned the spirits to revive them. All the work was left to the undead under his command. As the necromancer, he only needed to strengthen the undead. With Gu Shi's blessing, the undead dragons that rushed out from nearby flew faster and faster. The undead dragon troops from the Ghost Kingdom had just lost their hero, and were in a state of chaos. Faced with this situation, they didn't know how to react, and could only rely on instinct to collide with Gu Shi's undead dragons. The two waves of undead dragons collided in the air, immediately blocking the path of the airship behind them. At this point, Gu Shi realized that although they were outnumbered by the enemy undead dragon troops, his men had the upper hand in the air battle. Chapter 3243. What's going on? Our undead dragons can't defeat the enemy. Gu Shi's side could see the battle in the sky clearly, and naturally the Ghost Kingdom side could see it clearly too. They were all shocked by the current situation. None of the players could believe that such a large and powerful undead dragon force was being outmatched. If Gu Shi had more undead dragons than them, they would have accepted it. After all, combat is not just about power, but also about numbers. With equal power, 1 versus 2 still has a chance of winning, but with 100,000 versus 200,000, the probability of losing is much higher. Even though Gu Shi's undead dragons were fewer in number, they were outmatching their own. If this continued, their airship force might not be able to reach Chengxi Mountain. Faced with this situation, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Mingwang immediately glanced at his disciples. They all looked excited, not afraid or regretful of the temporary defeat. This is a good thing. However, this won't last long. After passing the Netherworld Ghost Saint, the focus will no longer be on fighting in individual cities or regions, but on a comprehensive approach. The current situation is quite clear. Their concern isn't the undead dragon army's inability to defeat the enemy. Rather, they should consider one question: are the enemy's forces generally stronger? Understand that the undead dragon army is undoubtedly the smallest of the undead's forces. After all, each undead dragon represents the accumulation of time, or the corpses of giant dragons. Neither our own forces nor the enemy can possess too many undead dragons. The casualty ratio immediately revealed that the enemy's undead forces were superior to their own. And judging by the battle situation, they seem to possess exceptional reflexes and intuition. Sometimes, before their own undead dragons could even attack, the enemy's counterattack was already in place. This situation was clearly amiss. His students couldn't understand why this was happening, but how could he not understand? Someone had bestowed special abilities upon these undead dragons. This ability was likely beyond the reach of orange armor or ordinary class skills. The enemy likely possessed red armor. Thinking of this, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor turned to glance at the red-armored player beside him. When he came over, the red-armored player had already made an agreement with him. He was here to provide support. He wouldn't normally attack unless faced with a complete annihilation. Of course, he wasn't here for nothing. If he encountered a red-armored enemy, he would proactively respond. He also specifically stated that if they discovered Gu Shi's location, he would also assist in the decapitation, but that would come at a separate price. In other words, This red-suited player would only have one chance to act. At this point, his assessment of the battle situation was merely a guess. Using this card now would be a bad omen. After a moment's thought, the Ghost Nation's Emperor turned and looked at his disciples. We have a backup undead dragon unit. Send them to the front lines first. Also, have the airship unit reroute and bypass the battlefield for a forced landing. Faced with the situation before him, the Ghost Nation's Emperor decisively issued his orders. Regarding the undead army, the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Huang's attitude was the same as other necromancers. All the undead were expendable. They didn't care how many undead they lost, all they wanted was to achieve their combat objectives. Just like this time, their goal wasn't the immediate air battle, but how to land the undead transported by airships on Mount Chongqi. As long as they could get their men there and occupy a spot, even if all the undead dragons died, that wouldn't matter. He had transported the entire kingdom here. With the dragon tombs and bone dragon research institutes in all the kingdom cities working together, they could quickly replenish the lost undead dragons. If anything else happened, he could quickly replenish his forces. Besides, he knew how to summon spirits, and he also had the Book of Ghost Dragons. If that didn't work, he could just summon spirits on the spot. Necromancers could find suitable men anywhere. This small loss was nothing. The Ghost Nation's Emperor didn't even glance at the red-clad player beside him. Instead, he quickly issued orders, urging his players to quickly deploy and mobilize their forces. However, they hadn't noticed that while the undead dragons were fighting in the sky, a large group of undead dragons were flying nearby. This time, the undead dragons had come directly from Dragon City. Moore was among them. Although she hadn't brought all the undead dragons from Dragon City, she had brought a third of them, roughly 6 million undead dragons. As these undead dragons took flight, they glowed with a blood-red light. This was the effect of the dragon blood bottle. This item could instantly elevate an ordinary undead dragon to demigod-level status, even increasing its flight speed by an unknown amount. The distance, which would normally take a long time to fly, was now almost reached in just a few hours. Moore had rushed here with his men because he had heard of an undead dragon aerial battle. Moore was quite interested in this situation. Moore had slain tens of millions of dragons to activate the Dragon Blood Vial. It could be said that these thousands of dragons had brought immense benefits to the Dragon Blood Vial. The Dragon Blood Vial became Moore's exclusive red armor precisely because of the blood of these dragons. Now, Moore had a feeling that she needed to slay more dragons. The more she slew, the stronger her Dragon Blood Vial would become. Once all 4 paths of the Dragon Blood Vial were exclusive to Moore, the next step would be to step out of the rules. Among the rules that belonged to dragons, there would undoubtedly be one that belonged to Moore. So, upon hearing of the undead dragon aerial battle, Moore didn't even wait for all the undead dragon troops to arrive. He immediately set out, accompanied by the awakened undead dragons from Dragon City. Initially, she had brought only a little over 600,000 undead dragons from Dragon City. The rest were either those that had caught up or those that had joined along the way. If they had flown slower, there might have been even more undead dragons following. But Moore, so focused on hastening his journey, didn't even wait for them. Now Moore was almost at the battlefield. Gushi also got the news. He turned and looked behind him, and was shocked by what he saw. This wasn't a march of undead dragons. It was clearly a swarm of locusts and a sandstorm. As the undead dragons flew, the sky darkened. Chapter 3244. Spread out. Surround the Guy's Ghost Kingdom. Gushi quickly issued his orders upon seeing the overwhelming force of the undead dragon army. Gushi now held the initiative. While 6 million undead dragons couldn't completely encircle the entire Ghost Kingdom, charging through a few key points would be no problem. Wasn't the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang planning to use undead dragons to escort his airships to invade Chongqi Mountain? Their undead dragons were useless now. Their airships would become targets in the sky. After giving the order, Gushi turned to the Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, and said, "How's it going? Is everything done?" "Almost. Thankfully, the Master Ceremony of Death is effective, so I can deal with the death text here. It's now confirmed that the Ghost Nation's method of landing on the Dark Clouds is a projection from the mortal realm. It's the most mobile kind. The Dark Clouds aren't a platform at all, but a screen." Oh, after hearing what the Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, said, Gushi finally understood the situation of the Ghost Nation before him. A projection from the mortal realm actually means that the Ghost Nation isn't in the underworld, but in the mortal realm. They're simply a projection of the Ghost Nation in the underworld. It's like using a projector to project everything onto a dark cloud. The only difference is that a projector projects images, while what's being projected can be used as a physical object. Because the object projected onto the dark cloud isn't a physical object, the dark cloud can move freely, and can even be released for projection after the Ghost Nation's Ming Emperor takes office. It is also for this reason that if the Ghost Country encounters any problems at this time, it is best to withdraw. Because the true entity isn't in the dark clouds, but in the living world. As long as the other party interrupts the projection, he can leave. The Red Guardian, origin of the undead, is currently using the death words and other tricks from the Necromancer to deal with the Ghost Kingdom before him, aiming to preserve it intact. Some of these methods are documented in the Death Code, Underworld Edition. The Red Guardian, origin of the undead, also possesses other methods. Combined with the effects of the death words, given a little more time, he can truly transform the projected Ghost Kingdom into a real one. This is the method of the living world projection itself, and it's also the best way to deal with it. According to the Death Code, Underworld Edition, there are 2 stages of projection in the living world. The first stage is the present situation, which can be used at any time, projected directly, and withdrawn at any time. The projection is equivalent to the physical entity, and can serve as a Ghost Kingdom. Moreover, the size of the Ghost Kingdom is determined by the size of the projection. The second stage involves reprojecting once the projection is complete, allowing the Ghost Nation to be directly dragged in. At that point, the Ghost Nation's physical form will have fully entered. This way, the attack can effectively hit the Ghost Nation's physical form. If the Ghost Nation wishes to evacuate, they must, as before, first project to the designated location, then wait for the projection to stabilize before deploying again. This process requires considerable time. First, finding a suitable location to reach takes time. Then, their 2 projections also require time. As long as Gu Shi and his team complete this operation, they can buy at least 3 days to attack the Ghost Nation before them. If Gu Shi could kill the Ghost Nation's Emperor within 3 days, the Ghost Nation would be left behind, allowing Gu Shi to plunder as he pleased. Yes, Gu Shi's strategy remained the same. A direct battle was inevitable, but he was a red-armored leader. Wouldn't it be faster to just charge directly into the Ghost Nation's Emperor's presence and kill him? For this reason, Gu Shi was now waiting for the red-armored guard, undead origin, to make his move. Meanwhile, the transportation system on Chongqi Mountain had also come into play. Thanks to the efforts of Orange Armored Guard, Transportation, and Sylvia, the first batch of reinforcements had arrived. This arrival was the vanguard of the first wave. In addition to the million-strong Blood Scourge, Corpse Witches, and Death Titans, a large number of various undead units had also arrived. The total number of these undead units was approximately 7 million. These undead were quite numerous. After arriving nearby, they quickly occupied the temporary camp that had been prepared long ago. They also quickly prepared for battle. As soon as the enemy troops descended on Gu Shi's Chongqi Mountain, his undead forces would launch an immediate attack. Gu Shi's men would annihilate as many undead as they descended, leaving not a single one behind. The arrival of these troops, coupled with the hundreds of thousands of undead that had already arrived, gave Gu Shi even more confidence. He looked up at the sky. The first wave of aerial combat against the undead dragons had already concluded. In this round of aerial combat, the undead dragons Gu Shi had attacked were all retired. They were few in number, and despite being assisted by Gu Shi's various abilities, they only had a slight advantage over the undead dragons of the Ghost Nation. But as the rest of the Ghost Nation's undead dragon forces arrived, the balance of power tilted in favor of the Ghost Nation's undead dragons. In the final battle, Gu Shi's side lost over 260,000 undead dragons, while over 560,000 Ghost Nation undead dragons were killed. The remaining Ghost Nation undead dragons retreated, protecting the airships, preparing to bypass the battlefield and launch them onto Chongqi Mountain. As soon as the battle ended, both Gu Shi and the Ghost Nation's Ming Wang swiftly engaged. Gu Shi's infinite resurrection activated instantly, and the fallen undead dragons immediately took flight and joined the arriving Murish troops. On the Ghost Nation side, tens of thousands of resurrection towers simultaneously lit up, summoning the souls of all the fallen undead dragons. Judging from their actions, they were certainly thinking not only of reviving their own undead dragons, but also of seizing Gu Shi's undead dragons. However, they never anticipated that Gu Shi's methods would outsmart them, and the undead dragons were back to life almost immediately after their deaths. This forced the Ghost Nation's Emperor to wonder if something was amiss with Gu Shi. Just then, his subordinates delivered a dire message. Nearly 7 million undead dragons had appeared nearby, flying towards their Ghost Nation. Upon hearing this news, the Ghost Nation's Emperor looked at him with a strange expression. What did 7 million undead dragons even mean? He and his subordinates combined commanded less than 1 million undead dragons. and the combined undead dragons commanded by all the players, students, professors, and instructors in their department only totaled around 7 million. Just imagine, Gushi alone was responsible for the entire EMI University's key department. This situation struck the Ghost Nation's emperor as unsettling, and a thought even occurred to him. Chapter 3245. Should I retreat? This matter clearly had no direct relevance to him. He had merely accepted a mission. The TNG team wasn't his subordinates. If they were destroyed, so be it. There was really no need for him to sacrifice himself and his disciples for a seemingly insignificant white glove. The enemy's situation was somewhat unclear. In fact, in the eyes of the Ghost Kingdom's main emperor, unclear situation meant he was afraid he couldn't defeat them. Even if he could defeat them, he would suffer heavy losses. Continuing the battle would be more trouble than it's worth. But there was a but. As a doctoral supervisor, the Ghost Kingdom's main emperor had brought his students out to participate in a social practice activity. He had already boasted, and if they were to flee in disgrace before the battle even began, it would be a slap in his face, and also a slap in the face of EMI University. For the sake of EMI University's reputation, the Ghost Kingdom's main emperor hesitated and decided to delay for a while. They must engage Gushi at least 2 or 3 times, destroying some of his troops, before they can declare the enemy too strong to defeat and retreat. It would be shameful to just engage in a single air battle, and then retreat. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Wang immediately declared, mobilize ranged forces to defend the Ghost Kingdom's perimeter, and prevent the enemy's undead dragon troops from approaching. Everyone, get moving. Don't just stay here. Think of a way to fully utilize your class and equipment skills. Anyone who can deploy their troops into enemy territory and capture a significant portion of it will receive 50 bonus credits upon return. Hearing the words of the Ghost Nation's Emperor Ming Wang, all the students' eyes lit up. 50 credits. That could be exchanged for a lot of goodies at EMI University. Something they normally wouldn't even dare to dream of, but now they had a chance to earn. Do it, why not? Teacher, I have an idea. For a while, Gushi felt that the Ghost Nation's attacks were becoming more complex. It seemed as if they were being organized by multiple individuals, each experimenting with their own fighting methods without prior consultation. This chaotic fighting style struck Gushi as somewhat odd. Still, their tactics were somewhat interesting. Those necromancers always found ways to employ unusual tactics against Gushi's Chengchi Mountain. Sitting on the evil coffin, Gushi watched with considerable amusement. As for the enemy attacks, Gushi ignored them, leaving those matters to his leaders. At this moment, Gushi was focused on the situation on the other lines of defense on his own Chengchi Mountain. Gushi didn't want to have to mobilize all the troops from Chengchi Mountain just for the battle here. At the same time, there were preparations to be made by the Red Guards, undead origin. After all, if Gushi wanted to hold the enemy's Ghost Kingdom in check, he needed the Red Guards, undead origin's arrangements. Thankfully, the Red Guards, undead origin didn't disappoint Gushi. When Gushi asked him for the 4th time, he looked up and said, "It's ready. We only have one chance. Should we wait for the troops to be mobilized? No, let's get started right away. Once the enemy Ghost Kingdom is stationed, we launch our attack." Some of the ideas in the previous attack methods are quite interesting. They can find a way to remotely send the undead troops over, and we can also remotely send our troops over. Under Gushi's command, the Red Guard, undead origin, quickly sprang into action. Under his command, numerous death words were transmitted. This time, the death words had a single purpose, to convince the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming that they could win. They would once again project the mortal realm's projection, and completely bring the Ghost Kingdom over. As long as they achieved this, they would prevail. It might sound a bit unbelievable, but such was the power of death words. Gushi sighed deeply as he watched the Red Guard, undead origin, prepare. If only he hadn't removed the 4-leaf clover ring. The destiny arrow would have been the best tactic for the situation. Unfortunately, with the 4-leaf clover ring removed, the resonance between the 2 Red Guards ceased. Now, even if Gushi knew the heavenly sword, there was no way to use the life arrow, no matter how it was launched. Now, Gushi could only use the death word, a powerful technique that influenced everything through rumors. When the death word was spread, the Ghost Nation's Emperor Ming Wang was unaware that he had been tricked. At this moment, he was constantly reviewing the reports sent by his subordinates. The troops he sent out were simply no match for Gushi's nearly 7 million undead dragons. After all, undead dragons are the pinnacle of the undead army. And this time, there were so many undead dragons. Most importantly, all of these undead dragons were blessed by the vial of Murish dragon blood. The Ghost Nation's undead dragon army, freshly resurrected by the Ghost Nation's necromancy technique, a total of 700,000 undead dragons, was annihilated in less than a minute by this undead dragon force's onslaught. This speed was far faster than the previous battle of the undead dragons in the sky. Most importantly, Moore didn't deploy all his undead dragons. Facing the 700,000 Ghost Nation undead dragons, Moore only sent a single undead dragon leader to lead 100,000 undead dragons in a charge. The rest of the undead dragons would then follow and eliminate the fleeing enemies. It could be said that the Ghost Nation's undead dragons, finally revived and regrouped, were completely ignored by Moore. They were like small rocks on the roadside, easily kicked aside. Moore's orders were to proactively attack all cities within Ghost Nation territory, destroying as many as possible. When Moore received the order, he wasn't entirely sure of Gu Shi's intentions. But Moore believed this order wasn't too difficult. Undead dragons were designed to fly, attacking cities directly. Aerial combat and city assaults were their normal activities. The order before him was well within their combat range. So, after receiving the order, Moore proceeded according to his own methods. The Ghost Kingdom Emperor was undoubtedly aware of the powerful attack from so many undead dragons. At this point, the Ghost Kingdom Emperor had no choice but to focus some of his attention on this matter. After all, the situation with the undead dragons before him was quite strange. They seemed to be beyond the Ghost Kingdom Emperor's normal capabilities. Teacher, do you think the enemy we're facing this time is specialized in undead dragons? Just as the Ghost Kingdom Emperor was attending to his tasks, one of his students suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the Ghost Kingdom Emperor glanced at his student. Why do you think so? Teacher, look. The underworld we're attacking this time covers such a large area. It doesn't seem like it's cultivating undead, but more like it's cultivating dragons. Chapter 3246. Like raising dragons. This phrase had long been ingrained in the mind of the Ghost Nation's Ming Emperor. He quickly reflected on the situation in Gu Shi's territory, and discovered that it was indeed the case. Gu Shi's territory was so vast that it defied common sense. Even the mightiest of the underworld kings couldn't possibly have such a vast territory. This in itself was problematic. The Ghost Nation's Ming Emperor had previously struggled to understand the situation, but this reminder gave him some ideas. Think about the troops Gu Shi had brought out, over 7 million undead dragons. If they were all this size, it was possible that this kind of underworld could exist. Thinking of this, the Ghost Nation's Ming Emperor's eyes lit up. If the enemy simply had a larger number of undead dragons, then they could still be defeated. I understand. Prepare to mobilize the troops. They're just some undead dragons, aren't they? Just take them down. The undead's true strength lies in their skeleton-see tactics. We have enough troops. As long as we take down the undead dragons, even if 300 or 500 skeletons fight one, we still be victorious. The Ghost Kingdom Emperor spoke decisively. Pass my orders down. Activate the life-locking maze. Activate the soul summoning tower's instant soul summoning effect. Activate. As the Ghost Kingdom Emperor barked out his orders, a student suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I can't believe something's wrong. We're here to invade the other side of the underworld, but now it looks like they're fighting on our own territory. It's okay. Actually, the situation is the same. I have other arrangements. Go down and mobilize your troops. The Ghost Kingdom Emperor turned his head as he spoke. Yes, activate the Ghost Kingdom's internal combat effect? What did you say? Energy shortage? How could there be an energy shortage? Oh right, it's now a projection of the living world. At this point, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor hesitated, actually regaining some clarity. At this moment, the Ghost Kingdom, shrouded in dark clouds, was still a projection of the living world. Even if it were completely destroyed, the cities in the living world wouldn't be affected. He would only lose a few troops and his reputation. If face weren't a concern, this battle would be fought if possible, and not fought if not. But at this moment, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor's heart was affected by the words of death. If it's just an energy shortage, there are solutions. You guys keep watch here while I go out for a while. The Ghost Nation's Emperor pressed his forehead and left. He hadn't yet decided whether to project his own Ghost Nation. He simply felt a little fuzzy, and wanted to clear his head. As for the battle, it would likely take several days, so an hour or two wouldn't hurt. Everyone understood this kind of battle. To resolve a battle in a few minutes meant either one was powerful enough to crush the opponent, or it was just a game. Normal combat involved constant adjustments and engagements. The aerial battle with the first wave of undead dragons was a normal situation. Moore's charge with the undead dragons was a crushing defeat, and that didn't count. The Ghost Nation's Emperor had sufficient subordinates to manage everything. Even if he couldn't command now, the current situation wouldn't deteriorate. Not to mention the 20-odd players still here. While they may not be as strong as the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor, they are definitely above the level of the Underworld King. They have troops under their command and combat experience. If things go wrong, they can still step up. Even if the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor is gone for a while, it won't matter. While the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor ran away to calm down, Gu Shi was waiting for the death word to take effect. Meanwhile, the second batch of combat troops had been sent over. This time, the combat troops were primarily flying units. This was Gu Shi's order. After all, Gu Shi had realized that the enemy currently had no way of getting their vanguard troops to their own Changxi Mountain. The initiative now rested with Gu Shi. At this point, it was Gu Shi's turn to send troops into the enemy Ghost Kingdom. Under such circumstances, the undead dragon troops that arrived later would certainly not be able to directly capture the Ghost Kingdom cities. After all, undead dragon troops weren't designed for capturing cities. After all, once Gu Shi had captured the Ghost Kingdom cities, he would have to deploy other troops to occupy and manage them. So, the other flying units would need to be put into use. These flying units, in addition to Gu Shi's standard gargoyle and dreadbat units, also included those converted from Pegasus cavalry or griffins killed in battle. Their total number was approximately 6 million, roughly equal to the number of newly arrived undead dragons. Also arriving were 5,000 Great Yuns. These were the main force in the attack on the opposing Ghost Nation. After all, although Gu Shi's Great Yuns could only carry 1,000 soldiers each, they were undoubtedly far superior to the Ghost Nation's airships in the air. While the airships could carry more people, their flight capabilities were limited, unlike Gu Shi's Great Yun, which, despite its transport capabilities, also possessed ample combat power. In the air, they could function as aerial carriers or flying artillery platforms, and upon landing, they could precisely deploy troops. As these troops were sent into the Ghost City, another group began deploying outside Changxi Mountain. Besides the Ghost Kingdom within the dark clouds above, attacking Changxi Mountain were the Death City gates and undead troops brought by 20 players. These undead troops had been waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, the aerial battles in the sky had been inconclusive. The Ghost Kingdom had not yet captured sufficient territory to establish a forward base, as originally planned. Thus, these troops remained unmobilized, waiting outside Changxi Mountain. Now that Gu Shi's troops had arrived, he naturally would not let these enemies go. Since they were already here, they might as well stay. Since the enemy's gates were also here, they could use this opportunity to engage in a Death City versus Death City battle. 1 versus 20. It's not like Gu Shi hasn't done this before. Back then, Octopus had destroyed so many Death Cities, all by himself. Now it's just a few players, so Gu Shi certainly won't miss such an opportunity. Most importantly, these players haven't reached the level of the Ghost Kingdom's Mingwang. The city gates they're throwing are all means to destroy Death Cities. In other words, the current city gates and walls are all real. Gu Shi's attack through the gates is also real. After taking the Death Cities, the underworld he's attacking is also real. These are the things we need to seize. If we don't act now, and wait for them to react and flee before we act, we won't be able to take anything. Chapter 3247. Because Gu Shi had initiated the battle outside Changxi Mountain, he immediately attracted the attention of 20 players from the Ghost Kingdom. These 20 players were filled with disbelief. What was going on? They had come to attack Gu Shi, hadn't they? Now it looked like they were just sending him packing. Thinking of this, the 20 players' minds wandered. They were all in the Ghost Kingdom now. Although the troops Gu Shi had sent were small, their combat effectiveness was clearly exceptional. Could they really have invaded their Death City? You know, when they deployed their troops, they had opened every gate they could into the Death City. And their undead troops had already emerged from the Death City. They were currently stationed outside Changxi Mountain, with a combined force of nearly 100 million. Of course, these nearly 100 million people weren't crammed together, like in novels, where a village harbored hundreds of millions of troops. According to the intelligence Gu Shi received, they were located outside Changxi Mountain. However, the frontmost troops were approximately 500 kilometers away, while the rearmost troops were stationed nearly 10,000 kilometers away. If one were to calculate the area occupied by these undead forces, it would be approximately 10 million square kilometers. Let's put it this way, if we ignore factors like relative strength, Gu Shi's troops would likely not be able to complete their mission by advancing through the enemy undead front lines and completely destroying them. If we include attacking the enemy's Death City, and then fighting our way from there to the underworld, the time frame would likely be even longer. Of course, Gu Shi was well aware that this kind of battle couldn't be left solely to the undead of Changxi Mountain. The undead there also had their own guard duties. So, When Gu Shi dispatched his undead troops, he specifically used the Death Witch Core's abilities several times. The main tactic was to summon spirits on the spot. Snowball on the spot. The necromancers were Gu Shi's assistants. They knew everything Gu Shi knew. The most they couldn't use were equipment skills, but they could also master other aura-like abilities. In other words, the necromancers and liches could use necromancer, but they couldn't draw on the effects of Gu Shi's Ghost King cloak. However, they could utilize the Blood Calamity aura. The summoning of spirits on the spot outside Chengxi Mountain resulted in Gu Shi's most powerful unit, the Blood Calamity. Most importantly, summoning spirits on the spot deprived the enemy of their manpower, denying them the opportunity to resurrect their own undead. This is the real key. After all, the number of troops Gu Shi will deploy here is definitely limited. Deploying 20 to 30 million troops, divided into 2 or 3 waves, is already a significant number. More than that would require considering the defense of Chengxi Mountain. Fighting an enemy force of nearly 100 million, with such a small force, would be a real test of the commander's command ability. If we also factor in tasks like attacking enemy death cities, the task would be even more extensive. Gu Shi, believing in his willingness to trust his leader, returned directly to the command center after escorting his men out of Chengxi Mountain, monitoring the situation on both fronts. As the battle outside Chengxi Mountain began, the battle on the Ghost Kingdom side took a turn. After all, the 20 players noticed that Gu Shi had proactively changed the battlefield. Now that the Ghost Kingdom in the sky was no longer the main battlefield, their attention shifted to the ground. But the Ghost Kingdom Emperor hadn't clearly stated whether he would stay or leave. So, they couldn't withdraw their troops, nor could they descend to the ground to command. They could only pester the Ghost Kingdom Emperor from the sky, hoping that he would make a decision soon. After all, whether to stay or leave, they had to make arrangements. If they stayed, they would have to find a way to deploy more troops from the city to deal with the ground attack. If they didn't stay, they would have to allocate some of their forces to fend off Gu Shi's attack so that they could withdraw the remaining troops. Whichever option they chose, it would take time. And the Ghost Kingdom Emperor was tired of being asked questions. Fight! Don't you see? Their undead dragon troops simply can't penetrate my Ghost Kingdom. And their ground forces aren't numerous either. This shows the enemy's strength has reached its limit. If we don't retreat now, what will others think of us? We must fight this battle, at least to show our prowess. Niu Song, take 10 of your fellow students and go down and destroy their undead troops directly. Then provoke them, and find a way to lure more undead troops out of their underworld. Gui Lei, prepare the airship launch again. I suspect the enemy's army lacks transport capacity. Once their forces outside the underworld are destroyed, they have no choice but to use the nearby guard troops to fight outside the underworld. I hold back their undead dragon troops, and you use the airships to deploy your forces into the enemy's netherworld. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor hadn't forgotten his plan for deploying his forces. Looking at the current situation, he made a decision immediately. Meanwhile, in the command hall, observing the battle, Gu Shi was constantly issuing orders. Beside Gu Shi stood the Magic Mirror Lord, under Princess Anna, and 3 heroes transformed from the wild twin phoenixes. They were constantly analyzing the current situation, and providing Gu Shi with their corresponding judgments and opinions. The changes on the battlefields of Ghost Kingdom and outside Chengxi Mountain were also included in their analysis. Every change on these 2 battlefields could not escape their observation. As soon as the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor issued an order, Gu Shi could immediately see the changes on the battlefield. Just like now, although the enemy outside Chengxi Mountain had entered a defensive state, the troops in the rear began to move forward. This meant that the enemy had made a decision. They were preparing to fight Gu Shi. In a battle involving hundreds of millions of people, they wanted to seize the initiative. After all, it was impossible for an army of hundreds of millions to be concentrated in one location. If a real fight broke out, there would be at least dozens of layers of defense, with large armies stationed at every suitable location for defense and every suitable pass. Dozens of simultaneous battles were the norm. If a real fight broke out, there could be hundreds of smaller battlefields. The rear troops were to be mobilized forward to suppress Gu Shi's undead forces. This was the correct strategy. Gu Shi, guided by the hero transformed by Yi Shuangfeng, understood the situation. He also assessed the reaction of the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang. The enemy intended to launch another aerial attack, dragging the battle back to their most familiar tactics. He was currently using the battlefield outside Chengxi Mountain to draw Gu Shi's forces away. The airship attack should follow. Chapter 3248. Having guessed at the enemy's tactics, Gu Shi's new orders were naturally implemented. Meanwhile, Gu Shi himself was not idle either. Batch after batch of undead which corpses were released and rapidly deployed onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, the battle on the Ghost Nation side continued unabated. As undead, both sides didn't need to worry about rest or morale. More, with a growing number of undead dragon troops, continuously moved back and forth in the sky. Several cities on the outskirts of the Ghost Nation were razed to the ground by the undead dragons. The Ghost Nation's Emperor Ming Huang's men considered shooting down the undead dragons in the sky. But the problem was that their undead dragon troops were destroyed as soon as they took off. The ranged troops couldn't keep up with the undead dragon's flight speed, often having already flown away just as they were about to attack. As soon as they withdrew their attacks, the undead dragons returned, descending from the sky to attack them. But the Ghost Nation's undead troops were completely unable to stop the undead dragons' attacks. The Ghost Kingdom's several cities, near Chengxi Mountain, were no longer within the control of the Ghost Kingdom's undead. If the Ghost Kingdom wanted to deploy troops into Chengxi Mountain again, they would either have to take a detour from the rear, a longer route, or find a way to retake these cities. A detour was impossible. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming couldn't afford to lose face, so the proper strategy was to recapture the cities and open access to the urban areas. But they also witnessed the strength of Gu Shi's undead dragon troops. Those undead dragons moved like the wind, some even reaching the Ghost Kingdom's core areas. Under these circumstances, no matter how they tried to capture the urban areas, they would be unable to defend them. Therefore, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang was considering another approach. He planned to use his own methods to lure the undead dragons to a certain location and trap them. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang had used this method of trapping the enemy many times before. Since the Underworld King, he had used many methods, variously so. Not only had he trapped undead dragons, but he had also trapped even the Grim Reapers. So, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang made his choice immediately. He prepared to lure the undead dragons to a location and trap them. But just as he was giving the order, he suddenly realized that the Ghost Kingdom's internal energy and luck were severely depleted. Luck, in particular, was something that normally wouldn't be used and wouldn't be consumed. But once a major war like this began, the Ghost Kingdom's luck would be somewhat affected. And the Ghost Kingdom before him was a projection of the mortal realm. While it looked real, it was actually all projections. The Ghost Kingdom's true form wasn't here, and so was its luck. That meager luck simply couldn't sustain the activation of so many functions. At this point, trapping nearly 10 million undead dragons would require a considerable amount of energy and the necessary luck to contain them. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang considered this for a moment, before finally deciding to project his power from the mortal realm again, dragging the Ghost Kingdom from his territory. However, by then, the dark cloud before him would be fixed in place, unable to move. After all, the Ghost Kingdom was so heavy. If it were just a projection, the dark cloud could still be moved, but with the real body, it would be essentially immobile. So, before the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang prepared to project his mortal form into the living world, he still controlled the dark cloud to move forward a little. This was done to counteract the external repulsive effect of Mount Chengxi. Any closer, and Mount Chengxi's repulsive force would push the dark cloud back. After getting relatively close to Mount Chengxi, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang began the second phase of his mortal form projection. This mortal form projection is not like Gu Shi's yin-yang transformation. Instead, it is somewhat similar to the red line effect of the underworld. Both are yin-yang transformations, but one targets individuals, while the other targets the entire nation. One is a red armor trait, and the other is a class skill. Thus, the mortal form projection is relatively slow. It's not that the projection is dragged directly here. It starts from a core point and slowly spreads outward. Given the size of the Ghost Kingdom, the mortal form projection would take at least 6 hours to complete once it begins. And this is a reflection of the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Huang's willingness to invest energy and luck, accelerating the process. If processed at a normal speed, it would take at least 24 hours to complete a single projection into the mortal realm. This is precisely why, in order to preserve the Ghost Kingdom before him, Gu Shi forced it to project into the mortal realm. Once your true form is projected here, you can't escape. If you want to escape, your Ghost Kingdom will be gone. If you escape to the real world, the first projection into the mortal realm will take 24 hours, followed by another 24 hours of cooling down before the second projection can be made. In 3 days without resistance, Gu Shi could dismantle the entire Ghost Kingdom. And that's assuming you can escape. If the Ghost Nation were to fully deploy, Gu Shi would definitely resort to assassination tactics. In a head-to-head situation, you could say I'm lacking in strength, but in a one-on-one situation, what should you call me? Do you know what being a red-armored boss means? Do you know what multiple red-armored resonances mean? Do you know what proactively provoking someone like that means? You're asking for your own death. If I let you go, I always sit at the table with the children when I go out to drink with red armored players. So, Project. Once you Project, don't even think about leaving alive. Of course, Gu Shi was unaware of the Ghost Nation's Emperor Ming's projection into the mortal realm. He simply saw the dark cloud surge forward a distance, and concluded that the enemy was about to make a major move. So, Gu Shi quickly shifted the focus of the battle back to the Ghost Nation. The battle at the foot of Chengxi Mountain was left to the attention of several wild twin phoenix heroes. As long as it wasn't a major event, Gu Shi wasn't planning to focus his attention there for the time being. Just then, the latest news arrived via telepathic communication. Sir, Shea has the latest intelligence. Gu Shi, who was directing the return of the Great Yun and preparing to transport troops to the Ghost Kingdom, leaped out of the command hall upon hearing this. In a flash, he returned to Aridov City and appeared directly before Shea. Shea had been with Gu Shi for so long, but Gu Shi was still unsure how Shea got her information. She usually went out for a few rounds, and would always get the information Gu Shi wanted. This time was no different. Although it took several days, intelligence on the invasion of the Ghost Kingdom was finally found. Sir, I have already found out. The person who came this time is Chun Weihong, a doctoral supervisor in the Taishan Infu department of the Wanling clan's Imai University, and a level 41 Ghost Kingdom Ming Wang. Chapter 3249. The intelligence Shea initially presented was relatively simple, consisting of information about Chen Weihong's personal situation. This information could be easily uncovered by simply searching the 10,000 spirits. But gradually, what Shea produced became more complex. Later, she presented information on Chen Weihong's professional skills, combat habits, details about his most important contracted undead, epic heroes, and main forces. This information was quite detailed. Most importantly, it also clearly stated who was behind Chen Weihong, the size of his Ghost Kingdom, and the details of each city within it. This information coincided with Chen Weihong's second deployment to the mortal realm, and was exactly what Gu Shi wanted to know. Although Gu Shi was currently suppressing Chen Weihong, he had only reached the outer reaches of the enemy's Ghost Kingdom. Later, Gu Shi would need to seize other positions within the Ghost Kingdom, and deal with the enemy's main forces. According to the intelligence estimates, the enemy could quickly mobilize at least 200 million undead troops. Adding 20 students, that number could easily reach 500 million or 600 million. At a time like this, every bit of intelligence meant a better chance of victory. Knowing the importance of intelligence, he returned to the command center without hesitation and quickly summoned his subordinates to share the intelligence. They had already prepared for the battle, and now that the intelligence was in hand, they were ready to begin the final decisive battle at any moment. Gu Shi transcribed this information into the 3 live stone mirror, while rapidly adjusting his strategy based on the intelligence before him. The heroes transformed from the wild twin phoenixes conferred, and requested Gu Shi transfer a few more companions. About a dozen wild twin phoenix heroes were there discussing the current situation, constantly adjusting battle orders. In their words, they had previously been unaware of the enemy's situation, so many arrangements had to wait for them to make moves. Now, with so much intelligence, the situation was different. They could fully utilize this information to manipulate the enemy's movements, lure them out, lure them deeper, and easily defeat them with a force of many against one. Of course, there was also a problem: insufficient manpower. If this were a normal battlefield, Gu Shi would have already launched a direct attack through the city gates. Beyond Chengxi Mountain, outside of Gu Shi's underworld, launching a force through the Death City gates was quite normal. But the problem now was that Gu Shi was facing an enemy, the necromancer who controlled the Death City. Gu Shi was now using the enemy's Death City gates to attack the other side. If Gu Shi opened the gates outside Chengxi Mountain, the enemy would surely follow suit. Then it wouldn't be Gu Shi targeting the enemy's Death City, but the players themselves. Thus, the Death City's most effective tactic would be unusable at this point. Gu Shi's only option for deploying troops now was through Chengxi Mountain's transportation system, which was a complete impossibility. Chengxi Mountain's transportation capacity was limited, and even if he desperately tried, he wouldn't be able to bring in many troops in a short period of time. Currently, Gu Shi was considering whether to allocate some of his transportation capacity to transport the undead transformed from the Double Death. After all, these combat forces were a free gift to Gu Shi. Their transfer here wouldn't affect the defenses of Chengxi Mountain. Furthermore, they were originally undead troops from the Wanling clan, even possessing leaders and heroes. They were the most familiar with the Wanling clans, or rather, the players' command methods. Sending them here at this time, directly to the front lines of the battle, would only benefit Gu Shi. The only drawback was the issue of transportation capacity. After all these troops had to be transported from Arida City, and they would have to be reorganized and re-equipped along the way. This meant that a portion of the transportation capacity would need to be used to transport equipment and supplies. This presented a significant test and challenge for transportation capacity. Even if full transport capacity was used continuously, it would be impossible to transport all the undead here in such a short period of time. Thus, a few thoughts flashed through Gu Shi's mind. He had to make some arrangements to ensure the smooth progress of the battles on both the Dark Cloud Ghost Kingdom and the battlefields outside Chengxi Mountain. Otherwise, as these two battlefields become official battlefields, Gu Shi's troops will become increasingly insufficient. A single careless move could lead to an enemy reversal. So, a means of mobilizing troops is essential, and the enemy must not be given the opportunity to counterattack. Gu Shi stroked his chin, carefully considering the methods he could employ. He pondered how to quickly transport the troops from Arida City. Just then, a wild twin phoenix hero suddenly turned to Gu Shi and said, "Sir, we noticed something unusual." Gu Shi, interrupted, felt somewhat annoyed. However, the current situation was quite unique. The two battlefields outside were directly engaged in battles involving hundreds of millions of people. For a wild twin phoenix hero to come here, there must be something special. Gu Shi put down what he was doing and turned to look at the hero. "Have you found anything?" "The enemy is in civil strife," the hero said immediately. "What did you say? Are you sure?" Gu Shi jumped up on the spot. Civil strife? He hadn't even reached the Ghost Nation yet, and they were already in chaos. Could they have set a trap for him to fall into? "I can't be sure yet, but judging by the situation on the battlefield outside Chengxi Mountain, we can already see some clues." "Sir, please look here." The wild twin phoenix hero spoke as he led Gu Shi to the sand table, which had now shifted to the battlefield outside Chengxi Mountain. Countless information was being transmitted from the 3 live stone mirror, appearing on the sand table as battlefield changes. Standing at the edge of the sand table, Gu Shi could clearly see the current battle situation. The wild twin phoenix hero pointed to a certain location and said, "Sir, look here. The fighting is most intense here." Gu Shi followed the direction indicated by hero Yi Shuangfeng and discovered that the fighting on the eastern side of the battlefield was quite intense. Gu Shi himself had no one on the battlefield, but judging by the numbers, the intensity of the fighting here was 5 times greater than elsewhere. It even attracted the attention of some of Gu Shi's regular troops. Such intense fighting, how could it be a civil war? "Sir, the fighting here is intense, but there are no follow-up troops to support it. If the fighting continues, this area will become an isolated zone." Hero Yi Shuangfeng said this specifically. Gu Shi looked, and it seemed to be true. Chapter 3250. With the guidance of the wild twin phoenix hero, Gu Shi felt a growing sense of unease. He stretched out his hand, moving it across the sand table, and finally, he couldn't help but laugh. Gu Shi discovered that the situation here was exactly as the wild twin phoenix hero had described. Civil unrest was brewing. Gu Shi could clearly see that the fighting here was about 5 times more intense than elsewhere because someone had lured Gu Shi's troops here. Although they were being extremely cautious, Gu Shi only needed to check the troops' movements to know that he was being used as a pawn. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi turned to the 3 live stone mirror. The head of the goddesses appeared behind him, rapidly searching for information about the undead here. Gu Shi didn't care about the cause of their civil unrest. He only knew that he could exploit the civil unrest here. Because civil unrest meant that these people were already in conflict. There were conflicts between them. Gu Shi didn't need to worry about who was good and who was bad right now. All he needed to know was who was on his side. This way, Gu Shi could attack from within and disrupt the enemy's battlefield. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's gaze turned to the location the wild twin phoenix hero had initially pointed to. "Let Wei Hu come." Gu Shi gritted his teeth and made a quick decision. Gu Shi knew some skills, like diplomacy. After all, the path to becoming a Death Lord required him to learn diplomacy. But Gu Shi had no real talent for it. Of the 3 death skills, Gu Shi used the Death Lord ability the most, but his diplomacy skills were less effective. Wei Hu, on the other hand, truly possesses a natural talent in this area. Most importantly, Wei Hu possesses strategic foresight and considerable shrewdness. His judgment is remarkably accurate, and he knows who to befriend in the best interests of his own. In this situation, letting Wei Hu take action is the best strategy. Gu Shi spoke as he began to contact Wei Hu. The wild twin phoenix heroes watched Gu Shi's actions, unsure of what to say. But no one could deny that Wei Hu was the best person to handle the current situation. Wei Hu, upon receiving the news, quickly returned to Sleeping Beauty Castle with his troops. As an epic figure, Wei Hu's official corps numbered 600,000 men. However, given his sociable nature, Wei Hu also commanded nearly 1 million vassal troops. His troops included both undead and ordinary creatures. It could be said that his forces were the most disorganized of Gu Shi's. As one of Gu Shi's few epic-level subordinates, and possessing a red armor, Wei Hu held a very high position within Gu Shi's ranks. He was never in a hurry to provide him with any equipment upgrades or soldier supplies. In every battle, Wei Hu was always the first to appear on the battlefield, demonstrating his and his subordinates' considerable strength. Most importantly, he was able to subjugate several wild twin phoenix heroes. This alone demonstrates the immense combat effectiveness of Wei Hu's forces. Normal times, Gu Shi stationed Wei Hu in either Beilui or Bailu territory. The situation was different now. Facing the internal strife, Wei Hu was the most suitable person to go out. Under Gu Shi's command, Wei Hu quickly led his troops back to the Sleeping Beauty Castle that Gu Shi had assigned him. By the time Gu Shi received the notification, more than 7 hours had already passed. Gu Shi glanced at the sand table and, in a flash, arrived at Sleeping Beauty Castle. Wei Hu, are your troops ready? Rest assured, sir. My troops are fully prepared. Okay, I explained this to you from the beginning. Now, let me explain more clearly. As Gu Shi spoke, he drew a line in front of him, and a sand table appeared before Gu Shi and Wei Hu. This is the battlefield outside Chengxi Mountain. Our secondary main force is engaging the enemy here. However, the enemy numbers are relatively large, and our goal isn't to annihilate all the undead here, but to penetrate the enemy's death city. Thus, the battle here dragged on for quite a while. During the battle, we discovered some suspicious points. The player units in these locations are not combat active, but overly aggressive in defense, drawing our troops there. Furthermore, the city gates here haven't been open for some time. Also, there's a problem with troop coordination here. Gu Shi pointed out the issues he had discovered over the past few hours. Wei Hu was a gifted warrior. Gu Shi only pointed a few times, and Wei Hu immediately made his judgment. What you're saying is that there's internal conflict within the enemy. These factions are using us to eliminate their enemies? That's what I mean. However, everything we observed so far is through the 3 limestone mirror. In terms of intelligence, we only have partial information about the enemy, and are unsure of their internal relationships. Gu Shi nodded at Wei Hu. Wei Hu glanced at the sand table. What does your excellency want me to do? I plan to deploy Sleeping Beauty Castle, and this area will be assigned directly to you. You will also command the troops deployed previously. I have only one request. Take advantage of their internal strife to capture this area. How many enemies are there? Wei Hu watched Gu Shi draw a circle on the sand table, feeling a bit overwhelmed. According to estimates, there are at least 60 million. Besides, the enemy's gate is right there, so they will definitely send more troops. 60 million? Sleeping Beauty Castle will be deployed at the same time, and I will directly send in the follow-up troops. Gu Shi knew that with Wei Hu's limited forces, plus the troops assigned to the battlefield, they would definitely not be enough to defeat 60 million. But the troop transport was still a bit slow. If it weren't for this reason, Gu Shi wouldn't have seized this opportunity to let Wei Hu handle the current situation, letting him take advantage of the enemy's internal strife to control the area at hand. I understand. Wei Hu thought for a moment, then understood Gu Shi's meaning. This was exactly what Gu Shi was thinking about, dividing the battlefield. After all, Gu Shi was currently short-handed. He would have to maintain a relatively large front. This present opportunity gave Gu Shi hope, and he naturally wanted help managing this position, freeing up more troops to deal with other enemies. Okay, get ready. Bring plenty of weapons and equipment. I deploy Sleeping Beauty Castle. Seeing Wei Hu agree, Gu Shi quickly said, the battle over there is now up to you. Take charge of everything. Remember, you hold the red dress, it's your foundation. Chapter 3251. After Gu Shi and Wei Hu discussed the enemy's situation, Gu Shi returned directly to the edge of Chengxi Mountain. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the battlefield in the distance. Most of the visible areas were occupied by fighting. The location where Gu Shi intended to deploy the Sleeping Beauty Castle was a bit further back. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and immediately released the evil coffin, heading from underground towards the location he had initially identified. At the same time, the wild twin phoenix heroes in the command hall also noticed something. The ghost kingdom within the dark cloud seemed to be constantly shaking. If Gu Shi were here, he would have been able to make some judgment. But now Gu Shi had just run away, leaving the wild twin phoenix heroes unsure of what to do. Before leaving, The Lord said that if the enemy Ghost Kingdom completed a second projection into the mortal world, then the puppets should be dispatched first. The Lord of Magic Mirrors spoke quickly. Gushi had actually made some arrangements before leaving. That's fine. Then tell Master Puppet that the Ghost Nation has stabilized. Are you sure? Master has been holding back on his red armor for fear of scaring off the enemy. Lord Magic Mirror asked a further question. Gushi had always considered shutting down the enemy and attacking them. If it weren't for the fact that the enemy Ghost Nation could escape at any moment, Gushi would have already launched his red armor and attacked. It's certain that the enemy Ghost Nation has stabilized. Look here, they're provoking Master Moore's undead dragon troops. The Wild Twin Phoenix hero said, pointing to a certain spot on the sand table. Everyone understood the number of undead dragon troops and their combat effectiveness. Emperor Chen Weihong of the Ghost Kingdom lacked a large number of flying units, and his ranged forces couldn't catch up. His only way to deal with the undead dragons was to shoot them down and attack them with undead creatures like skeletons. Hundreds, even thousands, of skeletons could wear the undead dragons down. However, this type of battle required the undead dragons to be grounded and prevented from flying. Whether using tactics like no-fly zones, mazes, or traps, such tactics required a significant investment of energy. The Ghost Kingdom had previously refrained from using this tactic, indicating a shortage of energy. Now that they were proactively luring the undead dragons, it showed they were confident they could handle tens of millions of them. It was impossible to say the opposing Ghost Kingdom hadn't fully deployed its forces. Lord Magic Mirror pondered for a moment. This opportunity cannot be missed. Let the puppets attack. I take charge once the Lord returns. The Wild Twin Phoenix heroes nodded in agreement. Lord Magic Mirror personally went to the puppet Gu she had left behind and explained the situation. The puppet, upon hearing this, said seriously, according to your Excellency's instructions, we must achieve a single strike and a decisive kill. The time has arrived, but we only have one chance. I know. I take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Lord Magic Mirror was quite decisive in this regard. Okay, then I handle this matter. The puppet stood up and walked into the command hall. She glanced at the Ghost Kingdom sand table and then headed out. She had taken only 2 steps when the Sun Chariot appeared at her feet, and a spear materialized in her hand. When the puppet emerged, its aura instantly ignited everything nearby. The Ghost Nation naturally sensed the situation immediately. After all, the puppet's appearance was magnificent. The Sun Chariot, like a sun, directly shattered the dark clouds beneath the Ghost Nation. At this moment, the player in red attire, who had been staying in the Ghost Nation's core city, immediately stood up. He sensed the radiating aura of the red attire road. This is bad. The other party has red attire. This player immediately contacted Chen Weihong. Instructor Chen, did you do anything? No, I'm still proceeding according to plan. Oh right, I performed a second projection into the mortal realm. I dragged the Ghost Nation's main body here. My goal is to defeat all the undead dragons. As long as we defeat this one, the rest of us. Wait, what did you just say? Me? I dragged the Ghost Nation's main body here. Don't worry, we have a good chance of winning. Wasn't that the main body we were in before? No, that was a projection. The one coming here is the main body. Chen Weihong knew the red-armed player didn't quite understand the Ghost Nation's Emperor's abilities, so he explained. The main body? A thought flashed through the red-armed player's mind. Was there something wrong with not bringing the main body here before? Oh, the main body is too big. After dragging it here, I need to rest for a day before I can project it again. Bringing the main body back will take at least 3 days. Chen Weihong explained. Hearing this, the red-armed player had a flash of thought. Bad, something's happened. Where are you now? I'm setting up a trap to deal with the undead dragon. Don't worry, this is my Ghost Kingdom. Nothing will happen. Chen Weihong spoke confidently. After all, he was the Emperor of the Ghost Kingdom, and now he was in his own Ghost Kingdom. How could he be ambushed? Hearing this, the red armor player grew anxious. Hurry and retreat. They've been waiting for you. The enemy has red armor. They're waiting for you to drag the Ghost Kingdom over, making it impossible to retreat quickly. Red armor? Chen Weihong realized immediately. His Ghost Kingdom, while powerful, was no match for the red armor player. If Gushi had shown off his red armor from the start, Gushi might have been able to compete with the red armor player to see how effective the red armor was, and then Chen Weihong would have quickly retreated with the Ghost Kingdom. After all, it was perfectly reasonable to be unable to defeat a red armor player. But he never imagined that Gushi had been hiding the fact that he had red armor, waiting until he had transported all the Ghost Kingdom's members before making his move. At this moment, A thought flashed through Qin Weihong's mind. Isn't Gu Shi at the level of a netherworld ghost sage? How could he know the skills of the Ghost Kingdom's Mingwang Empress? Could it be that behind Gu Shi there was also a Ghost Kingdom Mingwang? This situation was clearly not right. Only the 10,000 spirits and celestials had reached the limit of the Taishan Lord's path. No one else had probably reached the level of a Ghost Kingdom Mingwang. How could such a person possibly exist? There must be something fishy going on. While Qin Weihong was still pondering this, the red armor player spoke again anxiously. Don't delay. Come back quickly, and find a way to retreat. I go and hold off the other red armor player. Qin Weihong finally realized that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He truly had no way of dealing with the red armor. If the enemy's red armor fully launched, not only his Ghost Nation, but even several Ghost Nation would be no match for him. But thinking of the undead dragon that was about to be lured in, Qin Weihong hesitated again. This was lured in with great difficulty. Why not kill the undead dragon before leaving? Chapter 3252. By the time the red-clad player contacted Qin Weihong, the puppet had already rushed into the Ghost Nation. The puppet's impact speed was so high that wherever it flew, the ground seemed to be ablaze, every inch of it displaying its presence. The red-clad player needed no guidance. He could see the puppet's direction. Seeing the puppet approaching Qin Weihong's position, the red-clad player, without a second thought, immediately blocked the puppet. The red-clad player reasoned that if he held the puppet, Qin Weihong could retreat. Although the Ghost Nation couldn't move immediately, retreating to a safe place was still possible. Now that they had understood Gu Shi's tactics, the next steps would be easier to handle. Although the puppet appeared somewhat aggressive when it approached, a battle between red-clad players was not only about the strength of the roads, but also about their control of the roads. If both sides were evenly matched, this battle could drag on for a long time. While 10 days or so was impossible, delaying the battle for 4 or 5 days was certainly possible. In the mind of the red equipment player, as long as he could hold out for 4 or 5 days, allowing Qin Weihong to bring back the Ghost Kingdom, his mission would be accomplished. The current battle wasn't going well, which was perfectly normal. How could fighting a red equipment player go smoothly? Furthermore, the opponent was a shrewd scoundrel, deliberately hiding the fact that he had red equipment and waiting for Qin Weihong to deliver his entire Ghost Kingdom before attacking. Facing such an opponent, it would be foolish not to retreat. If this matter were brought back to the 10,000 spirits, no one would say Qin Weihong's choice was wrong. But the red-clad player never expected that when he took the initiative and ran to stop the puppet, Qin Weihong, instead of retreating as planned, would set his sights on the undead dragons. In Qin Weihong's eyes, he had finally managed to lure all the tens of millions of undead dragons to this convenient location and trap them. If he couldn't kill a bunch of them, it would be a shame to have come all this way, and to have spent so much time transporting the Ghost Nation's main body. So Qin Weihong didn't leave immediately. He quickly drew on the Ghost Nation's energy and luck, channeling them into his own tactics. Then, a purple light surged from the Ghost Nation's dark clouds, enveloping all the undead dragons in the sky. The red-clad player, who had just blocked the puppet, saw this and understood Qin Weihong's intentions. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to persuade Qin Weihong. The red-clad player believed that these undead dragons should be easily eliminated. Then Qin Weihong could successfully take over the Ghost Nation. This operation could be considered a way to give Qin Weihong a break. After all, Qin Weihong had been constantly outmatched by Gu Shi since arriving here. Mainly, he hadn't charged up Chengxi Mountain from the outset. Then he lost his chance. Had they rushed up Chengxi Mountain from the start, the situation wouldn't have been what it was. But now, Qin Weihong was constantly frustrated. He wouldn't be satisfied until he'd taken down these undead dragons. Since the undead dragons were only so strong, he might as well let Qin Weihong fight them. After the battle, he would take the Ghost Kingdom with him. Gu Shi would only lose a few undead dragons, and Qin Weihong would only lose a few undead troops, making everyone happy. Thinking of this, the player in the red suit set his sights on the puppet. This player's red suit was a pair of pants, the same pants that Gu Shi hadn't been able to get. It was plant-like, the kind imbued with vitality. Simply standing on the ground, it could take root and transform into a tree. It could even create a forest. This red suit, imbued with vitality, also had the ability to absorb sunlight. When the sunlight fell, the trees would grow even faster. Even tricks like the tree world descent were possible. If he so desired, he could transform the entire Ghost Kingdom into a forest. Trees also had ways to attack others, draining the enemy's vitality. You could say this red suit was a self-contained piece of clothing. If he so desired, he could become a world all his own. This is precisely why he was confident he could hold the puppet off for 3 to 5 days. As the puppet rushed toward Chen Weihong, it suddenly sensed something was amiss. A large number of trees sprang forth from the forest floor, blocking its path. As soon as it sensed the aura emanating from these trees, the puppet knew it had encountered a player in red armor. As soon as it saw the condition of the trees, the puppet knew what was happening. A normal person would have first dragged the sun chariot high into the sky, preventing the trees from catching them. But the puppet was different. Her path was completely randomly placed. Aside from the sun chariot, the spear of victory, and the body of the god of war, these qualities gave her exceptional talent in close combat. The last one, the harvest field, was completely incompatible with them. The puppet rarely used this ability. But just because it rarely did, it didn't mean it wouldn't. Just like now, seeing the forest suddenly appear, the puppet immediately attacked it. All things resurrect. Life returns. The player in red discovered that the forest he had released seemed to be out of his control. The number of trees suddenly sprouted increased 7 or 8-fold. Most importantly, these trees were rapidly absorbing the energy nearby. Because they had absorbed so much death power, the quality of the trees was changing. The trees transformed by this death power were completely different from the trees used by the player in red. A clash between the two would only expose the player in red. The puppet in the sky spotted the player in red at a glance. The puppet hesitated in the air before heading towards Chen Weihong. The red-clad player wasn't her target. This time, she was here to deal with Chen Weihong. Only if Chen Weihong died would the Ghost Kingdom be left standing. What if she missed her chance to attack the red-clad player now? Gu Shi wasn't around, so as a red-clad player, she had to make the decision. Seeing the puppet trying to leave, the red-clad player immediately activated her tree power, transforming into a giant tree-like figure, ready to block the puppet. Looking at the tree-like figure appearing before her, the puppet was speechless. "I don't want to fight you." "What do you mean by that?" But the next moment, the puppet raised its head and looked in Chen Weihong's direction. The red-clad player clearly sensed something, and he turned and looked behind him. Then his eyes widened, his jaw dropping. Chapter 3253. In the direction the puppet and the red-clad player were looking, a crimson bone dragon soared into the sky. The bone dragon flashed through the air, but the red-clad player immediately understood what was happening. "Damn it!" The red-clad player immediately cursed inwardly. "Who came up with this infernal scheme? You have multiple pieces of red armor. Why didn't you bring them out earlier? If you had told me earlier, I would have persuaded Chen Weihong to return." And the red armor before him wasn't right. This wasn't normal red armor, it was specially made for dragons. There were only a few types of red armor for dragons. Could this red bone dragon phantom be the legendary dragon crystal or the remains of a Dracolic? No, it didn't look like that. The red-clad player quickly recalled what he knew, trying to figure out what red armor Moore was holding. Of course, he recalled the information he knew, not to fight Maul, but to prepare to escape and inform the myriad spirits. This was to prove that he hadn't been slacking off this time, nor had he been indifferent to the danger, but that he truly could not help. Though there were only a few red-armored dragons, the red-armored player knew that he would be outmatched no matter which one came. As long as he could explain what he had encountered, this incident would have nothing to do with him. But at this moment, something seemed to rush upwards from below. It happened to rush into the forest created by the red-armored player. This startled the red-armored player, as the forest he had created was transformed by the power of the red-armored player. Aside from the red armor, no other force could penetrate. And this thing before him, seemingly a coffin, was able to disregard everything and break through the forest he had laid. This clearly indicated that this coffin was also of red quality. The red armor player took a closer look. He cursed inwardly. "What the hell? This is a red quality mount. Have I stumbled upon some powerful boss's lair? In just a few hours, I've seen 3 red quality items. How can we fight this?" The red armor player didn't even wait to figure out what the dragon red armor was. There was no need to think about the current situation. The key was to simply flee. As for Chen Weihong, he couldn't help him. He had already offered his help before, but Chen Weihong had made his own choice, so don't blame him for fleeing. With this thought, the red-clad player immediately headed in the other direction. As he ran, the forest and the wooden figures that had been used to block the puppets collapsed. It was clear that the red-clad player had truly given up everything. As long as he could escape, he didn't care about anything else. Gu Shi, who had just rushed over in his evil coffin, hadn't expected the red-clad player to make such a choice. Gu Shi's inattention had allowed the red-clad player to escape. When Gu Shi tried to chase him again, the red-clad player had vanished. Taking a quick look at the situation, Gu Shi decisively ordered, "Puppets, kill the enemy Ghost Kingdom Emperor. I make arrangements to prevent their resurrection." Gu Shi thought for a moment, and ignored the fleeing red-clad player. For Gu Shi, the most important thing right now was to kill the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor. Glancing at the rapidly falling trees, a thought flashed through his mind. "Puppet, activate the harvest field in a moment." Although the puppet didn't know what Gu Shi was going to do, it obediently followed his instructions. Gu Shi had also arrived at the location where Qin Weihong had trapped the undead dragon troops. Gu Shi didn't rush in. He had also seen the bone dragon that had just soared into the sky. It was because of this that he realized what had happened in the Ghost Kingdom. Gu Shi rushed over immediately after completing the attack on Sleeping Beauty Castle. Now that Qin Weihong had more handling the situation, Gu Shi didn't need to intervene. Moore's strength was unparalleled among Gu Shi's forces. She was a hero, but all the undead dragon commanders recognized her. Most importantly, the dragon blood vial in Moore's hand was completely different from the standard red armor. Dragon red armor. If a fight truly came to a head, Gu Shi felt that only the leader of the goddesses could rival the dragon blood bottle. With more there, plus over 7 million undead dragons. That wasn't 700, it was 7 million. Just lying there, it would take ages to kill them, not to mention their own combat power. Even if 7 million undead dragons stood still, their weight alone could crush a person into pulp. Not to mention more now fully unleashing the power of the dragon blood bottle, and bringing these undead to bear. With just one strike, Qin Weihong was practically incinerated. Gu Shi arrived just in time. Upon arriving, he immediately planted the heavenly Dao totem into the ground. Gu Shi had a single plan, to control the surrounding area. Wasn't the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor seeking resurrection after death? Then he could use the heavenly Dao to influence the direction of his resurrection, preventing him from using his initial resurrection method and shifting the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor's final resurrection point closer to him. Gu Shi's timing was perfect. It happened to be when Moore and his undead dragons launched a wave of concentrated fire. The heavenly Dao totem was also quite powerful. Most importantly, Qin Weihong had previously concentrated all of his luck here to deal with Moore and over 7 million undead dragons. The original intention was to trap over 7 million undead dragons. But now that Qin Weihong was dead, this luck would naturally dissipate. Most of it would follow Qin Weihong's soul to the place where he resurrected. But once Gu Shi dropped the heavenly Dao totem, the situation changed. All this ownerless luck now belonged to Gu Shi. Once the heavenly Dao totem absorbed this luck, everything nearby came under heavenly Dao's control. The souls within, seeking resurrection or reincarnation, naturally fell within this range. Qin Weihong's soul was trapped by Gu Shi before it could escape. Finally, it was pinned down. Didn't Qin Weihong initially say that this place could trap everything? Then let his soul remain trapped here. After confirming that the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang couldn't be resurrected, Gu Shi decisively issued his order. Moore, initiate the attack on the Ghost Kingdom's interior. I arrange for follow-up troops. Your sole responsibility is to eliminate all enemies. Chapter 3254. After giving his orders to Moore, Gu Shi took a deep breath and quickly contacted Princess Anna, ordering a full-scale attack. The Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming had perished in battle, and the entire Ghost Kingdom's main body had been relocated. The Ghost Kingdom's fortune was suppressed by the heavenly Dao totem. So what was there to wait for? Just take this Ghost Kingdom down first. As for the battlefield outside Changxi Mountain, the enemies there were merely a side effect. If we could capture the Death City, we would. If we couldn't, we would simply destroy the enemy forces. This time, the focus was on the Ghost Kingdom before us. After leaving the heavenly Dao totem behind, Gu Shi immediately jumped back onto the evil coffin and headed for the Ghost Kingdom's core. At the same time, the night blood path quickly opened, and a large number of undead rushed out from it. The Black Blood Knights led the charge, followed by their undead servant, and then the undead laborers, acting as cannon fodder, emerged. These undead were incredibly numerous, and most importantly, wherever a ghost flower appeared, a knight's blood path would appear. Once the knight's blood path opened, the undead would charge forward. The Ghost Kingdom was now in chaos. Their leader had simply vanished, and the designated resurrection points showed no sign of reaction. The Ghost Kingdom's Ming Emperor's throne rapidly corrupted, and all his contracted undead fell immediately. All this meant that Qin Weihong, the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Emperor, could no longer be resurrected. So, for the time being, the Ghost Kingdom was leaderless. After all, the Ghost Kingdom was different from a normal kingdom. A normal kingdom, at least, had an heir. The Ghost Kingdom simply doesn't have such a thing. The Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang is the sole leader. In his absence, the region is governed by the contracted undead and the Ghost Kingdom's administrative system. But when the Ghost Kingdom's Mingwang dies, everything changes. With no successor, the Ghost Kingdom will collapse rapidly. Even if the Ghost Kingdom's troops don't care about life and death and will proactively fight invaders, without a commander, all the Ghost Kingdom's arrangements become useless. For example, the city walls may still function, but the various buildings will cease to function. The Undead's arrow towers may still work, but the automatic attack magic towers will not. Most importantly, all the Ghost Kingdom's resurrection methods are now useless. While the Ghost Kingdom's troops may still be undead, they no longer have the chance to resurrect. Killed, truly killed. So, despite the Ghost Kingdom's large population, for Gu Shi, it's no big deal. Now that Gu Shi has appeared on the battlefield, the situation is even more different. Every time his men killed an enemy, new undead would spawn from Double Death and the Knight's Blood Path. Of these undead, those created by Double Death were all within the city of Aridov, and their mobilization would take time. But the Knight's Blood Path didn't require this. Wherever the Ghost Flower was planted, the Knight's Blood Path would follow. For every undead that died in the Ghost Kingdom, another would burst forth from the Knight's Blood Path. Whether they were Black Blood Knights, Undead Servant, or Undead Laborers, they could all quickly join the battle. With the Undead Dragon paving the way and Decade commanding, the battle on the Ghost Nation side went quite smoothly. In just a few hours, Gu Shi reached the vicinity of the Ghost Nation's capital. Only as he neared the Ghost Nation's capital did he realize the huge gap between himself, the Ghost Saint of the Underworld, and the Ghost Nation's Ming Emperor. Gu Shi's Chongxi Mountain territory was vast, and his Aridov city was also quite large. But compared to the capital before him, it was actually quite small. Most importantly, the Ghost Nation's capital before him was no longer undead-oriented. The city clearly incorporated many different styles. For example, the woods outside the capital were clearly elven pastures, used for training unicorns. And the various military camps on the hills near the city. Only about half of them were undead-related, the rest showed traces of elves, orcs, lizardmen, and murlocs. But that wasn't what surprised Gu Shi the most. As he approached the Ghost Nation's capital, Gu Shi saw at least 30 castles along the way. Each castle could house a large army, and also possess corresponding offensive and defensive capabilities. However, these castles now seemed to have lost their intended purpose, as the troops within them were rapidly moving outward. As the troops from the castles were dispatched, Gu Shi noticed that the situation on the Ghost Nation side was similar to his own. Only important troops were stationed in the castles. Each castle contained at least an epic-level entity, accompanied by 3 to 5 leaders, and approximately 1 million soldiers. Combined, the 30 castles held nearly 40 million troops. Even though they had just emerged from the castle, and were still unaware of what had happened, they quickly organized themselves under the epic pressure. If they truly understood the situation, while a comeback wasn't certain, they could still retreat while preserving their forces. But now that Gu Shi had arrived, he wouldn't allow the enemy any chance of a comeback. Glancing at the gathering undead forces, Gu Shi decisively raised his magic staff. Death Legion. A vast multitude of death avatars appeared in the sky. These death avatars rained down upon the battlefield. Then the Black Blood Knights, with their men behind them, charged. When they charged, their combat effectiveness was no less than that of Gu Shi's substitute Death Knights. Because they could charge forward on the power of the Nether Spirit Flowers, they could completely ignore all defenses and terrain. When charging, they didn't need to consider distance. No matter where they started, they charged at top speed. As the nuclear Katyushas blasted down upon the enemy forces, the undead troops became aware of Gu Shi's presence. They instinctively attacked Gu Shi's position. It wasn't that they didn't consider the point of attacking Gu Shi, they simply wanted to find something to do. But just as they began to move, fireballs, the embodiment of death, descended from the sky. With each strike, at least hundreds of undead were shattered. With just one blow, the outermost undead force was shattered, and Gu Shi's Black Blood Knights took advantage of the opportunity to charge into the enemy forces behind. As they advanced, Gu Shi pressed his magic staff downward. Death Domain. Chapter 3255. Gu Shi rarely uses the Death Domain move, but that doesn't mean he doesn't use it often. This move transforms all other attributes into death attributes. This way, Gu Shi has a constant supply of death attribute mana available during battle, allowing the battlefield to be transformed to his desired direction. This move can also be used in conjunction with the Death Kaleidoscope or the Underworld battlefield. It is most effective for invading other realities or the living world. The reason Gu Shi unleashed this move at this moment was entirely due to the situation in the Ghost Kingdom. The Ghost Kingdom is a state that can be both in the Underworld and the living world. When Gu Shi arrived and saw the situation in the vast capital, he already knew what path the Ghost Kingdom Emperor was taking. Like the Lord of the Underworld, the Ghost Kingdom Emperor can move the Ghost Kingdom back and forth between the Underworld and the living world, so there are two types of Ghost Kingdom Emperors who dominate the Underworld and the living world. The Ghost Kingdom Emperor before him was clearly taking the path of the living world. He placed his entire Ghost Kingdom in the living world, deploying it to the Netherworld only when needed. This way, his undead underwent subtle changes. They could fight alongside ordinary creatures. They could inherit like living beings. They could choose different professions. The death domain that Gu Shi had unleashed was intended to destroy all of this. It was impossible for Gu Shi to not want to take over such a vast ghost kingdom. However, how and how much to take over was a matter of principle. When Gu Shi first conquered the Twin Kings Netherworld, it was because the entire Twin Kings Netherworld combined was less than 1% the size of Gu Shi's Netherworld. No matter how many kings the other side has, the primary and secondary are already determined. Not to mention the hidden underworlds and smaller underworlds further down the line, each has its own unique characteristics. But the current Ghost Kingdom is different. First, this Ghost Kingdom is quite large. Its area is roughly the same size as Gu Shi's Chengxi Mountain. Furthermore, the Ghost Kingdom bears too many traces of the ideas and imprints of the original Ghost Kingdom Emperor. If Gu Shi were a golden commanded Earth God, he could have cleared it out with a little more time. But Gu Shi is still only a ghost saint of the underworld. While he understands many things, he has no way to address them. So some situations must be abandoned. For these two reasons, it would be unreasonable to completely occupy this Ghost Kingdom and turn it into the fifth underworld. What Gu Shi needs to do now is to divide it up, and then use Chengxi Mountain to absorb what can be swallowed. He is currently using the Death Domain to fundamentally crack the core of the Ghost Kingdom. One had to admit, Gu Shi's understanding of the red suit in his hand was top-notch. Once the Death Domain was released, many non-undead buildings in the Ghost Kingdom's capital collapsed, though everything else remained intact. A large number of trees were corroded, and the yin energy dragged the area back to a necrotic state. Gu Shi also took this opportunity to unleash his other attacks. However, no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't defeat many alone. Instead, more and more undead rushed out of the Knight's blood path, engaging the last of the Ghost Kingdom's forces. Both sides were undead, neither caring about life or death. In a real fight, they considered nothing else but simply clashing weapons and using magic, with the knights organizing themselves to counterattack. Gu Shi's undead forces grew in number, and without giving much thought to anything else, he simply directed his undead to charge forward whenever he saw an enemy. The rest, the Black Blood Knights, had their own commanders, and they would take care of everything. While Gu Shi was attacking the Ghost Kingdom, the battle outside Chengxi Mountain had noticeably changed. Gu Shi had previously deployed Sleeping Beauty Castle, so that Wei Hu could handle the fighting there. But when Gu Shi deployed Sleeping Beauty Castle, all the players here knew that the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Emperor, Qin Weihong, had died in battle. So, all the internal strife faded, leaving only the obsession of outrunning everyone else. Indeed, upon learning of the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Emperor, Qin Weihong's death, all his disciples had a single thought: to cut off their rear and survive. Leave some of the undead troops behind, and withdraw the rest, leaving through the gates of the Death City. As long as they could escape, there was still a chance. As for Qin Weihong's death in battle, it had nothing to do with them. After all, the current situation was simply beyond their control. As for how many troops to leave behind, each player had their own ideas. Some planned to leave all the troops stationed outside behind. As a necromancer, as long as he escaped, he could have as many undead as he wanted. Leaving all the undead troops behind was a natural thing to do. But some thought differently. After all, these undead troops had been accumulated bit by bit, not simply dropped from the sky. It would be somewhat wasteful to discard them all. Given the current situation, they still had time, so some players considered taking some of their subordinates with them, abandoning only a small number, or even not abandoning any at all. After all, some had simply left, leaving their troops behind. Of course, there were still some stubborn players who wanted to stay and see what was going on. However, these stubborn players were few in number, only 2 outside Chengxi Mountain. They themselves stayed, but the main force and elite troops were all retreating. They focused on going lightly, so if they encountered any problems, they could quickly leave. Under these circumstances, Wei Hu's rhythm was disrupted. Gu Shi initially intended to use Wei Hu's abilities to exploit the internal strife among the players to deal with the enemy. But the situation was clearly not right. Seeing this, Wei Hu decisively abandoned his original plan and headed for the nearest city gates. Wei Hu understood Gu Shi's thinking clearly. Detain as many enemies as possible. Since the enemy was retreating, Wei Hu naturally wanted to retain as many cities as possible. By blocking the gates of the Death City, Gu Shi would have the opportunity to enter the enemy Death City. The battle would then become a battle of Death City against Death City. Finally, he could invade the enemy's netherworld, and by killing those players, he could seize the netherworld. The more gates he occupied now, the more netherworlds Gu Shi would conquer later. So Wei Hu simply used his authority, disregarding everything else, to prioritize seizing the nearby gates. As for the undead troops left behind by the players, Wei Hu had no time to bother with them. They would have other undead troops to deal with. Chapter 3256. With the death of Chen Weihong, the Ming Emperor of the Ghost Kingdom, the war here entered a new phase. The battles in the Ghost Kingdom and on the ground continued simultaneously, with the troops from Chongqi Mountain deploying in all directions. Since all the surviving Wanling clan players were fleeing, Gu Shi no longer had to worry about anyone using the gates Gu Shi had opened to break into his Death City. If such a situation truly occurred, Gu Shi would likely have praised them for their skill. With the gates deployed, Gu Shi's troop deployment speed increased significantly. The new undead brought on by the Double Death, after forming into formations, rushed directly out of the gates and quickly joined the battle. In other words, the snowballing momentum that Gu Shi had previously been unable to achieve on this battlefield was now starting to roll again. And this was a massive snowballing technique that consumed no mana. As a result, the battle outside Chongqi Mountain gradually exceeded the players' expectations. On the third day after Chen Weihong's death, over 80% of the players outside Chongqi Mountain had already evacuated. Only 4 unlucky individuals remained, their city gates located near Sleeping Beauty Castle. Upon Wei Hu's realization, he immediately launched an attack on these gates and sent his troops inside. Thus, the 4 unfortunate individuals' death cities were stuck where they were, unlike the others who, after abandoning some of their undead forces, withdrew their city gates and fled. As Gu Shi deployed more undead troops, Wei Hu simply ignored the cleanup of the surrounding undead. He and his men firmly blocked the 4-player city gates, waiting for Gu Shi to arrive and deal with them. Although he only captured 4 of the 20 players, this was still a pretty good result for Wei Hu. Gu Shi, upon receiving this news, was unable to leave. The troops fighting on the Ghost Nation side were mostly undead from the Knight's Blood Path, supplemented by a growing number of undead dragons. The undead in the Knight's Blood Path were capable, but there was a problem. They required Gu Shi's command and deployment. This meant that Gu Shi had no time to travel beyond Chongqi Mountain, leaving the battle there to Wei Hu. However, Gu Shi also temporarily deployed Shirley and the Corpse Mountain God of War to assist Wei Hu in the battle. After all, behind the city gate lay the enemy's Death City, and beyond that lay the underworld. Capturing the city gate would be equivalent to initiating an invasion of the underworld. Gu Shi was unable to come over at the moment, so he could only dispatch a few red-armored units to maintain order. Gu Shi did not want to discover mid-fight that the enemy also had red-armored units. Of course, Gu Shi handed command of this area to Princess Anna. Everything had to wait until Gu Shi had dealt with most of the Ghost Kingdom's affairs before he could attend to matters outside Chongqi Mountain. At the same time, Gu Shi's attention was still focused on the Ghost Kingdom. While constantly distributing Ghost Spirit Flowers and Night Blood Roads, Gu Shi also traveled throughout the Ghost Kingdom with the Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition, and the Red Guardian, Undead Origin. There, Gu Shi examined what the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor had deployed throughout the Ghost Kingdom. Compared to players like Gu Shi, who possessed both red equipment and wonders, Chen Weihong, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor, could only be considered a basic player. He was doing averagely well. He had mastered all the basic skills required of a Ghost Kingdom Emperor, but due to limited opportunities, he had only chosen a few of the advancement and branching skills. Therefore, comprehensive research and development of basic skills was conducted. It can be said that the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Wang was extremely thorough in his research. Precisely because of this, the Ghost Kingdom before him was covered in Chen Weihong's marks, just as Chongqi Mountain was covered in Gu Shi's marks. Although Chen Weihong died quickly, these marks remained. If Gu Shi failed to handle the situation properly, the Heavenly Dao Totem's luck would be released, giving Chen Weihong a chance to regain his power through these marks. With such a vast territory, Gu Shi certainly couldn't return it. So, Gu Shi had been constantly considering how to deal with the Ghost Kingdom before him. After this round, Gu Shi had several ideas. For example, he could abandon the Ghost Kingdom and only keep the Death Cities. Move all of the Ghost Kingdom's Death Cities to Chongqi Mountain to make up for the lack of cities there. Another idea was to reduce the Ghost Kingdom to the underworld. The Ghost Kingdom holds too many marks of Chen Wei Hong, and Gu Shi hasn't yet mastered many skills, let alone develop them to a sufficient level. Swallowing the entire Ghost Kingdom is impossible, but if Gu Shi were willing to downgrade it to the underworld, the situation would be different. Gu Shi is now a ghost sage of the underworld, and he could swallow the underworld downgraded from the Ghost Kingdom into Chengxi Mountain. After all, the sword and seal in the hands of the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang have been found, and are now in Gu Shi's possession. If Gu Shi is willing, this part of the operation is still possible. The situation in Chengxi Mountain is larger than other underworlds. Gu Shi estimates that after swallowing the underworld in front of him, the size of his own underworld will be about 50% larger than before. This means that the final area of Chengxi Mountain will be 1.5 times its original size. This is a significant improvement. Furthermore, when the Ghost Kingdom is downgraded to the underworld, some of the original arrangements made against it will be destroyed, but some traces will remain. As Gu Shi grows, these areas can be reused. This will greatly facilitate Gu Shi's construction of corresponding buildings or corresponding underworld scenes. The most likely option is to directly suppress the Ghost Kingdom, suppressing it entirely beneath Chengxi Mountain. Once Gu Shi reaches the level of the Ghost Kingdom Ming Wang, he can then annex the Ghost Kingdom. This option is the most advantageous. Although it will take a long time, it is the only way to completely conquer the Ghost Kingdom. However, after just a brief tour, Gu Shi shook his head. The Ghost Kingdom before him was not even as large as Gu Shi's Chengxi Mountain. While it contained many scenes unique to the Ghost Kingdom, they were not of great significance to Gu Shi. Spending time and energy suppressing it, waiting for Gu Shi to reach the level of the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang, would be a complete waste of opportunity. So Gu Shi simply chose none of the 3 options above, and opted for the 4th. Discount. That's right, simply sell the Ghost Kingdom in front of him in a package deal for what Gu Shi wanted. As for who to sell it to, Gu Shi already had an idea. In the Death Territory, many players didn't have their own territories. They might want a complete packaged Ghost Kingdom. Of course, Gu Shi's asking price wouldn't be low. In this situation, Gu Shi's bottom line was 1 red suit. As for how much he could get, it depended on how many people scrambled for it after the package deal. Chapter 3257. Ha ha ha, brother Gu Shi, it's been ages since you come here for a drink. In the Death Territory, several players favored by death were greeting Gu Shi. Because the hand of death was leveling up, Gu Shi had simply retracted it, leaving only the head of the goddesses floating behind him. Gu Shi would also greet familiar players. Gu Shi knew these players well. Most of them were level 60, but their path forward was blocked, their rules unresolved, their progress impossible, and their time was running out. So, leveraging their previous connections with death, they simply stayed in the Death Territory. After all, here, they didn't have to worry about dying. Of course, over time, this place became home to all kinds of people. Some had even experienced multiple catastrophes. While their levels were mixed, there was no telling what kind of tactics they might be using. Even though Gu Shi could now transform the in-game Heavenly Dao into undead, who knew what these players had transformed during their careers as necromancers? Not to mention, who among those who could come here hadn't benefited from death? Gu Shi, intent on being courteous whenever possible, maintained a relatively good relationship with them. Just look, he hadn't been seen for just a few days, and his appearance had already drawn a crowd of enthusiastic onlookers. However, Gu Shi soon noticed that the way these onlookers looked at him seemed different. There was a hint of pity in their eyes. As if Gu Shi was truly pitiful. Gu Shi was a little unsure of what was going on. Still, he greeted them, considering who he sell the Ghost Kingdom he just seized. However, Gu Shi had never expected that once he turned the topic to the Ghost Kingdom, everyone's enthusiasm would drop. No one wanted to take on such a thing. Seeing their reactions, Gu Shi was stunned. What was going on? No one wanted the Ghost Kingdom. His asking price wasn't high. No, he hadn't even offered an offer yet, so how could no one take it the moment he mentioned it? Luckily, a player familiar with Gu Shi came up to him. Brother Gu Shi, why would you even think of selling the Ghost Kingdom you just seized? Isn't it useless? Occupying it would cost us troops and require the relocation of the population. If we don't occupy it, we're afraid the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang will resurrect. If we suppress it, I don't have that much free time. So, if we don't sell it off, what's the next step? It's useless even if we dismantle it. Gu Shi grumbled somewhat helplessly. Everyone laughed at Gu Shi's words. That's right. You're still young, and you don't know much. Do you know why they're reluctant to accept this Ghost Nation? It's not because your package wasn't complete, but because they don't want to take the blame. For a Ghost Nation to reach this point, it's obviously all about luck. Gu Shi nodded. He had to place a heavenly Tao totem on the ghost nation to suppress its luck. Then this involves a situation of robbing luck. Luck isn't something you gathered yourself, so you have to bear the consequences. You conquer a ghost nation, take all its luck, and then sell it off as a package. The luck is yours, but the consequences are the buyer's. It's not like everyone doesn't have their own territory. At most, it's just been taken away. Who would be willing to take such a huge blame for an insignificant piece of territory? Gushi thought, well, that makes sense. If Gushi had known this would happen, he wouldn't have bought a ghost nation. It's not like he doesn't have his own territory. Spending money to take the blame for nothing is quite unreasonable. Okay, I get it. So how did you deal with it before? I tried many methods, but none of them worked. Gushi knew this thing couldn't be sold. So he simply asked, wanting to see if there were any other solutions. After all, judging by their reactions, they must have dealt with quite a few ghost nations before. Of course there are. Judging from what you just did, you should have come into contact with luck. If you hadn't, you'd definitely ask what luck is. If you come across a ghost nation you really don't want, dealing with it is easy. You can just transform everything in the ghost nation into luck. Transform into luck? Gushi thought for a moment, and it was indeed true. Then the man added, but the luck transformed in this way will definitely contain some negative energy, and you will definitely be held responsible for this. If you don't handle it properly, it will definitely affect you later. How could it not have an impact? Gushi thought back to the moment he was saved from death. That time, his luck was completely drained. For the next few months, Gushi hid in a secret underworld, waiting for his luck to return. During this time, Gushi could be said to have studied the principles of using luck, knowing which areas require luck. So, Gushi could understand the current situation. The most crucial thing here is that this luck is tainted with something. Luck normally collected through territories and wonders is positive luck. But if the ghost kingdom is to be dismantled, the luck gained would be negative luck. This luck would, at certain times, affect Gushi's situation. In the words of these people, it's called taking the blame. Watching Gushi's expression constantly changing, the person who spoke patted Gushi on the shoulder and said, but don't worry, this situation is not unsolvable. Did you know? The Great Tribulation is about to begin, and the Great Tribulation is the best time to cleanse this negative luck. Great Tribulation? Gushi heard this term, and a feeling suddenly crossed his mind. Is this something he can understand now? This thing doesn't understand the rules, so won't it die if it leaves? Forget it, he decided to put this aside for now, and listen to how the Ghost Kingdom will be handled. If it were easy to handle, he would have demolished the Ghost Kingdom, and transformed it all into luck. Such a large piece of junk would be useless beside his Chongqi mountain, it would just take up space. In the time it took to annex the Ghost Kingdom, Gushi could have leveled up himself. But Gushi hadn't considered that. Every Great Tribulation isn't just a conflict between powerful individuals. In every Great Tribulation, there are always one or two individuals who aren't particularly powerful, but who hold the key to the tribulation. Gushi might have been unlucky, he was one of several candidates. If he couldn't become the Emperor of Fengdu and begin to comprehend the rules before the tribulation arrived, there was a greater than 60% chance that he would be forced to guide the tribulation. But think about it, it's been so long, and Gushi is only level 26. With his level suppressed like this, is it possible for him to reach level 60 in such a short time? Chapter 3258. The little guy is getting a little anxious. Of course, Death saw everything going on in the Death territory clearly. Death smiled happily at Gushi's anxious expression. But he also knew that Gushi had really jumped out. Originally, Death had intended not to include Gushi in this tribulation. After all, Gushi's level was still a bit low. The normal thinking was that if Gushi could get through this tribulation, by the time the next one came around, he would definitely be level 60 and begin studying his own rules. When that time came, Gushi could use the tribulation as an opportunity to directly impact the name of the underworld. For Gushi, this tribulation came too early. Even if Gushi gave his all now, he wouldn't be able to reach the standard by the time the tribulation began. At least, he couldn't intervene in the current tribulation, and the rewards that followed would have nothing to do with him. Jumping out now would be a waste of an opportunity. But now, Gushi repeatedly leaped to the brink of the catastrophe, desperately pushing himself deeper into it. Death couldn't drag him out, no matter how hard he tried. If this continued, Death wouldn't be able to protect Gushi. Let's just make it harder for him. Don't let him wander around in the catastrophe. Death muttered, but finally came up with a plan to help Gushi again. After all, this was his own choice, and until Gushi hadn't brought himself to his own demise, Death had no intention of changing his plan. Gushi was unaware of all this. After discussing with his older players, and figuring out how to deal with the Ghost Nation, Gushi returned. When Gushi returned to the Ghost Kingdom, his gaze towards it was different than before. The Ghost Kingdom before him was no longer a nuisance, but a vast reservoir of luck. Even if the luck before him was poisonous, it was still luck. Just think about Shinhua, who nearly flipped the table for a little luck, yet Gushi still endured it. You can see how important a little more luck is. If this Ghost Kingdom Emperor were placed in a lesser race, his status would be directly that of an emperor. With such a vast Ghost Kingdom, how much luck must Gushi possess? With this thought in mind, Gushi quickly circled the Ghost Kingdom. He was considering where to begin dismantling the Ghost Kingdom before him. Because of the Ghost Kingdom Emperor's previous approach, the entire Ghost Kingdom was fused with the dark clouds. Now, when Gushi came to dismantle it, his approach was quite simple. Using the techniques he had just learned, Gushi could melt most of the Ghost Kingdom's contents into luck. Then transfer it through the Heavenly Doubt Totem. Drain all of this luck. Gushi could also pack up and send away any remaining luck that couldn't be melted. As for where to send it, with such a vast expanse of territory deep within the game, it could be just shoved anywhere. There was no need to consider that question anymore. Gushi now had to consider how to distribute the luck seized by the Ghost Nation. After communicating with the players in the Death Territory, Gushi understood that this kind of luck, which carries causal consequences, is best used in a dispersed manner. If that doesn't work, it's best to suppress it with something. Don't use it right away. At the very least, he couldn't let the causal relationship here affect his own chi. Gushi currently possessed a number of items that could be used to suppress chi. First, there were the 2 Corpse Mountain War God statues, the 2 golden apple trees, and the octopus head pyramid. These 5 wonders could all be used to suppress chi. Most importantly, Gushi possessed the White Jade Palace. This item was a major force in suppressing chi. Of course, it was also a major force in consuming chi. The 365 pieces of orange equipment Gushi needed hadn't yet been crafted. But from what Gushi understood, in addition to the White Jade Palace's own ability to suppress chi, each of the Immortal Towers could also suppress a portion of chi. In other words, the White Jade Palace's effectiveness in suppressing chi was at least 100 times greater than that of the Corpse Mountain War God statues. This gave Gushi a considerable amount of chi that he could suppress. Even if this chi couldn't be used for the time being, the amount was there, and there was much he could do. Gushi also possessed the Heavenly Doubt Totem, which could be used to temporarily suppress the chi. Didn't you see that the Ghost Kingdom was currently being suppressed by the Heavenly Doubt Totem? So, to suppress the chi, Gushi had many options. This current situation would be troublesome if one didn't know how to handle it. But once one knew how to handle it, the situation would be different. Gushi completed all the arrangements at the Ghost Kingdom in just a day and a half. At the same time, Gushi's undead laborers had already carried everything they could from the Ghost Kingdom back to Chongshi Mountain. After clearing everything out, Gushi, with the help of numerous necromancers and liches, launched a comprehensive attack on the Ghost Kingdom. Under Gushi's manipulation, the dark clouds that had once supported the Ghost Kingdom surged upward from below. Then the ground, the trees, and everything that remained within melted within the clouds. At the same time, the sword and seal Gushi had snatched also melted, transforming into countless points of light that flew into the dark clouds. As these points of light entered the clouds, Gushi slowly saw the materialization of destiny. It was something resembling points of light. A closer look revealed that if these points of light were to coalesce, they would resemble white gold coins. In the blink of an eye, this destiny surged in one direction like a torrent. The Heavenly Doubt Totem, which had previously been able to temporarily suppress everything, was now unable to fully suppress it. At this moment, Gushi noticed that there seemed to be a twisted black human hand within the destiny. Gushi realized that it must be the destiny of the Ghost Kingdom's Ming Wang and his subordinates. If they hadn't proactively provoked Gushi and instead stayed with the Wanling clan, their future might have been filled with possibilities. But with their arrival, that future was gone. The slain emperor of the Ghost Nation hadn't even had a chance to be resurrected. His resentment and the possibility of a future became woven into his destiny. Ordinarily, such a situation wouldn't have much of an impact on the overall situation. But as it accumulated, it would inevitably lead to complications. Faced with this situation, Gushi remembered the advice of his predecessors. Whatever could be cleared up beforehand, he would do so. So, standing at the forefront of the torrent of destiny, Gushi activated the strange dragon aura, using his body and strength to purify the destiny before him. By the time Gushi stepped out, he had already made preparations. Besides the abundant means of replenishing his health, his level could also be upgraded at any time. Chapter 3259. Gushi's preparations were correct. Although it was merely a torrent of luck transformed by the Ghost Nation, when it actually passed through him, Gushi still felt as if his body were being torn apart. At first, Gushi relied on his own willpower to hold on. Later, unable to bear it any longer, Gushi chose to upgrade his rank by 1. Finally, thanks to this upgrade, and the Ghost Nation's proximity to Chongshi Mountain, Gushi finally completed his work on the Ghost Nation's luck. Although some karmic evil energy still remained within this portion of luck, it was far less severe than before. The luck drawn into Chongshi Mountain would be immediately suppressed by the wonders Gushi's subordinates could use to suppress it. Afterwards, it would be channeled and sorted, flowing from the wonders to different underworlds. Gushi had already planned this. Baiyujing would receive the lion's share of this luck, approximately 30%. Chongshi Mountain would receive 20%, and Yaladovi, Gushi's main city, would receive 10%. The remaining 40% would be distributed to the Twin Kings Netherworld, the Hidden Netherworld, the smaller netherworld surrounding Gushi, and finally, the scattered death cities. Of course, this time, the distribution of luck wouldn't be the sudden surge of luck as before. It would be transferred gradually, proportionally. Based on the current situation, it would take nearly a year to fully transfer the luck. And for each region to digest this luck, it would take at least 2 to 3 years. Still, this was better than simply holding on to the Ghost Kingdom without being able to use it. After weathering the flood of luck, Gushi didn't immediately check his level. Instead, he quickly gathered the dark clouds that had drained the aura and melted the Ghost Nation, squeezing them inward until they finally formed a black sphere. Gushi then considered this, and, drawing upon some of the power of the Heavenly Tao, combined it with his orange-equipped Guardian Seal to seal the black sphere. After completing this, Gushi activated the red line of the underworld, using the help of his portable underworld to randomly deploy himself to a relatively distant location. This location was Gushi's choice. He didn't provide a specific coordinate, instead relying entirely on luck and randomness. Gushi had a single thought: stay away from his own territory. As long as he stayed out of his own territory, there would be no danger. Gushi had already made his plan. After disposing of the remaining Ghost Nation items, he would leave immediately and never return. Not even if the sky fell. By the time these Ghost Nation scum broke free of the seal, contaminated everything nearby, and sought revenge on Gushi, he would likely have already reached level 60. Maybe by then, even the name of the underworld would be a work in progress. If that time ever came, a Ghost Nation would come seeking revenge. They have to have something to avenge. It was with this thought in mind that Gushi planned to use the red line of the underworld to escape. However, the red line activated, and when Gushi could see clearly, he realized he had run quite far. Here before him was definitely an uninhabited area deep within the game. Gushi didn't even need to look to sense that the white desert before him was entirely bone meal. At his current level, just standing there, he could feel his vitality being drained by the bone meal desert before him. This was clearly the undead realm deep within the game. Many of the game worlds that fell from the void carried NPCs and game races. Without help, these game races could not leave the game, they would live and die with the game. After the game world fell into the depths, some areas would become part of the land deep within the game, while others would be burned. But the unsupported races faced a more tragic fate, even worse than the players of the races that fell from the real world. They would perish along with the game world, and their bodies would gather in the dedicated undead realms deep within the game. Over time, this bone meal desert slowly formed. Observing the situation here, Gushi immediately opened his small underworld and simultaneously unfolded the Naiha bridge to ensure that Gushi would not be drained of his life. Then Gushi glanced around. My luck is pretty good. I was able to teleport here randomly. This place is so awful that even a living person would die if they stayed here for too long, let alone the dead. As a necromancy expert, even if Gushi didn't know this place, one glance would give him some idea of how it came to be. Looking at the bone dust that couldn't even be blown away by the wind, at the lifeless desert, Gushi knew that burying the remaining parts of the Ghost Kingdom here was the most appropriate place. Gushi pondered for a moment, raised his magic staff, and struck the ground. Death Incarnation, Titan. Using the power of the Death Incarnation, Gushi dug a large hole in the desert. The hole was about 700 meters deep. It wasn't that Gushi didn't want to dig any deeper, but at this point, the life force of the Death Avatar had been completely drained. Gushi saw the depth was about right, so he simply threw the sealed remnants of the Ghost Nation in. He then released some more Death Avatars, the Titans, to fill the hole. After completing all this, Gushi took another look around. All around him were identical dunes of bones. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Even he himself didn't know where the seal was buried, so it was likely it would never be released. Besides, this wasn't a place he had to visit. Gu Shi probably wouldn't come here again. Thinking of this, Gu Shi smiled with satisfaction. Finally, it's all done. I wish I could forget everything I seen. Gu Shi muttered, but he didn't dare ask anyone to tamper with his memory. His memory hadn't fully recovered yet. If he messed up again, he'd have no chance of mastering the rules. So now Gu Shi could only create trouble for himself, making it difficult for him to remember this place. He didn't dare ask anyone else to seal his memories for him. After muttering, Gu Shi, without even turning back or glancing at his surroundings, activated the red line of the underworld and left the spot. This time, Gu Shi naturally had coordinates in mind for his return. He even insisted on making several stops before finally returning to Arida City. However, Gu Shi didn't know that, as he was leaving, a massive meteor crashed down from the sky and landed squarely in the desert. As the meteor fell, bone dust from the surrounding area quickly surged upward, engulfing the still-burning meteor and dragging everything it had created underground. It vanished in the blink of an eye. In the end, only the empty wilderness remained at this location, no longer the bone dust desert Gu Shi had seen before. Chapter 3260. Gu Shi, returning to Arida City, immediately checked his upgrade options. Upgrading to level 27 will replenish your health and mana, clear all negative status effects, increase your intelligence by 2, and grant you 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. This was the situation at the time, but Gu Shi was almost unable to hold on, and was about to upgrade to level 27 and 28. Thankfully, the final surge of luck ended, and Gu Shi dispelled about 80% of the negative energy within it. He didn't upgrade again, thus securing the experience needed to reach level 28. In this battle, Gu Shi gained over 400 million experience points fighting the Ghost Kingdom and the battlefields beneath Chongqi Mountain. He was now on track to reach level 28, and was probably just a little short of reaching level 29. If he reached level 28 prematurely, he wouldn't have the ability to survive the next time he encountered a similar situation. Just like the Emperor Ming of the Ghost Kingdom, that's not right. According to Moore's post-war recollections, the Ghost Kingdom's Emperor Ming Wang also seemed to have saved his life by leveling up. But he was too greedy, wanting to trap 7 million undead dragons. Instead of trapping them, he was sprayed to death by them. Even if he had the chance to level up, it was useless. Even after leveling up and replenishing his health, he was still instantly killed. In this situation, Gu Shi had to ensure he always had enough experience to level up. Of course, this time, his skill wasn't affected by his impending death. Instead, it was because Gu Shi had been blessed with so much luck, the events of the Ghost Kingdom, and his handling of the Hand of Death, which shifted his luck in that direction. Of course, the 5 skills remained the same as before, with descriptions ranging from complex to simple. Gu Shi only had a quick glance, and almost knew what he was going to choose. No, this time there was something special. Gu Shi needed to think about which one to choose. Yinfu Literary Luck. Exclusive skill to the Yinfu Ghost Sage. Requires a level 15 Yinfu education platform, and is upgradable. The Yinfu education platform can enlighten the spirits of the undead, educating and testing them, allowing them to master a certain level of culture. Each undead, who has mastered a certain level of culture, will generate a portion of spirituality and literary luck daily. Note: literary luck is equivalent to cultural luck, a lower-level form of luck. After collecting enough literary luck, it can reversely influence luck. Note: Yinfu Literary Luck and Yinfu Martial Luck are hidden skills, and cannot be selected unless they interact with luck during the upgrade process. Yinsi Mansion. Exclusive skill to the Yinfu Ghost Sage. Requires a level 10 Dragon Transformation Point, and a level 10 Yinfu Education Platform. It is upgradable. Construct a netherworld court within or outside the netherworld city. Once completed, spiritual undead can be stationed there. These undead become the exclusive Yin messengers of the netherworld court. Note: this is a different type of Yin messengers. Death Witch Luck Slash. A special skill unique to the Death Witch Lord. Consume 500 mana points to summon a group of necromancers with the ability to slash luck. These necromancers influence luck and fortune, severing both good and bad luck, and also collecting it. Note: these necromancers can only collect luck, not suppress it. Death Tribulation. A special death skill, upgradable. Consume 5,000 mana points to perform a Death Tribulation attack on a designated enemy. This attack directly affects the opponent's luck, with the goal of severing it. Upon losing their luck, the affected enemy will experience a Death Tribulation. Note: death can be survived. Death Luck, Necromancer Skill, passive, upgradable. Consumes 30 mana points, transforms good luck into death luck. Of these 5 skills, the only one to ignore is Netherworld Literary Luck. Gushi isn't quite sure what this skill does yet, but the description in the notes tells him that he's benefited from the flood of luck this time, having been impacted by it and upgraded. This is how he randomly selected this skill from Netherworld Literary Luck and Netherworld Martial Luck. There's an 80% chance this skill won't appear next time. In other words, if you miss it, you miss it. So Gushi doesn't need to think about it at all, just choose Netherworld Literary Luck. Of the remaining 4 skills, Gushi should normally choose Netherworld Court. But Gushi feels like this skill doesn't resemble the skills of the Netherworld Ghost Saint, but rather a more powerful and supplementary version of the Netherworld Messenger. After all, the Incha skill only transforms a small number of Incha per level. If manpower is needed, this small number of Incha won't be enough. The Inti-Yaman can then deploy Incha in large numbers to ensure sufficient manpower when needed. This is actually a relatively normal skill, and quite beneficial for Gushi. After all, Gushi is currently arranging his undead to become mountain gods or land gods in Chongqi Mountain. If each of them were assigned to Inti-Yaman, this would definitely be a useful skill for these mountain gods or land gods. As for the later death, which luck slash, it gives the necromancer an additional means of targeting the enemy's luck or fortune. It is also due to the luck flood, and it is not a special skill. Gushi was actually a bit surprised by the death tribulation skill. It was the first time he noticed a direct explanation, suggesting that a death tribulation skill might not kill him. This left him speechless. After a closer look at the description, he felt like he'd seen this move before, but he hadn't chosen it then, and he hadn't chosen it now. So, if Gushi hadn't seen the death luck skill at the end, he actually considered choosing the Netherworld Court. But when he saw the death luck skill, a sudden thought struck him. He had a feeling this skill would be more useful. He didn't know why, but at his level, he trusted his intuition more and more. What was most remarkable was the simplicity of the death luck skill's description. This time, due to some unusual circumstances, 4 of the 5 skills had notes. Only death luck had no note. And death luck was a spell used by necromancers, yet Gushi had never seen such a skill mentioned in his book Origin of the Undead. It was as if they didn't want anyone to choose this skill. Gushi certainly didn't think the skill before him was a rare, special, divine skill like Death Word. Gushi believed it was likely similar to Hell's Luck, a skill that only appeared when a significant amount of luck was applied. If he didn't encounter another luck flood next time, this skill wouldn't appear again. This showed that it was on the same level as Hell's Luck. After switching between the 4 skills several times, Gushi finally made a decision. I choose Hell's Luck and Death Luck. Chapter 3261. As Gushi made his choice, he saw the scene before him change, and numerous tiny points of light appeared in his vision. This was the perspective of luck, just like the spiritual perspective, dragon vein perspective, and destiny perspective that Gushi had previously been able to see. All of them were special perspectives. Without mastering certain skills or supporting equipment, it might not be possible to see them even if one wanted to. At most, only after reaching a certain level of luck could one glimpse them. And now, Gushi also had the ability to easily perceive luck. Not to mention the tiny points before him, even each person had a different light rising from their bodies. Gushi simply glanced and discovered that his undead also had lights representing luck. However, these lights all carried a certain aura of death, and their luck was bound to Gushi's. If Gushi had sufficient luck, theirs would also rise. If Gushi lacked luck, theirs would dim considerably. It felt like a founding emperor surrounded by his fellow townspeople. Some say it's because the emperor's travels bring with them a host of generals, but the real reason is simply that the emperor's luck influences those around him, boosting the luck of his companions. The same was certainly true of Gushi's situation. And Gushi's luck clearly affected not only his contracted undead, his epic minions, and so on, but also the ordinary undead under his command. After observing the luck, Gushi left his palace and saw that the undead on the street would occasionally emit small points of light, flying towards the corners of the city. Watching these points of light merge into the earth. This was the flow of chi. Among these points of chi, Gushi also noticed that more and more of the city's undead had pale blue auras on their heads. Gushi only took a glance and understood. This was the Netherworld's literary luck. Although he only had a small amount of literary luck now, Gushi felt it was quite useful. But he didn't know how to use it yet. But at this moment, Gushi was already thinking about one thing. The next time he wanted to level up, should he go somewhere and summon another chi flood to shock himself, to see if he could gain Netherworld's martial luck. Out of both literary and martial luck, only literary luck was a bit disappointing. Muttering this inwardly, Gu Shi's hands continued to move. The tiny bit of qi that had been casually drawn away was gathered into a small ball in Gu Shi's hand, slowly turning gray-black. This was the qi that Gu Shi had transformed into the qi of death, by using the death luck technique. After all, having chosen this skill intuitively, Gu Shi couldn't just leave it there unused. He had to test the effects of this death luck technique. As soon as he unleashed this ball of death luck, Gu Shi made a clear discovery. This death luck could be used to alter the attributes of red gear. In other words, by repeatedly infusing it with death luck, the attributes of a piece of red gear could be altered to death luck. While this scenario sounds very similar to the dead object technique, it's fundamentally different. This change is more like a transformation of the red gear by its user. Just like what Principal Lu did with the jeweled gloves. Death luck's effects extend beyond this. It can also taint the luck of others, form a suit of luck armor around Gu Shi, preventing the loss of his luck, and remove marks within his luck, among other things. It's quite potent. Most importantly, this luck can be imposed upon the undead. In other words, through this luck, the undead's future can be altered. For example, Gu Shi could use his luck to transform an ordinary skeleton soldier into one with epic potential. Give this skeleton soldier a bit of time, and he could become an epic being. So, in this respect, death luck is a weaker version of Blood Road of Night and Victory Condensation combined. This makes it clear what this thing does. Remember, due to military expansion, Gu Shi now has over 1,000 leader level undead under his command. But there are only 4 epic level undead. It wasn't that Gu Shi didn't want epic level undead, but he simply had nowhere to find them. Gu Shi's encounter with 4 epic level undead was pure luck. Originally, Gu Shi had planned to eventually switch to the Dark Blood Road upgrade system to deal with his own men. He hadn't expected to find something like this now. This was quite a boon for Gu Shi. Although achieving epic levels requires strengthening and growth, there are other ways to speed things up. For example, if an ordinary undead soldier and an undead leader were given the same opportunity, the undead leader would undoubtedly reach epic level in a shorter time, consuming less luck. No one in their right mind would consider raising an undead soldier step by step. The best approach would be to directly seek out potential leader level reinforcements. Gu Shi pondered this, his hands never idle. One by one, strands of luck transformed into death luck. By the time he reached Eredavita, the number of these gray-black balls of death luck had already surpassed 1,000. Glancing at Grand Princess Anna, Gu Shi placed the pieces of death luck down. Princess Anna was stunned by what Gu Shi had produced. "My lord, what is this?" Death luck, to put it simply, is luck with the attribute of death. It has many uses. I condensed 1,000 of them when I came here. Take them to the leaders and heroes to experiment with, and see if they have a chance of breaking through and reaching the epic level. It has such an effect? Grand Duchess Anna picked up a death luck upon hearing this. I think so, but it needs to be tested. I think this thing will be quite useful in the future, but I still need to research how to use it. You can experiment with it first. If it's not enough, I make it. Princess Anna nodded. This was a good thing. With more epic level subordinates, Princess Anna would be able to command the battle more smoothly. This could be tested. I handle it. By the way, my lord, how should we handle the battle outside Chengxi Mountain? Hearing this question, Gu Shi hesitated. Let a few epic level subordinates handle it. They already captured the city gate. If we don't attack, wouldn't it be a waste? Listening to Gu Shi's words, Princess Anna said nothing and went down to make arrangements. Previously, Gu Shi didn't have enough troops to fight the Ghost Kingdom. Now, he only had more than enough to fight 4 relatively small underworlds. Taking these 4 underworlds wouldn't be too difficult. Gu Shi wouldn't even have to take action. In this regard, Gu Shi didn't make things difficult for Princess Anna. Chapter 3262. After leaving Princess Anna, Gu Shi went back to his other subordinates and distributed the newly prepared death luck to them. The reactions of Gu Shi's contracted undead varied. The one most optimistic about the death luck was Qutro. After receiving it, he immediately spoke to Gu Shi. Sir, this death luck, combined with the newly emerged underworld literature luck, will bring a great many talented undead to your command. The success rate of ordinary undead will be greatly improved. Some undead will even seek to become underworld messengers without your guidance. Of course, Gu Shi's real concern went beyond this. He also cared about the unique educational and administrative systems of the underworld Go Saint. He also promised Qutro that within a year, all of Gu Shi's undead would be literate. The various administrative systems would then be stabilized. Gu Shi was willing to believe this, after all, with the support of the underworld literature luck. After receiving death luck, Eve immediately began experimenting and researching it. Finally, Eve said to Gushi, "Sir, this death luck can be used on magic and skills. If used on necromancy, it can enhance the spells or skills level. If used on other magic, it can change the magic's attributes to necromancy." Okay. After hearing this, Gushi learned another feature of death luck. A weakened version of the magic wand path. It seemed that this aspect of death luck would require further research by Gushi. It can't be handled casually. This should be considered a basic skill. Just like necromancy. It can clearly be used as the foundation for a necromancer in the future. Thinking of this, Gushi pointed his finger, summoning a number of necromancers. Gushi's necromancers knew almost everything Gushi knew. After Gushi released them, he had them help transform the chi into death luck. After all, Gushi's energy was limited, he couldn't stay here all the time. And after arranging this matter, Gushi still had to deal with the Hand of Death. He didn't have time to stay here all the time. And the necromancers had a lot to do. Previously, Gushi had delegated his abilities, like dead objects, unjust death, and longevity to the necromancers. Now, there were simply a few more necromancers to handle the chi transformation. Gushi didn't have much chi to transform. After all, luck may seem insignificant when not in use, but when in use, it's like a protective shield, absolutely indispensable. Gushi didn't dare convert all his luck into death luck. He kept these necromancers around simply to ensure his men wouldn't be short of materials for their research. Finally, Gushi even went to Li Shiqian to inquire about Baiyujing. He also gave him some death luck. Li Shiqian had only one thought about the death luck Gushi had brought out. The orange equipment he had been planning to craft would have to be altered. Because this death luck held a significant influence on Baiyujing. All the orange equipment needed by any of the immortal towers in Baiyujing could be infused with death luck. Once this step is achieved, Baiyujing's attributes will gain the death attribute. When Baiyujing is fully activated, it will be even more compatible with Gushi's attributes. Okay, then you take care of it. What are you going to do with the old orange gear? We just take it back and rebuild it. We already have enough experience. We just need to make some adjustments. Don't worry, sir. Give us another month and a half, and everything about Baiyujing will be complete. Hearing this, Gushi said nothing more. A month and a half isn't too long, and Gushi's current focus is still on the Hand of Death. Even if he's already obtained the binding rights for Baiyujing, he still needs to wait until the Hand of Death is fully secured before completing the binding. After this round, the death luck was completely distributed. Gushi had almost finished with his tasks. Returning to the center of Arida City, Gushi took a look at the preliminary results of the battle. Because the battle outside Chongshi Mountain hadn't concluded yet, only the situation on the Ghost Nation side could be calculated. In the battle against Ghost Nation, Gushi slew nearly 140 million undead. Some of these undead, because the enemy was the Ghost Nation's emperor, were immediately resurrected after their deaths. Thus, the number of undead transformed through double death this time was approximately 210 million. This was just the situation on the Ghost Nation side. Because the battle outside Chongshi Mountain started later, and with the Ghost Nation's emperor's death, the players there were planning to retreat. Therefore, despite having nearly 400 million troops, the undead transformed through double death only numbered over 90 million. Combined, the nearly 300 million undead on both sides served as a supplement to the undead on Mount Chongshi. Because Gushi was short on manpower at the time, these undead were immediately incorporated into the army upon their conversion and joined the battle. They all had some success. While some didn't reach 10 times, they still had 5 or 6 victories. So, the handling of these undead still needed consideration by Gushi's men. Gushi took a quick look at the situation and pushed the items out. Leave it to Luna. If you can, do so. If you can't in Aridov, transfer them to other cities. If that doesn't work, transfer them elsewhere. As for the follow-up situation, it wasn't completely resolved yet. There would probably be no news until Gushi finished handling the Hand of Death. Thinking of this, Gushi felt relieved. After all, the strength of his contracted undead was decent. At least their work wouldn't disappoint him. This time, due to the myriad spirits, it's been delayed for several days. Gushi now needs to attend to more important matters. After putting down his current tasks, a Hand of Death floated before Gushi. Gushi saw from this Hand of Death the materials needed for this time. The materials needed after this death come from the depths of the game. However, compared to running to the myriad spirits to find materials, this situation gave Gushi a distinct feeling of inconsistency. It seemed as if a ritual was being prepared. A ritual that brought new game fragments from the void into the depths of the game. This ritual didn't seem too picky about the direction of the game, only about the life within it. Chapter 3263. You can go to any of several designated locations deep within the game. Choose a popular fallen game world from the void to perform the traction ritual, and then just wait. What's going on? Gushi remembered that he only had to go to a certain location deep within the game at a designated time. Gushi had already planned his route from the beginning, ensuring he arrive on time. Why would it change this time? Gushi carefully examined the available locations. Among them was the only previously agreed upon route. Could it be that just because Gushi delayed a bit, so many options opened up? Gushi thought for a moment. This kind of thing is best left to chance. Before, Gushi was always calculating his time, and he already planned every possible route. Now that this place was within the available options, Gushi naturally had no problem going there. But the ritual and the choice of game world were a bit puzzling to him. This wasn't the case before. Could it be that the Death Hand's enhancements had temporarily increased the difficulty? This didn't make sense. The Hand of Death was given to Gushi by death. Why would it increase the difficulty? Gushi shook his head. He felt a little puzzled. But the information provided here had everything arranged. Even if Gushi didn't see the changes before departure, he would still have time to make adjustments after arriving at the designated location. After taking a look at the manpower and supplies required for the ritual, Gushi handed them over to Luna to prepare, while he himself used the red thread of the underworld to begin the first positioning transmission. This time, Gushi's destination involved a significant cross-zone move. Going directly across the red line to the underworld would likely result in random problems. So, Gushi was devising a multi-stage teleportation jump. Gushi's plan was to teleport twice within each zone. For smaller cross-zone moves, it would be best to find the appropriate portal or teleport point. If that didn't work, he could use a demonic coffin or other method. In short, time was crucial, but there absolutely couldn't be any room for error. Because within the depths of this game, there were countless situations even Gushi couldn't fathom. In the past, Gushi could act recklessly because his strength was limited, and he only saw the immediate situation. Now, Gushi's knowledge has broadened, and his understanding of the game's depths has naturally increased. In this situation, teleporting across large distances requires stability. If there are no problems, then there are none. If there are any problems, the time spent resetting would be greater than the time spent on the road. Gushi's approach was truly the right one. Because of the luck perspective, Gushi discovered that every time he teleported, a portion of his luck protected him from further damage. This amount of luck wasn't huge. It was only about a little over 100. Oh, calculating luck was simple. A wonder generates 5,000 luck per day. A single undead background character in Arida City generates about 1 to 3 points of luck per day. A little over 100 points of luck was nothing to Gushi, who controlled Chongqi Mountain. If Gushi hadn't had his luck perspective, he wouldn't have noticed this small loss. But this discovery also gave Gushi a possibility. Could the reason for the change in conditions this time be because he had acquired the skill Death Luck? So, even as Gushi hurried on, he didn't stop, quickly flipping through the materials needed for the ritual. Gushi noticed that the requirements for these materials were all related to the undead. While there wasn't any strict requirement, there was a caveat. The higher the quality, the better. Gushi's initial thought was to find orange or even red quality materials. But now, it seemed to him that these materials needed to be transformed with Death Luck. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately contacted Luna and asked her to have the necromancers in Arida City prepare more Death Luck while she prepared the materials, and to enhance some of the materials. Once Gushi was in place, he would bring these materials over so he could conduct experiments. Perhaps this was the reason for the change in objectives this time. Of course, Gushi's attention wasn't fully focused on this yet. His main task was still to get going. Only by reaching the designated location at the designated time would this mission be considered a success. If he didn't arrive by the designated time, he'd miss out on many things. Finding a target like this again would take even longer. Gushi didn't have the time to constantly wander around deep within the game. But while moving deeper, he discovered something. The fastest thing in the game was actually the railway. This was something Gushi hadn't expected. After all, in Gushi's impression, the speed of trains on the railway wasn't that fast. Even occasionally being chased and attacked by wild players. But now, it seemed to Gushi that the railway deep within the game wasn't like that. Several times, Gushi watched trains flash by. Thinking back to the train routes connecting the various star regions in the real world, Gushi felt that the one controlling the railway might be an ancient god. This ability and this arrangement couldn't be explained by the rules. There must be something beyond the rules. This realization led Gushi to simply follow the railway line. Especially on routes requiring the use of the evil coffin, Gu Shi preferred to follow the railway route. This method of movement also brought Gu Shi great benefits. Gu Shi's initial plan, with the red line of the underworld teleporting, inter-regional travel, and the time required to find the route, meant that it would take Gu Shi 5 to 7 days to reach the designated location. In fact, for days after setting out from Chongqi Mountain, Gu Shi had already arrived at the designated location. This location was located in West Area 51, deep within the game. From the numbering of this zone, one can imagine how far Gu Shi had traveled this time. If he had calculated the distance based on normal mileage, it wouldn't have taken him 5 to 7 years, let alone 5 to 7 days. In the end, Gu Shi relied on spatial positioning teleportation, combined with methods like the cross-region railway, to arrive here a day early. As he entered the designated location, a strange feeling crossed Gu Shi's mind. Gu Shi was certain he had never been here before. But for some reason, this place before him felt familiar. It was as if he had been here before. No, not before, but rather that he had encountered this type of terrain before. What was going on? Chapter 3264. Gu Shi surveyed his surroundings with a hint of doubt. Gu Shi discovered that this place was clearly an ownerless wilderness. Besides yellow sand and rocks, not even a blade of grass grew on this land. The ground was empty, as if someone had deliberately leveled it. No matter which angle you looked at it, it seemed endless. Gu Shi estimated with his eyesight that the wilderness before him probably covered over 4 million square kilometers. Even if a country were built here, it wouldn't be small. But in this empty land, there were no landmarks at all. Even east, west, and north, Gu Shi had to look at the sun and the sky to determine his directions. Gu Shi was certain he had never been here before, so how could he feel a sense of familiarity? After circling the land with the evil coffin, Gu Shi finally shook his head. There was nothing underground, and nothing to be found above ground. Where did this inexplicably familiar feeling come from? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. Gu Shi deployed the main gate of Arida's city, and ordered the undead transport troops to begin transporting the necessary materials. However, this time, as Gu Shi deployed the main gate, he felt it tremble slightly. At first, Gu Shi thought this was because Arida's city was far away, so the gate deployment had some impact. But Gu Shi immediately realized something was wrong. This was because Death City, one of the 3 death skills, was unaffected by space. Not only could they be deployed directly from the real world into the game's depths, but even from the real world. Because there's no place death can't reach. The situation just now clearly wasn't caused by the distance. There must be something behind this. Gu Shi's mind stirred, as if something had occurred to him, but he couldn't grasp the clue. Thankfully, the city gates had been opened, and his men were carrying various materials out, so he still had some time. So Gu Shi flew high into the sky in the evil coffin, surveying everything in this wilderness from top to bottom. At this moment, Gu Shi activated all his visions. From the spiritual vision he had gained at the beginning to the aura vision he had just gained, Gu Shi had activated all of them. But what he saw was a remarkably clean land. Not only was there no life on this land, there wasn't even a trace of earth veins. The entire land was empty, as if it had been cleansed by someone, waiting for something. But this method was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond Gu Shi's imagination. Gu Shi had no idea what was going on. Finally, when all the materials had been delivered, Gu Shi could only descend on the evil coffin and begin preparing for the ritual. Due to the information Gu Shi had sent back not long ago, the materials delivered this time were double. Seeing that there was still ample time, Gu Shi simply activated the power of the Necromancer Core, releasing a large number of necromancers to work. As these necromancers were released, Gu Shi suddenly had an idea and unexpectedly gathered a handful of deadly luck and threw it at the necromancers. Due to Gu Shi's own level and skill level increases, almost all of the necromancers were in lich form. This time, when the doom fell upon them, their bodies melted away incredibly quickly, leaving only their clothes, weapons, and skulls. Gu Shi glanced at them and immediately understood the situation. Gu Shi's necromancers had advanced from liches to the highest level, death elements. While their levels remained identical to Gu Shi's, their qualities had changed. If necromancers were ordinary soldiers and liches were champion soldiers, then these death elements were demigod-level soldiers. After their appearance, Gu Shi could clearly sense a 150% increase in their necromancy. In other words, they not only knew all the necromancy spells Gu Shi knew, but also used them better than Gu Shi. That was good. Gu Shi quickly made arrangements, having them fuse their recently crafted doom with the materials in front of them. Once the fusion was complete, they could arrange the materials for the ritual venue without Gu Shi's command. As for the other set of materials, they weren't idle either. Since the area was quite large, They simply set up another ritual site further away. Since everything was flat here, and there were no underground veins, Gushi could simply find a spot and start setting up. He didn't have to be picky. Setting up 2 ritual sites simultaneously wasn't a difficult task. As long as Gushi had enough manpower and materials, he could build as many ritual sites as he wanted. For now, Gushi was only building 2, which was considered quite frugal. Under Gushi's command, the 2 ritual sites were quickly constructed. Gushi personally walked around them twice, taking in their conditions. Gushi could clearly sense the function of the ritual sites before him. Both sites emitted signals into the void, selecting the game worlds that fell. Both sites had the same effect in this regard. Gushi was a little unsure of the current situation, because the conditions at both sites were identical. Gushi's face was filled with confusion. But he had to admit that Gushi had been filled with questions since arriving here. Now they were practically overflowing. Gushi thought for a moment, and ultimately decided to conduct the first round of rituals at the site with a death luck bonus. After all, Gushi had previously suspected that the change in operations this time was likely due to his mastery of the death luck technique. If that were the case, then when choosing a ritual site, Gushi would naturally prioritize the site with the death luck bonus. Gushi sat down directly in the center of the ritual site. He glanced up at the sky, then nodded toward the outside world. Outside the ritual site, over 10,000 necromancers, transformed into death elementals, quickly took up positions at various points within the site, using their magical powers to activate the areas they controlled. Then Gushi felt as if his vision was affected. Everything in the sky was slit open, and while sitting in the center of the ritual site, Gushi could see directly into the void above the depths of the game. In the void, numerous fallen cities and games were heading in different directions. Among them, several of the fallen games were flashing with different colors of light. Chapter 3265. Gazing at the situation in the void, Gushi closed his eyes, then reopened them, once again examining the game worlds falling from the void. This time, after a closer look, Gushi could confirm that the colors on the surface of these game worlds represented the conditions within them. Black meant that this world was completely ruined, completely collapsed. Green meant that there were no living people in this world, but the world system still existed. Red meant that the living people in this world were dying. Orange. Each color represented a different state. Of course, each game world had more than one color. Instead, they varied in size, quantity. Gushi needed to use the colors of these game worlds to select the appropriate target. As for how to lure the game world down, that didn't even require Gushi to consider. From this point on, everything was a fool's errand. As long as Gushi selected his target and maintained sufficient mana, he could proceed. The rest didn't require Gushi to worry about. If it weren't for the designated time and location, Gushi might even have thought this was the easiest of the 6 materials to obtain. Gushi quickly directed his work to the most suitable game world. It was a game world heading eastward. When Gushi came into contact with this game world, it paused noticeably. Then it turned in this direction. It was so fast that Gushi didn't even have time to take a closer look at the game world. This startled Gushi. Gushi had only wanted to examine the details of this game world, but how could he have been dragged here the moment he turned around? But Gushi wasn't the type to be afraid of trouble. Come on, then come on. Gushi quickly changed his mindset, ordering his necromancers to increase control over the ritual site. Gushi thought he had already done everything, so there wouldn't be any problems right now. Now all he had to do was wait. After all, entering the depths of the game from the void didn't take much time, but changing course within the void certainly did. This matter, I'm afraid, wouldn't be resolved so quickly. Just when Gushi thought it would take a few more days for this game world to be pulled down, something strange happened beneath the ground nearby. The ground shook slightly. But Gushi's perception was quite strong right now. Plus, he was practically idle. He was no longer needed for the ritual, and he couldn't leave. So, with nothing else to do, he focused all his attention on his surroundings. This slight vibration naturally caught Gushi's attention. You have to know that when Gushi came here, he had thoroughly investigated everything, from heaven to earth. This vast expanse of land was truly barren. No spiritual veins or earth veins beneath the ground. No animals or plants above ground, not even a single bone. For the ground in such a place to suddenly shake was the most abnormal situation. This discovery immediately made Gushi stand up. If he weren't currently performing a ritual and unable to leave, Gushi might have wanted to investigate the source of the shaking. But the situation before him still caught Gushi's attention. He couldn't go there himself, but he had his men. Under Gushi's command, the night's blood path rapidly unfolded, and a large number of undead laborers rushed out, rushing in all directions. Their goal was simple: to determine the source of the vibrations and see if any enemies had appeared. But just as Gushi dispatched his men, the movement underground became more pronounced. This time, it wasn't just Gushi who had been idle, but even the necromancers, who had been transformed into death elementals, sensed something was amiss. Though they were still performing their rituals, their gazes turned toward the source of the vibrations. At this moment, Gushi saw dark red whirlpools appear on the previously empty ground. Gushi could even make out countless struggling faces within them. This was a whirlpool on the water. How could it suddenly appear here? Gushi immediately sensed something was amiss. This kind of whirlpool shouldn't be here. It was a mixture of water and the aura of death. And it also carried a strong stench of blood. Just looking at this vortex, one might feel as if they were standing on a sea of undead souls or a sea of death, rather than in a clearing. Then Gushi noticed blood slowly seeping out of the ground. Gushi hesitated, then finally invoked his telekinesis ability and scooped up some of the blood. When the blood touched his hand, Gushi felt his life force being rapidly drained away. If Gushi hadn't reacted quickly and cut off the blood-stained flesh from his finger, his hand would likely have withered by now. This feeling immediately gave Gushi some understanding. He finally understood the source of the familiar feeling he felt the previous time he arrived here. Not long ago, Gushi had buried the remnants of the sealed ghost kingdom in the Bone Ash Desert, in a place with a similar feeling. Back then, Gushi had nearly been drained of his life by the desert. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have reached level 28 prematurely. The blood oozing out before him, while different in form from the Bone Ash Desert, was essentially the same. Both carried a powerful death effect. How could Gushi understand this? The Bone Ash Desert Gushi had previously visited was actually a ritual site. And judging by the circumstances at the time, that ritual site had already reached a state of the art. After all, the Bone Ash Desert there stretched as far as the eye could see. At the time, Gushi would have believed that the Bone Ash Desert had existed in that location for ages. All who entered that area would immediately have their life drained, eventually turning into ashes and merging with that world. But judging by the current situation, that didn't seem to be the case. The barren plain before me is the original appearance of that place. However, when a completely dead game falls from the sky, a corresponding death zone appears. It collects the lives in the game world that cannot escape. After the things that should be taken away are taken away, these death zones return to their original state, which is the barren plain that Gushi had come here before. No wonder Gushi saw nothing when he arrived. This death zone is likely to devour everything. All game worlds that fall into it will be taken away by the death zone, leaving nothing behind. But Gushi is still wondering, are there many such death zones deep within the game? Chapter 3266. Glancing at the blood slowly seeping from the ground, Gushi once again passed through the ritual site to observe the situation in the game world he had flown into. He estimated the duration of the blood seeping out, then closed his eyes. Gushi's thoughts were now somewhat confused, and he needed to sort them out. After confirming that the situation in this place was similar to the Ash Desert he had visited the last time, Gushi began to speculate. He might have encountered the legendary land of the dead, the River of Blood. Gushi also had some theories as to why this land of the dead existed. This type of place was used to cleanse the life forms from the fallen game world. After all, the land within the game world could be integrated into the depths of the game. But the large number of life forms within it couldn't be fully transported there. If it were small animals or wild beasts, it would be easier. They could be placed in the depths to serve as food or something. But the intelligent species within the game couldn't be randomly released there. Those intelligent species possessed intelligence, their own civilizations, numbers, and combat power. Each additional one brings significant changes to the depths of the game. Most importantly, their departure from the game consumes their luck. The luck of the game world that has fallen into the depths of the game has already run dry. Who will provide the luck to release these races? Could it be that they will ultimately be owed something? If this debt is truly so, who will repay it in the end? And what will the races that owe luck most want to do after they emerge? Steal the luck of others. Gushi is well aware of the consequences of having no luck. It's a path to death. If the civilized races within the game world aren't dealt with, the deep game will be completely wiped out. Every day brings chaos and conflict between newly emerged races. Thus, places like this one are crucial to the stability of the deep game. Even if those who have been here know that every time a game world collapses, tens or even hundreds of billions of lives may perish, they won't care. Not only are there not many of these game worlds that fall from the void, but there aren't even any portals, making it impossible to exploit them. How many people would care about a game world that's inaccessible and even potentially troublesome. If they have the time to worry about such things, they'd be better off thinking about what to eat today. Of course, there aren't many death sites like this one in the deep game. Gushi currently knows of 5, or rather 6. 5 of these are information he gained from the Hand of Death, and one is the Bone Desert he visited last time. There are probably a dozen or so more that he doesn't know about. In any case, Gushi doesn't believe that the entire deep game relies on just a few death sites to clean up everything. Gushi's estimate of 20 or 30 death zones was an underestimation. After all, the depths of the game are so vast and wide-ranging, so having more death zones wouldn't be a problem. As Gushi pondered this, the blood on the nearby ground had gone from seeping to gushing. The undead laborers Gushi had released were all affected to some degree, instantly melting into the blood. Frightened, Gushi quickly put away the ghost flower. Thankfully, the blood's effect wasn't targeted. After the undead laborers died, they were resurrected directly within the ghost flower's night blood path. Unlike when Big Boss E targeted them, where a single arrow could kill them all, being struck by his arrows would render even the Blood Road Knights of the Nether Flower invincible. Despite this, Gushi stopped releasing the undead laborers. He had already guessed what was happening, so he decided it was best for him to protect himself. So, Gushi erected a Naiha bridge within the ritual site. This bridge connects the Yin and Yang realms, providing the ultimate barrier against death. As long as Gushi stood on the Naiha bridge, even the raging sea of blood outside wouldn't affect him. As for the necromancers within the ritual site, if they were still liches, they might have been somewhat affected. But now that they had all transformed into death elementals, the situation was different. This bloody water had little effect on them, at most causing them some discomfort. At first, Gushi considered intervening with the necromancers, but later realized they didn't need his help, so he simply stopped caring. Since the game world hadn't fallen yet, Gushi could use this opportunity to learn more about the Deathlands. If Gushi hadn't been to the Desert of Ashes, he might not have given it much thought. But after experiencing the Desert of Ashes and witnessing the River of Blood, Gushi realized there were probably more than just the 2 Deathlands he encountered. The 2 he seen were likely aimed at bones and blood, but what about the rest? Flesh, tendons, internal organs, hair, and so on. And most importantly, the soul? Evidently, there were specialized Deathlands to deal with all of these. When Gushi first started studying, he only knew the names. There were no records of the others, let alone having seen them in person. This was a great opportunity to learn. If he missed it, who knows where he ended up looking for the land of the dead. Forget about next time. If he didn't react, even if he encountered it, he wouldn't be able to tell it was there. It was just like the last time with the Desert of Ashes. If you missed it, you missed it. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, Gushi simply summoned the Red Guard, Undead Origin, and joined him in studying the Blood River before them. When Gushi released him, the Red Guard, Undead Origin, took a quick look and said, "Sir, this is the land of the dead. You saw that too?" Gushi sighed somewhat in awe. Some people have really good eyesight. He saw the situation at a glance, waiting for the blood to seep out before he could comprehend what he had encountered. "I see. I have the records here. This is the blood sticks in the Land of Death, one of the 3 water-based Land of Death." The Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, spoke as he pulled out the book Origin of the Undead and pointed to a page for Gushi to read. This is likely a section of the river that was moved out, not a Land of Death itself. Gushi glanced at Origin of the Undead and explained the situation to the Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead. Then Gushi said, "In other words, this place before us is at the extreme end of the Death Land. I read Origin of the Undead before, and it only records the name of the Death Land, nothing else is mentioned. This is mainly because necromancers rarely encounter such situations. Look, this thing has appeared before us now. It's still some time before the blood sticks fully rises. Can we find an opportunity to analyze the situation here? We might have a chance to add a blood sticks at Chongshi Mountain later." Upon hearing this, the Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, turned his gaze to the bloody water not far away. It had already covered the flat ground, but it hadn't risen much. As Gushi had said, this was a good time to study the blood sticks.